Late at night, while I was hiding in the park watching an action movie, I happened to see a stunningly beautiful, intoxicated young woman about to be assaulted by a creepy man. Without thinking, I immediately rushed over. But just as I had driven the man away, I finally realized that the young woman before me was actually the campus belle's mother. I was lost in thought. Never expected she would directly embrace me and kiss me. That kiss left my mind utterly blank. Couldn't help but kiss her passionately. It was a full 2.5 hours before we reluctantly parted. At this moment, Bai Ningjie was looking at me with a dazed expression in her eyes. Asked, "Who are you?" "Auntie Bai, I'm Xu Xiaonuan's classmate. My name is Xiaoyi, it's Xiaoyi." At this moment, she was still feeling dazed, muttering incoherently, "Do me a favor and take me back to the hotel?" As she spoke, she pulled a room key out of her bag. I looked at the room card in my hand. It's a nearby 5-star hotel. The room number also has one. I didn't think much about it either. They helped Bai Ningjie into the room. I was just about to leave, when Bai Ningjie grabbed my arm, and looked at me with a charming smile. "Xiaoyi, Zai, don't go tonight." The next day, the moment I opened my eyes, his arm instinctively reached out to embrace, but found only emptiness. The bedding beside me had already turned cold, yet the air still lingered with the scent of last night's red wine and the intoxicating fragrance from Aunt Bai. I rubbed my throbbing temples. My mind is filled with the blushing and heart-racing scenes from last night. Aunt Bai curled up in my arms like a little kitten, calling out Zai repeatedly. It's absolutely killing me. I actually got entangled with Xu Xiaonuan's mom, the campus belle. At that moment, a faint sound came from the bathroom. I quietly slipped to the door. The door was ajar. At a glance, my breath instantly stopped. Aunt Bai was standing with her back to me. "It's very cool," I inwardly wailed, my blood pressure spiking first thing in the morning. This woman really doesn't treat me like an outsider. At that moment, she seemed to sense something, turned around abruptly. Their eyes met, and the air froze. The haze and lingering affection in her eyes vanished without a trace. Only panic and deliberate aloofness remained. In an instant, her face flushed red all the way to the tips of her ears. She opened her mouth, her voice hoarse and trembling. But the next second, she calmed down. "Xiaoyi, good morning." I raised an eyebrow. "Wow. Last night you were still calling me baby. Today it's already Xiaoyi." Your mood changes faster than flipping a book. I simply leaned against the doorframe, crossing my arms, gazing at her with amusement. "Good morning, Aunt Bai. Did you sleep well last night?" Her eyes darted away as she instinctively pulled her collar tighter. "It only makes it more obvious. It's alright." With that, she turned around and picked up a book. "Sit by the window pretending to read." Instant. She has reverted back to being the strategic and commanding CEO Bai. Graceful, aloof, unapproachable. But my eyesight is perfectly fine. I saw it clearly. "Aunt Bai, that book is upside down. Keep pretending. Go ahead and keep pretending." Just when I thought she was going to keep pretending forever, she suddenly looked at me, frowning with a furrowed brow. She stared at the tattered black stockings by the bedside. In a tone of commanding a subordinate, he said, "Go out and buy a tablet of medicine for Auntie." I was stunned on the spot. Medicine? What medicine? Bai Ningjie's gaze was like a thin layer of ice covering her eyes, freezingly cold. She uttered 3 words, "Morning after pill." Those 3 words were like 3 ice picks, instantly nailing me to the spot. I'm completely baffled. This development isn't right. Shouldn't you be calling the police to have me arrested? How did we jump straight to buying medicine? She looked at me, dumbstruck. A flicker of impatience flashed in her eyes. She tossed the torn black stockings onto the bedside. "Also, these stockings are ruined. Buy Auntie another pair while you're at it. Black color, preferably of better quality." With that, she pulled out a few $100 bills from her bag. "Just throw it on the table." The entire process was frighteningly calm, as if everything from last night was just an accident that needed to be handled calmly. Looking at those few $100, my heart inexplicably sank. Seeing me still frozen, her voice grew even colder. "What, not going? Go right now." Until the cold wind outside the hotel blew against my face, I just managed to calm down a little. Damn, this woman's mental fortitude is off the charts. I even developed an absurd delusion. Last night, was I taken advantage of by her for free? But immediately after that, a twisted sense of pride surged in his heart again. "Xu Xiaonuan, aren't you so noble? Don't you look down on me? Now, I almost became your father." In this thrilling and triumphant mood, I rushed straight to the pharmacy, bought a box of the most expensive morning after pills. Then, as if possessed, I wandered into a high-end hosiery shop. The sales assistant's gaze couldn't have been more suggestive. Blushing, I bought the most expensive pair of black stockings in the store. "Take these 2 things." I returned to the room again. "Auntie, the things you wanted." Bai Ningjie calmly took the bag. My gaze swept over the medicine box, completely calm, as if it were just a box of cold medicine. Then, she took out that exquisitely packaged box of black stockings. Tap. She walked to the bed in her high heels and sat down, elegantly tore open the black silk packaging right in front of me. changing into black stockings right in front of me. I feel like my throat is so dry it's about to smoke. This is the ultimate display of power. She was telling me. Last night meant nothing to her. High-level psychological pressure. Host, please steady your Taoist heart. Bullshit stability, my Tao heart is about to be crushed by these legs. She put on her black stockings, stood up, and slipped back into her high heels. In an instant, she transformed back into the queen of the shopping mall. She walked up to me and unscrewed the mineral water bottle. He swallowed the pill in front of me swiftly and decisively. However, by the afternoon, the tone took a sudden turn. Bai Ningjie actually opened another bottle of red wine. After a few drinks, the usually aloof CEO Bai was nowhere to be seen. The clingy and adorably silly little aunt is back online again. She clung tightly to my arm like a little girl, strutting through Wuxian. I love this feeling so much. I love the way she lets down all her defenses in front of me. As night fell, Bai Ningjie was completely drunk. She lazily leaned back on the sofa, gazing at me with infatuation. Baby. Her voice was soft and sweet, melting half my bones away. I'm here, my dear auntie. I responded softly. She pouted like a child begging for candy. I want to drink Wangzai milk. My heart suddenly skipped a beat. Wangzai milk? Damn, this woman really knows how to have fun when she's drunk. I forcibly suppressed my anger. Hand over the Wangzai milk with the straw inserted. She shook her head and suddenly hooked her arm around my neck. A warm breath brushed against my face. No. Her orchid-like exhalation whispered in my ear, urging me to feed her carefully. The thread of reason in my mind snapped with a twang. I leaned closer and brought the straw to her lips. She took small sips. Like a kitten drinking milk, its eyes brimming with tenderness. I couldn't help but move closer while looking. Bai Ningjie's body suddenly trembled violently. His face turned so red it looked like it might drip blood. The next second, I scooped her up from the couch, strode straight toward the bedroom. At the very moment I gently laid her down, the system's prompt tone exploded in my mind with a deafening roar. Congratulations, host, you successfully raised Bai Ningjie's heart rate beyond 140 beats per minute. Degree of emotional dependency reaching critical point. Mission accomplished at maximum capacity. Mission reward, the eye of the love guru. Tianyang sighed, looking at her with a knowing gaze that said, I understand everything. Truthfully, you're beautiful. Really. Your figure is better than any woman I've ever seen. But? His tone shifted abruptly. But what? Qin Meixia pressed nervously. But? Tianyang looked at her, his expression serious. Your everyday clothes are too plain. Think about it, you either wear loungewear or that ridiculously outdated waitress uniform at the restaurant. How could clothes like that spark a man's imagination? Qin Meixia froze. She instinctively looked down at the faded, washed-out t-shirt she was wearing. It did seem a bit too plain. Then what should I wear? She asked instinctively. Tianyang smiled. Fish, you're hooked. He cleared his throat and began his gentle persuasion routine. Aunt Qin, tell me, what kind of woman do you think is the most feminine? The ones wearing skirts? Qin Meixia tentatively replied. Right, but not entirely. Tianyang shook his head. The most feminine is when she wears stockings over her legs while wearing a skirt. Especially black ones. Then paired with a pair of high heels with thin heels. As he spoke, a hint of longing flickered in his eyes. Picture it, a mature, beautiful woman in a well-tailored skirt suit, legs encased in black stockings, striding past you in a pair of stiletto heels. The click-clack-clack of her footsteps, the curves hinted at beneath the skirt hem. Whoa! He deliberately sucked in a sharp breath. Now that's a real woman. As Qin Meixia listened to his description, the image began to form uncontrollably in her mind. She even began imagining what she might look like wearing such clothes. But then she shook her head. No, she said, feeling a bit resistant. That's what those loose women wear. If a respectable housewife like me dressed like that, wouldn't people laugh me to death? Who says? Tianyang retorted immediately. Aunt Qin, your thinking is so outdated. Sexy doesn't mean provocative. It's a kind of confident, mature beauty. Besides, he looked at her with utter sincerity, you'd be wearing it for me, not for anyone else. Aren't you trying to help me? Aren't you worried I'll go down the wrong path? Just imagine if you could become sexier and more captivating than all those women. Wouldn't you be the only one in my eyes, my heart, my fantasies? Would I still go stealing other people's things then? Qin Meixia was utterly dumbfounded by his twisted logic. She gazed into Tianyang's eyes, filled with anticipation and desire. She felt as though he had somehow convinced her. Yes. Everything she was doing was to save this lost lamb. What a noble and selfless spirit of sacrifice this was. Fine. She slammed her hand on the table, as if making a momentous decision. After work today, Auntie will go buy a pair, no, 10 pairs of black stockings. Buy the high heels too. I refuse to believe it. Could I really be outdone by those seductresses? Tianyang nearly burst out laughing at her tragic expression, as if she were declaring, if I don't go to hell, who will? Well, Aunt Qin, I'll be waiting for your good news. He stood up, ready to head to work. Before leaving, he turned around and spread his arms wide. "Aunt Qin, can I give you a hug?" Qin Meixiao looked at him. For the first time, a blush of coy shyness spread across her usually sharp, shrewdly pretty face. She said nothing, only silently stepped forward and gently nestled into his embrace. Li Tianyang felt the voluptuous, supple body in his arms and the unique, mature feminine scent on her skin, a blend of sweat and soap-airy fragrance stirring a flutter in his heart. Qin Meixiao, too, felt the intense heat radiating from Li Tianyang's body and the firmness of his muscles. Her usually sharp, pretty face now glowed like a ripe apple. Hot. She found the lamest excuse and gently pushed Li Tianyang away. But immediately, she reached out again, like a true elder, and patted Li Tianyang's head with tender affection. "All right, it's getting late. You should head to work. Be careful on your way." That gentle tone warmed Li Tianyang's heart once more. Upon arriving at the company, Li Tianyang encountered yet another round of harassment from Lu Chenggang and Lu Zheqi as expected. But he was no longer the easily manipulated intern he once was. He completely ignored the two clowns and strode straight into his office. Fuming, Lu Chenggang stomped his feet and cursed behind him. 2:30 p.m. Li Tianyang received a call from Bai Ningjie. "Xiaoyang, are you free now? Come to my office." Her voice carried a hint of anticipation. "Sure." Li Tianyang hung up and made his way to the chairman's office on the top floor. As he pushed open the door, he froze. Bai Ningjie wasn't alone in the office. Ming Jiangyue and Xu Xiaonuan, those two vixens, were there too. Chapter 46, The Shock of Campus Beauty Xu Xiaonuan. The three of them were seated on the sofa, sipping red wine and chatting. Ming Jiangyue wore a fiery red strapless gown, looking sexy and alluring. Xu Xiaonuan wore an elegant, understated cheongsam, radiating gentle charm. Bai Ningjie, as always, wore a sharp white suit, radiating cool elegance. Three stunningly beautiful women, each with a distinct style, sitting together. The scene was nothing short of a visual feast. "Oh, our little translators here?" Ming Jiangyue spotted Li Tianyang first, beckoning him with a playful wave, her gesture reminiscent of summoning a pet. "Come here, let Auntie take a good look at you." Li Tianyang walked over. "Aunt Bai, Aunt Ming, Aunt He." He greeted them one by one. "Still calling us aunties?" Ming Jiangyue shot him a disapproving look, pulling him over to sit beside her. "Call me sister. She spoke, then picked up a glass of red wine and held it to Li Tianyang's lips. "Here, Xiaoyang, have a drink with sister first." "Here we go again." Li Tianyang looked at her, then glanced at Bai Ningjie beside them, whose expression was already turning cold. He sighed helplessly. "Aunt Ming, I have work this afternoon. I can't drink." "What's the big deal about having a little?" Ming Jiangyue persisted. "With sister here, who's going to say anything? Besides," she leaned close to Li Tianyang's ear, her breath warm and sweet, "did you forget how Auntie fed you wine last time? Want to experience that again?" Li Tianyang's face flushed instantly. This little devil truly had no shame left. Xu Xiaonuan watched the commotion from the side, smiling with a meaningful look. "Jiangyue, stop teasing the poor kid. Haven't you seen Ningjie's face? It's practically frozen solid." Ming Jiangyue glanced back at Bai Ningjie, whose face was as cold as ice, and her laughter grew even more infectious. "Oh my, jealous? If you're jealous, just say so." Before Li Tianyang could respond, the office door swung open once more. An unexpected figure stepped inside. Xu Xiaonuan. His former goddess, the gold digger. She was clearly here to demand money from Bai Ningjie. Spotting Li Tianyang, her eyes instantly filled with contempt. "Li Tianyang? What are you doing here? You're like a ghost that won't go away." She spoke, then tried to move closer to Bai Ningjie. But before she could get close, a pair of sexy legs clad in black stockings suddenly emerged from beneath the sofa, draping itself over Li Tianyang's thigh. It was Ming Jiangyue. "Little Yang," she said, ignoring everyone present, her voice lazy yet possessive, "Auntie's feet are cold again. Quick, use your strong chest to warm them up for me." Xu Xiaonuan stared at the absurd scene unfolding before her, completely dumbfounded. Li Tianyang. And his mother's best friend. This intimate? Her worldview was shattered in that instant. Just then, the office door swung open once more. Bai Ningjie's secretary led in a tall, blonde-haired, blue-eyed French man. "Ms. Bai, Mr. Benjamin has arrived." Bai Ningjie instantly composed herself, shedding all emotion to resume her icy queen persona. "Mr. Benjamin, welcome." She stood up and greeted him in fluent French. The negotiations officially began. Li Tianyang's task was to provide simultaneous interpretation for the conversation between the two parties. At first, everything proceeded smoothly. But gradually, Li Tianyang realized the situation matched the intelligence reports. The French client named Benjamin, though outwardly polite, carried a persistent hint of criticism and dissatisfaction in his eyes. He merely nodded noncommittally to every condition Bai Ningjie's company proposed, showing no inclination whatsoever to sign the contract. An hour later, Benjamin stood up. "Ms. Bai, thank you very much for your hospitality. Regarding the cooperation, I still need to think it over." He declined in a very tactful manner. A flicker of disappointment crossed Bai Ningjie's face. She knew this multi-million-dollar order was slipping away. Everyone present could feel the oppressive atmosphere. A hint of schadenfreude even curled at the corner of Xu Xiaonuan's lips. Yet, just as everyone thought it was all over, Li Tianyang, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. He looked at Benjamin, who was preparing to leave, and spoke in pure French with a Bavarian accent, smiling as he said, "Mr. Benjamin, please stay." All eyes instantly turned to him. Benjamin paused, slightly taken aback, and turned to look at him. Li Tianyang pointed to the emblem on Benjamin's t-shirt. It was an emblem resembling an eagle. "If I'm not mistaken," Li Tianyang said with a smile, "the emblem on your t-shirt, sir, should be the coat of arms of the Hohenstaufen dynasty from the Holy Roman Empire period, correct?" Benjamin's blue eyes suddenly burst with an unprecedented, dazzling brilliance. Good heavens, he stared at Li Tianyang in disbelief. "You actually recognize this?" "Of course," Li Tianyang said calmly, "I greatly admire Frederick I, also known as Barbarossa the Red-Beard Emperor. He can be considered one of the greatest monarchs in the history of the German people." "Oh my god." Benjamin rushed back, grabbing Li Tianyang's hand. "You're a fan of Barbarossa too?" "Of course," Li Tianyang smiled. "I also know that his grandson, Frederick II, was an even more brilliant and extraordinary ruler. He spoke 6 languages, authored the constitution of the Kingdom of Sicily, and even reclaimed Jerusalem without shedding a drop of blood through a bloodless crusade." The ensuing conversation became entirely Li Tianyang's personal showcase. He spoke of the Holy Roman Empire, then moved on to the Teutonic Knights. From Bismarck's iron and blood policy to the blitzkrieg of World War II. From the legends of the Rhine to the fairy tales of the Black Forest. His profound historical knowledge, witty and humorous delivery, and fluent, authentic French left the once haughtily arrogant French client spellbound. He nodded frequently, even pulling out his pocket notebook to take notes. The rest of the office staff were utterly dumbfounded. Xu Xiaonuan's face, usually etched with disdain, was now filled with shock and utter bewilderment. Was this really the same sycophant Li Tianyang who only knew how to buy her handbags and couldn't even pass the CET4 exam? How could he possibly know so much? As for the 3 aunts Bai Ningjie, Ming Jiangyue, and Hshuero watching the young man discourse eloquently before the French client, radiating boundless charm, their eyes no longer held the previous teasing or indulgence. Instead, they were filled with genuine admiration, astonishment, and fascination. Ming Jiangyue couldn't resist leaning close to Hshuero's ear and whispering in a tone brimming with pride. "Look! My little one is so outstanding. My little one is just amazing." Chapter 47, The Iceberg Melts. Ming Jiangyue's words left everyone present utterly speechless. Especially Bai Ningjie. Watching her little translator being flaunted like a beloved son by her best friend, her pretty face flushed red, then paled, then flushed red again, a truly dramatic display. As for Benjamin, the French client, after engaging in a thoroughly satisfying French history seminar with Li Tianyang, the look in his eyes toward Li Tianyang had completely changed. It was no longer the scrutinizing gaze of a client toward an interpreter. Instead, it was the mutual admiration of kindred spirits meeting their match, a meeting of minds like high mountains and flowing waters finding a true friend. "Oh, Li, my dear friend," Benjamin exclaimed, slapping Li Tianyang's shoulder excitedly. "You are the most profoundly German-spirited Chinese person I've encountered since arriving in China. Without a doubt. To celebrate our meeting," he said, turning to Bai Ningjie with unwavering certainty, "tonight, I must invite my friend Li to dinner. Of course," he added, "the 3 lovely ladies are also welcome to join us." Bai Ningjie watched this unexpected turn of events, still feeling a bit dazed. But she knew this billion-dollar order was saved. And it wasn't saved by her, the chairman, nor by the company's elite executives with their 7-figure salaries. It was her little man, whom she had always treated like a child. That evening, at Guyu Lu Jiangcheng's most exclusive Chinese restaurant. In the most exclusive private room, delicacies from land and sea flowed endlessly from the kitchen. Benjamin was clearly well versed in Chinese culture. He didn't even ask for Lafite or Hennessy, he specifically requested the finest Feitian Maotai. "Li, my friend." Benjamin raised his glass, his voice brimming with warmth. "To our damnable fate. Cheers. Cheers." Li Tianyang raised his glass in response, replying in French. They drained their glasses in one gulp. Bai Ningjie, Ming Jiangyue, and Hshuero stood nearby, serving as the most beautiful backdrop. Watching Li Tianyang at the table, conversing effortlessly and laughing freely with the French clients, their eyes shone with an unusual radiance. How many more surprises did this man hold that they didn't know about? "Li," Benjamin set down his glass, gestured toward Bai Ningjie beside him, and said to Li Tianyang in a half-joking tone, "I wasn't entirely satisfied with the terms of our partnership. Your company's conditions lack sincerity." Bai Ningjie's heart sank once more. "But," Benjamin shifted his tone, looking at Li Tianyang with unmistakable sincerity, "because of you, my friend, I'm willing to give you a chance. Tonight, if you can get me drunk enough to be happy, I'll sign this contract." Boom! Those words exploded like a bombshell. He actually handed the decision-making power over a contract worth hundreds of millions to Li Tianyang? To this young man who was, nominally, just a translator? Bai Ningjie looked at Li Tianyang. For the first time, her usually icy eyes revealed a plea. Li Tianyang understood her gaze. He smiled and said to Benjamin, "Mr. Benjamin, I will convey your message to our CEO, Ms. Bai." Then he turned to Bai Ningjie and translated Benjamin's words verbatim. Of course, he conveniently omitted the phrase, "because of you." Upon hearing his translation, Bai Ningjie's usually composed, beautiful face flashed an unmistakable, uncontrollable surge of joy for the very first time. She immediately stood up. "Xiaoyang, tell Mr. Benjamin I'll have my secretary send the contract over right away." Li Tianyang nodded. The rest of the banquet turned into a duet between Li Tianyang and Benjamin. They discussed everything from Frederick the Great to Goethe and Schiller. From Hegel's dialectic to Beethoven's symphonies. The drinking escalated from cup after cup to bottle after bottle. Li Tianyang possessed the divine skill of 1,000 cups without intoxication, remaining utterly unfazed. As for Benjamin, true to his French heritage, his drinking capacity proved equally unfathomable. Each man downed a bottle of Flying Heaven Moutai straight from the bottle, leaving the three women watching them on edge. "Ningjie, you have to stop them." Ming Jiangyue cried anxiously from the sidelines. "Drinking like this could kill someone." Bai Ningjie was equally worried, but seeing the man fighting for her at the table stirred an indescribable wave of emotion and pride within her. All she could do was keep serving Li Tianyang food and silently urge him to slow down with her eyes. Seeing her pleas fall on deaf ears, Ming Jiangyue resumed her provocative banter. She turned to Bai Ningjie with a sly grin. "Hey, Ningjie, seeing how worried you are about our little Yang, are you seriously thinking of becoming my daughter-in-law?" Bai Ningjie's face flushed bright red in an instant. "Stop talking nonsense, or I'll tear your mouth off." TSK, getting all flustered now," Ming Jiangyue said with a smug look. Just then, Benjamin, already half drunk, suddenly picked up the contract and the ink pad from the table. "Li, my friend," he slurred, tongue thick with alcohol. "For the sake of your temperament. This contract. I sign it." He slurred, then wobbled as he scrawled his name across the contract and pressed his crimson thumbprint onto it. Done. A $1 billion order was secured so effortlessly by Li Tianyang, right there at the dinner table. Bai Ningjie stared at the signed contract, feeling as if she were dreaming. As she watched the man still sharing bottles of Moutai with the Frenchman, the ice that had long frozen her heart melted completely in that moment. Ding! Congratulations, host. Completed God-tier opportunity quest, the Queen's personal interpreter. Task reward, flirtation points plus 500. God-tier skill, 1,000 cups without drunkenness, now activated. Ding! Detected core target by Ningjie's affection for you has surpassed the critical threshold. Officially entered the admiration stage. System notice, congratulations, host. The iceberg has melted, the Queen has fallen. It's time to launch your final assault. The drinking party stretched into the late hours. Everyone was staggering around drunk. French client Benjamin had already declared himself brothers with Li Tianyang, hugging him and insisting on swearing brotherhood. As for Ming Jiangyue and He Shuero, those two vixens, they had long since passed out drunk, slumped lifelessly in their chairs. Only two people in the entire room retained a shred of sobriety. Li Tianyang and Bai Ningjie. One was a freaking goddamn legend with the divine skill of 1,000 cups without drunkenness. The other was the business queen, clinging to sobriety through sheer willpower. Yet even so, two captivating blushes had crept onto Bai Ningjie's usually icy cold, beautiful face, and a hazy, watery glow had begun to shimmer in her normally unruffled eyes. Chapter 48, and Bai's Reward. How are we supposed to get back after drinking this much? Bai Ningjie rubbed her temples in frustration at the mess before her. Why don't we just book a few rooms nearby and rest for the night? Li Tianyang suggested. Bai Ningjie considered it and concluded it was the only option. She pulled out her phone and called her driver, instructing him to take the two unconscious women back first. Then, she took Li Tianyang and Benjamin, who still had a sliver of consciousness, to a nearby 5-star hotel. She booked 3 deluxe suites. After settling Benjamin in, Bai Ningjie and Li Tianyang each went to their respective rooms. Li Tianyang had just finished showering and was about to climb into bed. The doorbell suddenly rang. He opened the door to find Bai Ningjie standing at the entrance, looking charming in a silk bathrobe provided by the hotel. She had clearly just finished bathing as well, her long, seaweed-like hair dripping wet over her shoulders. Her naturally beautiful face, flushed rosy from the alcohol, resembled a perfectly ripe apple. "Aunt Bai?" Li Tianyang was taken aback. My room's hair dryer broke," Bai Ningjie offered the lamest excuse, her eyes darting nervously. "I came to borrow yours." Li Tianyang found her contradictory demeanor rather amusing. He didn't call her out on it, merely stepping aside to let her into the room. Bai Ningjie entered the room but didn't go for the hairdryer. Instead, she paced back and forth in the room, looking as if something was weighing heavily on her mind. Li Tianyang remained silent, watching her quietly. Finally, Bai Ningjie stopped, turned, and looked at him. "Xiaoyang," her voice carried a hint of alcohol-induced hoarseness and allure, "thank you for today. If it weren't for you, the company would have suffered major losses this time." "Aunt Bai, you're too kind," Li Tianyang smiled. "I just did what I should have done." "No," Bai Ningjie shook her head. She walked over to the sofa and sat down, then patted the spot beside her. "Come sit with me." Li Tianyang walked over and sat beside her. An intoxicating scent, a blend of shower gel and her unique body fragrance, instantly enveloped him. Bai Ningjie looked at him, a complex emotion flickering in her hazy eyes. "As a reward for you," she said, making a move that instantly sent Li Tianyang's heart racing. She actually slid her own pair of legs, still impossibly long and beautiful even in hotel slippers, out from beneath the hem of her bathrobe. Then, without hesitation, draped them directly over Li Tianyang's thigh. Li Tianyang's body froze instantly. "And Bai. Don't move." Bai Ningjie's tone carried an unmistakable command. Watching Li Tianyang's flustered expression, a playful smile curved her lips. "What? Putting my leg on yours, and you don't even react? Xiaoyang, are you unable?" Li Tianyang felt utterly humiliated. How could a man be called useless by a woman? He was about to prove himself. But Bai Ningjie suddenly grabbed his hand and pressed it directly onto her smooth, delicate, and astonishingly supple thigh. "See," she murmured, her eyes closing in pleasure as she felt the warmth of his palm. "It seems Auntie will have to teach you herself." Li Tianyang's hand jerked as if electrocuted. He could distinctly feel the warmth and smoothness of her skin, along with the breathtaking curves hinted at beneath her bathrobe. "And Bai." His voice was completely hoarse. Bai Ningjie watched his utterly ignited expression, a victorious smile spreading across her face. She knew the moment had arrived. She abruptly sat up, and before Li Tianyang could react, she straddled his lap. She towered over him. Their eyes locked. Bai Ningjie cupped his face, and in those eyes that were usually cool and distant, a fierce flame now burned. "Xiaoyang," her voice carried a queenly, unquestionable command. "Do you remember what I taught you last time at the tavern?" Li Tianyang nodded instinctively. "Very good." Bai Ningjie smiled with satisfaction. "Now then. Auntie is going to test your progress." With that, she lowered her head and pressed her scorching lips fiercely against his. This kiss was no longer tentative, nor was it an outlet for pent-up emotion. It was a kind of pure, utterly unmasked desire. Li Tianyang's rationality, in that instant, was utterly consumed. The night was long. The wind was wild. When all finally settled into stillness, Bai Ningjie lay lazily across Li Tianyang's solid chest, tracing circles with her fingers across his skin. Her usually cool and aloof face now bore a satisfied, languid flush. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she lifted her head to look at Li Tianyang, a dangerous gleam flashing through her dazed eyes. "Xiaoyang, tell Auntie the truth. Did you learn these skills from that?" Li Tianyang gazed at the stunning woman whose face still bore traces of satisfaction and exhaustion. An unprecedented wave of comfort surged through his heart. Bai Ningjie, that aloof ice queen, had finally, completely, become his woman. "You little rascal." Bai Ningjie extended her delicate hand, weakly patting Li Tianyang's solid chest. Auntie will be worn out by you sooner or later." Her voice was hoarse and languid, tinged with playful reproach, yet devoid of any genuine anger. Li Tianyang smiled, leaning down to press a gentle kiss to her forehead. "Aunt Bai, get some rest." He rolled off the bed, intending to take a shower. "Wait." Bai Ningjie pulled him back. She looked at him, and a complex emotion flickered in her usually cool, clear eyes. "Go buy me a box of medicine." Li Tianyang paused, then understood. "All right. And?" Bai Ningjie's gaze drifted toward the pile of shattered stockings by the bedside. An unnatural blush flushed her pretty face. "Also get Auntie a new pair of stockings. You tore these ones." Her tone carried a hint of a woman's gentle reproach. Li Tianyang watched her bashful expression, a surge of heat rising within him. He leaned closer, whispering in her ear with a suggestive tone. "Aunt Bai, don't worry. From now on, I'll take care of all your stockings." Chapter 49, Aunt Ming isn't happy. Li Tianyang dressed and stepped out of the room. He went to the 24-hour pharmacy downstairs and bought a box of the most expensive emergency contraceptive pills. Then, as if compelled by some unseen force, he wandered into a clothing store. Under the saleswoman's knowing, suggestive gaze, he selected the thinnest pair of boxers. With these two items in hand, he returned to the hotel. He took the elevator up to his floor. The moment he stepped out of the elevator, he froze. Two familiar figures stood before his door. It was Ming Jiangyue and Xu Xiaonuan. They clearly had just woken up too, wearing hotel bathrobes, and were about to go find something to eat. "Oh, Xiaoyang?" Ming Jiangyue spotted him first, her eyes lighting up. "So late at night, where were you headed?" Li Tianyang's heart skipped a beat. "Oh no!" Instinctively, he tried to hide the bag behind him. But it was too late. Ming Jiangyue's eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. She spotted the corner of a black stocking box peeking out from the bag at a glance. Her face instantly lit up with that Sherlock Holmes discovering a clue look of excitement. "Ha!" She rushed over in two strides, snatching the bag from Li Tianyang's hands. when she saw the shiny box of condoms and the seductively packaged black stockings inside. I knew it, smile spread across her face. Well, Li Tianyang. Pointing at Li Tianyang, then gesturing toward the tightly shut door of Bai Ningjie's room, she declared loudly in a tone that screamed caught red-handed. I knew it all along. You and Bai Ningjie, you two are definitely having an affair. You two. Have you been sneaking around behind our backs, doing naughty things? Li Tianyang's face instantly drained of color. He felt like he'd just experienced another social death. Xu beside him wore a look of equal shock and gleeful curiosity. Aunt Ming, don't be ridiculous. Li Tianyang tried one last desperate defense. Nonsense? Ming Jiangyue sneered coldly. Caught red-handed. And you still want to argue? As she spoke, she pulled a room key card straight from her pocket. It was the master key she'd just obtained from the front desk. Today, I'm here in the name of the moon, in the name of justice, to expose the true colors of you two scoundrels. Without giving Li Tianyang a chance to react, she swiped the card. With a beep, Bai Ningjie's door slid open. Then, like a mother leopard that had spotted its prey, she stormed inside. Ningjie. Bai Ningjie. You little. Get out here this instant. Don't think I don't know. You must have eaten my baby. Inside the room, Bai Ningjie, who had just been about to climb into bed, heard the commotion and nearly had her soul shaken out of her body. Seeing Ming Jiangyue burst in, followed by Xu and Li Tianyang with his face ashen, her mind went completely blank. Jiangyue, you all. Stop pretending. Ming Jiangyue pointed at her, her expression saying, I've seen right through you. Did you eat our little Yan last night? I didn't. Bai Ningjie stubbornly denied it. No? Ming Jiangyue sneered coldly. If you hadn't, why would you send him to buy this for you? She flung the box of pills and the box of black stockings violently onto the floor in front of Bai Ningjie. Bai Ningjie stared at the two items, her pretty face instantly flushing crimson, as if it could bleed. Not admitting it, huh? Ming Jiangyue snorted. Fine. Today, I'll make you admit it willingly. With that, she charged straight to the trash can in the room, under everyone's stunned gaze. Bending down, she was about to start rummaging through the trash inside. Let me see. Are there any used condoms in here or not? Ming Jiangyue's voice echoed through the quiet hotel room. Bai Ningjie felt her face burning hot enough to fry an egg. She wished the ground would swallow her whole. This crazy woman. How dare she? How dare she rummage through the trash can in front of so many people? But Ming Jiangyue really did dare. She flipped the trash can completely upside down, scattering tissues, takeout boxes, and mineral water bottles all over the floor. Like a professional detective, she donned disposable gloves who knows where she'd found them and began meticulously sifting through the debris. Li Tianyang and Xu stood by, watching with their jaws dropped. Bai Ningjie had completely given up resisting. Covering her face, she leaned against the headboard, looking utterly dejected. In the end, Ming Jiangyue found nothing. Huh, she muttered disappointedly. How could there be nothing? That shouldn't be possible. She lifted her head to look at Li Tianyang, her eyes brimming with suspicion. Hey, kid, tell me the truth. Are you not up to it? Li Tianyang felt like this woman had humiliated him 800 times over in a single day. Enough. Ming Jiangyue. Have you had your fill of this? Bai Ningjie finally exploded, grabbing a pillow and hurling it straight at Ming Jiangyue's face. The four of them headed downstairs, planning to grab something to eat and calm their nerves. Let's go for hot pot. Ming Jiangyue suggested. Something spicy to chase away the bad luck. No one objected. The hot pot restaurant was filled with steaming heat. No sooner had they sat down than Ming Jiangyue launched into her performance again. Come, Yang, sit next to Auntie. Without waiting for a response, she pushed Li Tianyang between herself and Bai Ningjie. Then, grabbing the menu, she ordered a mountain of virility-boosting dishes. Chives, oysters, kidneys, double portions of everything. Waiter! Another dozen beers. Bai Ningjie sat beside them, her face as dark as a pot bottom. Xu, however, was laughing so hard she was shaking like a leaf. The dishes arrived quickly. Ming Jiangyue served Li Tianyang while teasing him with all sorts of suggestive remarks. Eat more, Yang, you need to build up your strength. Last night must have been exhausting, right? Li Tianyang buried his head in his food, pretending not to hear. Just then, he felt something brush lightly against his thigh beneath the table. He looked down to see Bai Ningjie's foot. She was subtly nudging him with her toes. Then she shot him a knowing glance. Li Tianyang understood instantly. The pill. He pulled the box of emergency contraception he'd just bought from his pocket and slipped it quietly to Bai Ningjie under the table. Bai Ningjie took the pills, a faint, unnatural blush spreading across her cheeks. She excused herself to use the restroom and left the private room. However, their little under-the-table maneuver didn't escape Ming Jiangyue's sharp eyes. Oh my, Ming Jiangyue watched them with a suggestive smile. What little games are you two playing under the table? Li Tianyang felt his heart never dropped below 120 beats per minute whenever he was with this woman. Chapter 50, Love Me or Her? The meal descended into utter chaos. When it came time to pay, Ming Jiangyue and Xu Xiaonuan both scrambled to cover the bill. However, the waiter smiled and told them, "Ladies, I'm afraid that handsome gentleman just paid the bill." The three women froze in place. They turned to look at Tianyang, who had already walked to the door and was pretending to make a phone call. A peculiar gleam flashed in each of their eyes. Stepping out of the hot pot restaurant, Ming Jiangyue was the first to step forward, patting Tianyang on the back. "Hey, kid, not bad. Learn to rush to pay the bill now?" Xu Xiaonuan also smiled and said, "Xiaoyang, whenever you come out to eat with us, we won't let you pay." Bai Ningjie remained silent, but the look in her eyes as she gazed at Tianyang had visibly softened. This kid. He really has grown up. He's become so considerate. And more captivating than ever. Just then, a black Mercedes-Benz S-Class pulled up slowly to the curb. A professional-looking secretary in a business suit and gold-rimmed glasses, appearing both capable and beautiful, stepped out of the car. "Mr. Bai, here are the documents you requested." She handed a document to Bai Ningjie. Then, her gaze fell upon Tianyang. The moment she saw his handsome, dashing face with a hint of roguish charm, her eyes instantly lit up. That look was practically dripping with admiration. Ding! New admirer detected by Ningjie's personal secretary, Lin Warner. Character background, highly educated returnee, business elite, secretly admired by Ningjie for years strike-through, possesses a fatal attraction to talented young men. System notice, a new challenger has emerged. Host, begin your performance. Tianyang stared at the female secretary who was sending him flirtatious glances, utterly speechless inside. This ing. Is this even fair? First Bai Ningjie, then Ming Jiangyue, followed by Xu Xiaonuan and Qin Meixia. Now, a secretary too? Is this battlefield about to go full-blown? By the time the hot pot gathering ended, it was already late at night. Xu Xiaonuan had a driver waiting and left first. Before leaving, the look she gave Tianyang was filled with admiration and a hint of something indescribable. "Xiaoyang, come visit Auntie's shop more often when you have time." Only Tianyang remained, along with Aunt Bai and Aunt Ming. "I'll drive," Tianyang volunteered. "You?" Ming Jiangyue shot him a disbelieving look through her hazy, drunken eyes. "You don't even have a license. What are you going to drive? Drive, Auntie?" In the end, Tianyang had a little red wine, so Bai Ningjie, who was still somewhat sober, drove. Ming Jiangyue, of course, took the passenger seat without hesitation. Tianyang had no choice but to sit alone in the back seat. The car started up, heading first to drop Ming Jiangyue off at her place. Along the way, Ming Jiangyue's drunkenness kicked in again. Leaning back in her seat, she hummed off key tunes while her long, shapely legs clad in black stockings swayed restlessly about the car. Bai Ningjie glanced at the rearview mirror, observing the quiet Tianyang in the back seat, then shifted her gaze to her nearly drunkenly rowdy best friend beside her. An inexplicable wave of irritation welled up inside her. The car pulled up in front of Ming Jiangyue's villa. "Aunt Ming, we're home," Tianyang reminded her. "Mm." Ming Jiangyue responded but remained motionless. She turned her head to look at Tianyang, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes once again glistening with that familiar, dreamy sheen. "Baby." She reached out her hand, pouting at Tianyang. Auntie can't walk anymore." You carry Auntie inside." Tianyang looked at her, then glanced at Bai Ningjie in the driver's seat, whose expression was already turning cold. He felt torn. "Aunt Ming, stop fooling around. Get out now. Aunt Bai is waiting." "No." Ming Jiangyue's stubborn streak kicked in once more. She unbuckled her seatbelt and, under Bai Ningjie's stunned gaze, she flipped herself over and crawled from the passenger seat straight into the back seat. Then, just like last time, she pulled the same stunt. Legs wrapped around his waist, arms hooked around his neck. Her entire body clung tightly to Tianyang. "Baby. Hold me. I won't get down unless you hold me." Ding. Detected by Ningjie's heart rate exceeding 150. Jealousy level max. Warning. Warning. Iceberg imminent eruption. Tianyang stared at Bai Ningjie in the driver's seat, her knuckles turning white from gripping the steering wheel so tightly. His scalp felt like it was about to explode. Resigned to his fate, he pushed open the door and, in an extremely awkward posture, carried Ming Jiangyue out of the car. Inside the car, Bai Ningjie stared out the window at the two bodies pressed tightly together. In her usually cool, distant eyes, the raging flames of jealousy burned fiercely. They were hers. That little man was hers. She was the first to discover him. She was the first to kiss him. She was the first to have him. How dare she? Why the hell was her Thai best friend now reaping all the benefits? An unprecedented sense of crisis instantly swept through her entire body. No! This couldn't go on. If this keeps up, Xiaoyang will be completely swept off his feet by this enchantress sooner or later. She absolutely had to do something. In the bedroom, Tianyang finally managed to toss Ming Jiangyue this giant ornament onto the bed. He turned to leave. But the hem of his shirt was tugged again. The same old routine, the same old tune. Baby, don't go, stay with auntie. Ming Jiangyue lay on the bed, looking like an abandoned little girl, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at him. Tianyang sighed. He knew he wouldn't be able to leave tonight. Resigned, he sat down beside her bed. But Ming Jiangyue wouldn't let it go, insisting he lie down beside her. Tianyang had no choice but to lie down fully clothed. The moment he lay down, Ming Jiangyue rolled over and curled up in his arms like a kitten. Her head rested on his sturdy arm, her small hand idly tracing circles on his chest. Baby. She lifted her head, her dazed eyes gazing at him dreamily. Auntie has a question for you. You have to tell the truth. What question? Ming Jiangyue looked at him, her expression suddenly turning utterly serious. Do you love her, or do you love me? Tianyang's heart skipped a beat. A death question. This ing question was the ultimate death sentence. If he said he loved Bai Ningjie, the demon before him would surely explode. But if he said he loved her, wouldn't that be a blatant lie? Just as his mind raced, frantically searching for an answer, Ming Jiangyue suddenly grabbed his ear. Speak up, or auntie will bite you. In his panic, Tianyang nearly blurted it out. I love you. I love you. The one I love is you. And Bai. Chapter 51, Aunt Ming loves to talk nonsense. After leaving Ming Jianyue's villa, he got into Bai Ningjie's car. Tianyang's mind was still replaying the words that had slipped out earlier. I love you, Aunt Bai. Though it was a slip of the tongue, it felt like the truest words in his heart. Silence filled the car. Bai Ningjie focused on driving, yet her tightly pressed lips and the occasional complex gaze she cast through the rearview mirror betrayed her inner turmoil. Finally, as they neared Tianyang's home, she couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up. Xiaoyang, her voice carried a barely perceptible hint of testing. Jiangyu is just like that, she gets rowdy when she drinks too much. Don't take her words seriously. Here we go again. The same old I'm doing this for your own good routine. Tianyang smiled. He knew he couldn't let her keep pretending like this any longer. The car pulled up outside the rental apartment building. Tianyang didn't get out immediately. He turned to face Bai Ningjie. Those eyes, usually tinged with a hint of amusement, now brimmed with unprecedented seriousness and intensity. Aunt Bai, he said, enunciating each word with crystal clarity, are you jealous? Boom! The word struck Bai Ningjie like a thunderbolt from the heavens, crashing down on her crown. Her entire body froze. The icy cold beauty of her face drained of color in an instant, only to be replaced by a captivating blush. I'm not, she nearly screamed in denial, her voice cracking. Who's jealous? I just feared you'd be corrupted by that madwoman Jiangyu. Her eyes darted nervously around, her hands fluttering uncertainly, not knowing where to rest. Where was even a trace of the aloof, Ice Queen CEO she usually portrayed? She was clearly a lovesick young girl, utterly flustered after being caught with her guard down. Tianyang watched her like this, and the feeling in his heart was nothing short of satisfying. He didn't press her further with words. He simply watched her in silence, his eyes brimming with tenderness and understanding. After a long while, Bai Ningjie finally found her voice. She looked away awkwardly, gazing out the window as she stubbornly insisted, I'm just your elder. It's only natural for me to care about you. Elder? Tianyang smiled. Aunt Bai, how much longer do you plan to deceive yourself with that excuse? We've slept together, kissed, and held each other. And now you tell me you're just my elder? He leaned closer, meeting her gaze directly as her eyes began to glisten. His voice was thick with seduction. Aunt Bai, stop deceiving yourself. Admit it. You like me. Bai Ningjie's body trembled violently. She stared into Tianyang's eyes, which seemed to see through everything, feeling all her pretense and rationality stripped bare by him. She tried to protest, but found herself utterly speechless. Because he was right. She had indeed fallen for this young man more than a decade her junior. She opened her mouth, but only a hoarse, single syllable escaped. Aunt Bai, Tianyang's voice softened to an extraordinary tenderness, give me a chance. Give yourself a chance too. Will you? Bai Ningjie looked at him. For the first time, her usually cool, clear eyes revealed struggle and wavering. She remained silent for a very, very long time. So long that Tianyang began to think she wouldn't answer. Finally, she nodded ever so slightly. I'll think about it. Though it was only think about it, it was enough. Tianyang's heart surged with wild joy. He knew he had successfully planted his own flag atop this icy mountain. He leaned closer, his gaze fixed on her luscious, tempting lips mere inches away. His voice raspy, he asked, as a reward, would you kiss me again? Bai Ningjie's face flushed crimson once more. But this time, she didn't refuse. She simply closed her eyes shyly, her long lashes fluttering like butterfly wings. This was tacit consent. Tianyang, seeing her so vulnerable and open, could no longer hold back. But it was only a fleeting touch. A fleeting touch before he withdrew. Tianyang looked at her, his eyes clearly revealing his dissatisfaction. Bai Ningjie flushed at his expression. Then, a resolute glint, a kind of reckless determination flashed through her usually icy eyes. Once more, she parted her lips slightly. This time, it was no mere skimming. Instead, it lasted for a very, very long time. When it finally ended, Bai Ningjie gazed at Li Tianyang. Her eyes, which usually held a trace of aloofness and coolness, now contained nothing but undiluted tenderness and affection. Last night's breathtaking drinking contest concluded with Li Tianyang's complete victory. Not only did he effortlessly secure a contract worth hundreds of millions for Bai Ningjie, but he also dropped bombshells into the hearts of 3 top-tier mature women. Early the next morning, Li Tianyang drove his Maybach on the way to the company. Sunlight streamed through the windows, bathing his handsome face. He inhaled the lingering, rich fragrance of Ming Jiangyue within the car, recalling Bai Ningjie's eyes brimming with tenderness and affection from the night before. A satisfied smile involuntarily curved his lips. Money, power, and a mistress. This was what life was all about. Meanwhile, at the Bai Group headquarters, in the chairman's office, Bai Ningjie stared at the signed contract on her desk, yet she couldn't muster a single ounce of joy. In her mind, the scene from last night in the hotel room, that uncontrollable, frenzied moment played over and over. She, Bai Ningjie, a queen of business, ruthless and decisive, whose word was law, had actually straddled a man more than a decade her junior, using the flimsy excuse of testing the results of her studies to force a kiss upon him. And then, in the end, ugh! She tugged at her hair in frustration. She regretted it. She regretted drinking that celebratory toast. If she hadn't, she wouldn't have lost control. Had she not lost control, she and that little man could have maintained the delicate, safe distance between them. But now, everything was irreversible. The wall between her and him, the one built of reason and status, had been torn down by her own hands. West City, Ming Jianyue's villa. Ming Jiangyue awoke from her hangover with a splitting headache. Yet a faint, sweet smile lingered on her face. Because she had just woken from a very, very long dream. In the dream, she had finally fulfilled her wish. She had adopted that handsome and capable little Yang as her own beloved son. She cooked delicious meals for him every day, bought him the most expensive clothes and sports cars. And he, like a real son, clung to her every day, hugging her tightly. Giggle, giggle, giggle. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. Chapter 52, Aunt Chin harassed. East City, backstage at Century Palace. Shuero gazed at her own face in the mirror, still as stunningly beautiful as ever, yet a complex emotion flickered in her eyes. She pulled out her phone and tapped on the WeChat profile picture she memorized at a glance. The profile picture was a candid shot of Li Tianyang. In the photo, he wore a white t-shirt, standing in the sunlight, smiling like an innocent young man untouched by the world. Yet who could have imagined that this seemingly harmless young man possessed such profound knowledge, astonishing drinking capacity, and such mature intellect? What an interesting little guy, she murmured to herself. That evening, Li Tianyang returned home. Qin Meixia had once again prepared a sumptuous dinner for him. After a series of events, the relationship between the two had grown increasingly warm and harmonious. After dinner, Li Tianyang went to his room, lay on the bed, and began to take stock of his gains for the day. Ding! Daily system intelligence updated. Workplace intelligence. Due to your outstanding performance yesterday, Bai Ningjie has exceptionally promoted you to special assistant to the chairman, specifically responsible for coordinating German operations. Your arch-rival Lu Changgang has been transferred to the African branch and will assume his new position immediately. Damn it! Africa? That jerk's probably crying his eyes out in the bathroom right now, Li Tianyang chuckled with schadenfreude. Romantic intelligence. One of your primary targets, Qin Meixia, has been forced to borrow money from her boss, Lu Yukai, the owner of the small restaurant where she works, after her son, Shang Dongxi, racked up another massive gambling debt. Ambiguous intelligence supplement. Lu Yukai has long coveted Qin Meixia. Tonight, under the pretext of overtime inventory, he plans to leave her alone in the restaurant with ill intent. Reading this intelligence, Li Tianyang's gaze instantly turned cold. It was that Lu Yukai again. Last time, he tried to make a move on Aunt Qin. Now he dares to persist with his wicked intentions? Ding! Emergency Guardian mission activated, light in despair. Mission details. When Qin Meixia is harassed by Lu Yukai and on the verge of despair, descend as her guardian deity. Completely shatter Lu Youcai's schemes and let Qin Meixia feel that someone in this world still cares for her and protects her. Rewards, ambiguity points plus 1000. Unlock special relationship, Guardian. Unlock God tier skill, danger perception basic. Li Tianyang stared at the mission without a moment's hesitation. He threw on his coat and headed straight for the small restaurant where Qin Meixia worked. Inside the restaurant, all the customers had left. Only Qin Meixia remained, silently cleaning up the aftermath. The owner, Lu Yukai, with his beer belly protruding, paced back and forth beside her with his hands behind his back. His small, pea-shaped eyes glinted with greed and lechery. He stared at the woman before him. Though clad in a cheap waitress uniform, she couldn't hide her voluptuous, fiery figure. Inside him, it felt like countless ants were crawling. Especially when she bent over to wipe the table, the breathtaking curve of her hips, outlined by her tight, short skirt, made his mouth dry and his body burn with desire. He glanced at the wall clock. It was already 11 p.m. The entire office building was deserted. The moment had arrived. He cleared his throat and approached Qin Meixia, adopting what he thought was a gentle tone. Little Qin, you've worked hard today. Boss, I'm all set. Can I head home now? Qin Meixia stood up, wiping sweat from her forehead. No rush, no rush, Lu Yukai rubbed his hands together, grinning like a Buddha. Tonight, I'll treat you to a late-night snack. No, boss, Hey, don't rush to refuse, Lu Yukai cut her off, pulling a thick stack of red bills from his pocket. Aren't you short on cash? Here's 20,000 yuan. All I ask is that you keep me company tonight. Not only will I give you this money, but I'll also pay off every gambling debt your son has ever incurred. He thrust the money toward Qin Meixia, his gaze conveying an unmistakable implication. Qin Meixia stared at the stack of cash, then at the ugly face of the man before her. Her stomach churned violently. She felt like vomiting. Sir, please show some restraint, she said coldly. Conduct myself? Lu Yukai sneered, revealing his true colors. Qin Meixia, let me tell you this, don't push your luck. Tonight, you're going to accompany me whether you want to or not. With that, he lunged forward, reaching out to grab Qin Meixia. Get off me! Qin Meixia shrieked, shoving him away with all her strength. But how could her strength possibly match that of a 180-pound man? Lu Yukai stumbled backward from her shove, yet instead of anger, it only fueled his animalistic desire. Well, you're quite feisty. Damn, I love that fiery spirit of yours today. He grinned savagely and lunged once more toward Qin Meixia, who had retreated to the corner, her face etched with utter despair. Just as his filthy hands were about to touch Qin Meixia's body. Bang! A deafening crash. The restaurant door was violently kicked open from the outside. Bang! A deafening crash. The restaurant's already flimsy wooden door was violently kicked open from the outside by Li Tianyang. The door splintered into pieces, wood shavings flying everywhere. In the dim light, Li Tianyang's figure appeared at the doorway like a god of death emerging from hell. His face bore no expression. But his eyes were as cold as two pieces of ice that had never melted, locked onto the obese figure who was about to lay hands on Qin Meixia. Lu Yukai was so terrified by this sudden scene that his soul nearly flew out of his body. His hand, poised to touch Qin Meixia's chest, froze mid-air. His entire body stiffened as if struck by a petrification spell, unable to move an inch. Qin Meixia, who had retreated to the corner, her face etched with despair. Her eyes, which had lost all their sparkle, suddenly burst into an unprecedented brilliant light. It was him! He really came to save me again. An indescribable, overwhelming sense of security washed over her like a tidal wave. Her heart, which had sunk to the lowest depths, began to beat wildly once more. Who the hell are you? Lu Yukai finally snapped out of his shock. Staring at the uninvited guest before him, he barked the words, his voice harsh but trembling with fear. Li Tianyang didn't answer. He simply stepped forward, advancing toward Lu Yukai one step at a time. With each step, the icy killing intent radiating from him grew heavier. Terrified by his demeanor, Lu Yukai instinctively stumbled backward. Chapter 53, The Meticulous Li Tianyang. I'm warning you. Don't do anything stupid. This is my shop. I'm calling the police. Call the police? Li Tianyang laughed, his smile cold and cruel. Go ahead. Perfect. Let the police officers see what kindness you plan to bestow upon your own employees. As he spoke, he pulled something from his pocket. A miniature pinhole camera, still flashing a red light. The moment Lu Yukai saw it, his chubby face went pale as a sheet. He had recorded everything that just happened? It's over. Totally finished. Fear, like an invisible giant hand, instantly clenched his heart. No. It's not what it looks like. Let me explain. He waved his hands frantically, stammering incoherently, I was just playing a joke on her. Yes. Just a joke. A joke? Li Tianyang's gaze grew even colder. You call what just happened a joke? He stepped forward, closing in on Lu Yukai. Standing at 6 feet 3 inches tall, he loomed over Lu Yukai like a mountain, casting his entire shadow over the man. Lu Yukai felt nearly suffocated by the overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from him. He tried to say something else. But Li Tianyang had lost patience. He suddenly raised his foot, executing a move with an incredibly graceful, incredibly cool, and utterly violent aesthetic. A stunning flying kick. It landed with brutal force, smashing squarely into Lu Yotsai's beer-bellied, obese midsection. Thud. A dull thud. Arg! Lu Yukai let out a piercing, inhuman scream. His 180-pound frame flew sideways like a knocked-over bowling ball, crashing into several tables and chairs with a clatter before collapsing like a dead dog. Clutching his side, he writhed in agony. Li Tianyang slowly withdrew his foot. He stared down at the fat man on the floor, too racked with pain to speak, his eyes filled with utter contempt. Trash. With that, he turned away without another glance, walking over to the woman who stood frozen in shock. Aunt Qin, his voice softened into its characteristic gentleness, are you all right? Qin Meixia looked at him. Her eyes, which usually held a hint of shrewdness, now contained nothing but boundless, profound admiration and dependence. She shook her head, tears once again flowing uncontrollably down her cheeks. But this time, they weren't tears of grievance or despair. Instead, they were tears of deep emotion and profound relief. Li Tianyang said nothing more. He took out his phone and, in front of Lu Yukai, dialed 110. Hello, police? I need to report a crime. At the Heo Zalai restaurant in the western part of the city. The owner here attempted to rape a female employee and then tried to kill her to cover it up. Yes, I have evidence. I've subdued the suspect. Please come quickly. After hanging up, he took off his coat and draped it over the woman, who was still trembling slightly, her nerves completely shattered. Then, under Lu Yotsai's gaze filled with fear and venom, he took her hand and led her out of the filthy, squalid restaurant. Late at night on the street, the two walked side by side, neither speaking. But Qin Meixia's small hand, held by Li Tianyang, never once pulled away. Instead, it grew tighter and tighter. After a long while, Qin Meixia finally found her voice. Xiao Yang. Her voice carried a hint of hoarseness and an indescribable undertone. Why are you so kind to me? She lifted her head to look at him. Her eyes, which usually held a hint of fierceness, now contained only confusion and bewilderment. I'm old, poor, and have a terrible temper. What do you see in me? Li Tianyang stopped in his tracks, turned around, and looked at her. Under the streetlight, her usually weathered, pretty face now looked exceptionally captivating. He smiled, reaching out to gently brush aside the sweat-dampened strand of hair that had fallen across her forehead. Then, in a voice so tender it could make any woman melt, he whispered. Because. From the very first moment I saw you, I knew. You're not a shrew. You're just a poor, foolish woman who needs someone to care for her. Li Tianyang's words were like a key, instantly unlocking the long-buried lock of grievance in Qin Meixia's heart. She could hold back no longer. Crouching on the ground, she began to sob uncontrollably like a child. Li Tianyang said nothing. Silently, he removed the jacket still warm with his body heat and gently draped it over her shoulders, which trembled slightly from her sobs. At the police station. Facing the police interrogation, the owner, Lu Yukai, was still making his final desperate defense. Officer. I'm innocent. I was just joking with her. She seduced me first. He pointed at Qin Meixia, playing the victim. Qin Meixia trembled with rage at his shameless display, yet no words came out. Li Tianyang watched her helpless expression and sneered coldly. He didn't argue with Lu Yukai. Instead, he silently pulled his phone from his pocket and, in full view of all the officers, opened a video. The footage captured Lu Yotsai's ugly face, his string of vulgar insults, and his final lunge toward Qin Meixia, all recorded in crystal clear detail. Irrefutable evidence. Lu Yukai stared at his own reflection in the video. The blood drained from his obese face, leaving it deathly pale. You. He pointed at Li Tianyang, stammering for a long time without managing a complete sentence. Ultimately, faced with irrefutable evidence, Lu Yukai was sentenced to 15 days of administrative detention for attempted indecent assault on a woman. As the police cuffed him and escorted him out of the mediation room, his gaze toward Li Tianyang burned with venomous hatred. As for Qin Meixia, she watched the young man standing there with an expression of utter calm, as if he had just done something trivial. In those eyes, which usually held a hint of shrewdness, gratitude was now mixed with a newfound sense of awe. This young man was not only skilled in combat. His mind was terrifyingly deep. By the time they left the police station, it was late into the night. Xiaoyan, thank you again for today, Qin Meixia's voice brimmed with sincere gratitude. If it weren't for you, I truly wouldn't know what to do. It's nothing, Li Tianyang smiled. You can't go easy on scum like that. Come on, let me treat you to a late-night snack to calm your nerves. The two headed to a nearby barbecue stall. They ordered a pile of skewers and 2 bottles of beer. Qin Meixia's mood had clearly lifted considerably. She looked at Li Tianyang and, for the first time, opened her heart to him of her own accord. Chapter 54, Auntie's Rescue. Xiaoyang, I know you must have found me really annoying and bothersome before. Truthfully, I never wanted to be that way. She recounted her tragic background and all the hardships she'd endured over the years to Li Tianyang, leaving nothing out. Li Tianyang listened quietly, not interrupting. He only occasionally handed her a freshly grilled meat skewer. So, Qin Meixia's eyes grew red. This is how my life will be. I have no great hopes left. All I wish is to raise that good-for-nothing son of mine, find him a wife, and then I'll be content. Aunt Qin, don't say that, Li Tianyang said earnestly, looking at her. Your life has only just begun. You're still so young and beautiful. Someday, you'll definitely meet someone who truly cherishes and loves you. Really? Qin Meixia looked at him, a flicker of doubt in her eyes. Of course it's true. Li Tianyang nodded. Looking at her face weathered yet undeniably beautiful, a strange sense of accomplishment welled up inside him. He hoped this woman could truly live her own life. Just then, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the worn cloth bag Qin Meixia had placed on the adjacent seat. The zipper was left open, revealing a glimpse of a familiar black lace-trimmed packaging box. Li Tianyang's eyes lit up instantly. Stockings. This silly woman, she actually went and bought them? Looking at the woman before him, still lost in confusion about her future, a complex mix of amusement, pity, and satisfaction welled up inside him. He said nothing. Instead, he reached out and casually, almost as if by accident, gently pulled the box from her bag. "Aunt Sheen," he said, placing the box of brand new black stockings before her, a playful smile curving his lips. "Who are you planning to rescue with these?" Sheen Meixia's face, which had still carried a hint of weariness moments before, flushed bright red as if scorched by fire the instant she saw the box of stockings. On her way home from work today, she passed by a lingerie store and, as if possessed, stepped inside. Then, she bought this box of something she had never worn in her entire life. She had planned to try them on secretly that night, then find an opportunity to give them to Tianyang to stop him from stealing others. But she never imagined he'd catch her red-handed. I wasn't. I didn't. She stammered, trying to explain, but found herself unable to utter a single word. Her flustered, embarrassed expression resembled a student caught by their teacher in a romantic relationship. Seeing her like this, Tianyang felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. He picked up the box of stockings, tossed it lightly in his hand, then leaned close to her ear. In a voice thick with seduction, he murmured softly, "Aunt Sheen, it seems you're ready to embrace a new life. Is this the first step of your equipment?" Tianyang's words were like a feather, light yet piercingly clear, grazing the tip of Sheen Meixia's heart. Her racing heart nearly skipped a beat. "Put them on?" She stared at the young man before her, his face radiating sincerity, as if he truly had her best interests at heart. For the first time, her flushed, pretty face betrayed a flustered panic. "I can't wear that," she stammered, her voice barely above a whisper. "If you can't, you can learn," Tianyang chuckled, pushing the box of black stockings closer to her again. "Besides, Aunt Sheen, with your figure, you look good in anything." His words came from the heart. Tianyang could sense the unique charm that had matured with age in Aunt Sheen, a vibrant, mature allure that young girls simply didn't possess. Sheen Meixia grew even more flustered by his direct compliment. She picked up the teacup in front of her, hoping to take a sip to calm her nerves, only to find it was already empty. Seeing this, Tianyang naturally picked up a bottle of beer and poured her a full cup. "Aunt Sheen, don't just eat, have a drink too." "I don't drink alcohol," Sheen Meixia shook her head. In her entire life, she had rarely even touched alcohol, let alone drank it. In her view, women who drank weren't good women. "Oh, that's not quite right," Tianyang shook his finger. "Aunt Sheen, drinking is like wearing stockings. It's not just loose women who drink, it's a lifestyle choice. Think about it, after a busy day, you come home, pour yourself a cold beer, and all your troubles and fatigue just melt away, don't they?" Sheen Meixia, hearing this, reached for the bottle herself. "You make it sound so good, I'm curious to try it myself." Seeing this, Tianyang offered a gentle warning, "Aunt Sheen, this packs a punch. Take it easy." Sheen Meixia looked at the glass of beer he handed her, its surface dotted with white foam, then met his eyes, filled with expectation. As if compelled by some unseen force, she nodded. She lifted the glass and, mimicking Tianyang's manner, took a cautious sip. A cool liquid, tinged with bitterness and the aroma of malt, slid down her throat in an instant. "But," she nearly spit it out. "Cough cough, what is this taste? Bitter and astringent." Tianyang chuckled. "Everyone feels that way at first. Take another sip and savor it, you'll start to appreciate its goodness." Sheen Meixia took another sip, half believing, half doubting. This time, she seemed to detect a different flavor. After the initial bitterness, there was actually a hint of sweetness. Moreover, as the cool liquid slid down her throat into her stomach, it soothed the heat and tension building within her body. "It's not bad," she said uncertainly. "Right?" Tianyang smiled. "I knew it." Encouraged by Tianyang, Sheen Meixia actually started drinking cup after cup. After a few beers, Sheen Meixia's floodgates opened completely. She began chatting with Tianyang about her work, her son, and her confusion and hopes for the future. Tianyang listened quietly, occasionally chiming in with a word of agreement, serving her a piece of meat or refilling her glass. Sheen Meixia gazed at this young man before her, more considerate and mature than her own son, and gradually, a hazy glimmer of moisture clouded the eyes that usually held a hint of shrewdness. Suddenly, she felt that life shouldn't just end like this. A thought that made her blush and her heart race surfaced uncontrollably. No. What if? If she could be with him? A dangerous thought surged uncontrollably from the depths of her heart. Startled by her own thoughts, she quickly downed another large gulp of beer, trying to numb herself with alcohol. Chapter 55, Aunt Sheen Can Live Differently. The late-night snack ended. Sheen Meixia was already tipsy, staggering as she walked. Tianyang could only support her by the arm, letting her lean against him as he escorted her home. All the way, Sheen Meixia's weight leaned heavily toward him. Back at the rental apartment, Tianyang helped her sit down on the sofa. "Aunt Sheen, sit down for a moment. I'll get you a glass of water." "No. I don't need water." Sheen Meixia grabbed his hand, refusing to let him leave, her dazed eyes staring at him with a dreamy look. "Xiaoyang. Do you still mean what you said earlier?" "What did I say?" Tianyang feigned confusion. "That thing." Qin Meixia's face flushed crimson. The stockings. You mean, if Auntie wears those, she could save you? Li Tianyang gazed at her, her eyes hazy and seductive, and the flame within him ignited once more. He nodded. Of course. All right. Qin Meixia seemed to make up her mind. She abruptly stood up and staggered toward Li Tianyang's room. Auntie. Auntie will wear it for you today. Today, I'll prove to you that I can live differently too. With that, she entered Li Tianyang's room. Li Tianyang followed her in, watching as she picked up the box of black stockings and prepared to slip them on. But she had truly drunk far too much. The moment she lifted her leg, her body stumbled and she fell straight onto Li Tianyang's soft, large bed. Then, there was no sound. She had fallen asleep. Li Tianyang stared at the woman sprawled across his bed, sleeping like a little pig and even uttering a few adorable murmurs in her sleep. He couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. He stepped forward, intending to carry her back to her own room. But seeing her pretty face, still carrying a hint of unease and fragility even in her sleep, his heart softened. He gently adjusted her restless body into a proper position. Then, with the utmost care, he gently moved her head onto his pillow. He removed his own coat and gently draped it over her. Only after completing all this did he slowly lie down on the other side of the bed. He breathed in the intoxicating scent in the air, a blend of her unique body fragrance and the faint whiff of alcohol. For the first time, Li Tianyang lay awake. The night was silent. Lying in bed, Li Tianyang listened to the steady rhythm of the woman's breathing beside him and the thunderous pounding of his own heart. He felt as if he were lying beside a volcano on the verge of eruption. Danger. Yet filled with a deadly allure. He forced his eyes shut, struggling to suppress the forbidden thoughts swirling in his mind. But just as he was about to drift off, faint sounds drifted from the adjacent room of fitness instructor Qin Hai. Though not loud, they made the atmosphere in this room feel even more delicate. The sound penetrated the thin wall, reaching Li Tianyang and Qin Meixia's ears with clarity. Li Tianyang could distinctly feel the body beside him, which had been sound asleep, suddenly stiffen. Then, she began to grow, scorching hot. He opened his eyes to see Qin Meixia's eyelashes trembling slightly. She had woken up. Qin Meixia had indeed woken up. She had been roused by the earth-shattering noise from the next room. Listening to that unbearable sound, the lovely face that had still carried a trace of serenity and sleep flushed crimson in an instant. But then, confusion washed over her. Where am I? This isn't my room. She turned her head and saw the young, handsome face beside her, the one that haunted her dreams. It was Xiaoyang. How did I end up sleeping in his bed? Oh. I think I drank too much. Then, Qin Meixia's mind was a complete mess. Alcohol and the sultry sounds drifting from next door had completely numbed her brain. She stared at Li Tianyang, mere inches away, his solid chest, his sexy Adam's apple, those two thin lips that looked so inviting to kiss. A ridiculous thought surged uncontrollably from the depths of her heart. I must be dreaming. Yes. Only in dreams would she dare to be so bold, so shameless. And only in a dream would such strange sounds come from next door. Since it's a dream, then it doesn't matter what I do, right? This thought, like a sinful seed ignited, took root and sprouted wildly within her heart. 20 years of suppressed loneliness. All passion ground down by life. In this moment, fueled by alcohol and the dreamscape, it erupted completely. She looked at Li Tianyang. Those eyes, always tinged with shrewdness, now held nothing but reckless abandon. Slowly, she drew closer. The next morning, her mind jolted. Memories of the previous night surged back like a tidal wave. Drinking. Going home. A dream? No. That wasn't a dream. Boom. Qin Meixia felt her world shatter completely in that instant. It wasn't a dream. It was all real. An indescribable wave of shame and terror, like an invisible giant hand, instantly clenched around her heart. It nearly suffocated her. She gazed at the sleeping Li Tianyang beside her, his handsome face still bearing a trace of childlike contentment. Qin Meixia's heart was filled with a complex mix of emotions. Anger, shame, regret, and even a sweetness she dared not admit to herself. She shook her head violently, flinging those unwelcome thoughts from her mind. Like a thief caught in the act, she scrambled clumsily out of bed. She picked up the tattered nightgown lying on the floor and hastily pulled it on. Then, as if fleeing, she bolted out of Li Tianyang's room. Bang! Back in her own room, she slammed the door shut and locked it tightly. Qin Meixia leaned against the door, her body still shaking violently beyond her control. It's over. Everything was over. How could she ever face Xiaoyang again? How could she possibly stay in this house? Just then, Li Tianyang's concerned voice came from outside the door. Aunt Qin? Are you awake? A cup of warm water in the morning is good for your health. Li Tianyang's light-hearted reminder felt like the final straw, completely shattering Qin Meixia's already fragile mental defenses. Leaning against the cold door panel, she listened to the footsteps fading away outside. Her body slid down uncontrollably. She buried her face deep into her knees, her shoulders shaking violently. It was over. Everything was over. She would never have the courage to face that young man again. Chapter 56, the Lu family comes looking for trouble. Over the next few days, the relationship between Li Tianyang and Qin Meixia descended into an extremely awkward stalemate. Qin Meixia began deliberately avoiding him. Each morning, she still prepared a lavish breakfast for him, but would quietly place it on the table before hurrying out the door before he woke. In the evenings, she would work late into the night before returning home. Though they lived under the same roof, they seemed like two parallel lines that would never intersect. Li Tianyang knew Aunt Qin was avoiding him. He didn't force himself to break the awkwardness. He understood that this strong-willed woman needed time to process things. And he, for his part, was quite content to savor this rare period of peace. Li Tianyang and Bai Ningjie's German translation work progressed exceptionally smoothly. Every day, they held video conferences lasting several hours. Though their conversations revolved around work, the lingering ambiguity between them grew thicker by the day. As for Ming Jiangyue and He Shuero, those two little devils, they bombarded him daily with all sorts of harassment on WeChat. Ming Jiangyue never tired of sending him all sorts of mean images of people holding babies, constantly calling him little one. He Shuero, meanwhile, constantly probed around to find out what he liked to eat and what he enjoyed doing. Her unabashed admiration and concern made Li Tianyang feel like he'd fallen into a honeypot. Everything seemed to be moving in a positive direction. But that night, midnight, the system's notification tone shattered the tranquility. Ding! Daily system intelligence refreshed. Ambiguous intelligence, one of your primary targets, Qin Meixia, harbors resentment after her former boss Liu Yukai was detained for 15 days and released. His wife, Zhang Guifan, a 180-pound, genuine shrew, will lead 7 or 8 relatives to your residence tomorrow at 10 a.m. They plan to viciously humiliate and assault Qin Meixia, accusing her of being a temptress who seduces men. Reading this intelligence, Li Tianyang's eyes instantly turned cold. Zhang Guifan? Liu Youcai's wife? She dares to come looking for trouble? Does she really think I'm a pushover? Ding! Ultimate Guardian mission activated, bear my surname in your name. Mission details: when Qin Meixia is at her most desperate, humiliated by the crowd, stand up for her in the most domineering way possible. Reward, flirtation points plus 2,000. A cold smile curled at the corners of Li Tianyang's lips as he read the mission. He knew this awkward stalemate between him and Qin Meixia finally had a chance to break. The next morning, Li Tianyang didn't go to work. He called Bai Ningjie, claiming he wasn't feeling well and took the day off. Then, he sat in the living room, sipping the still warm soy milk Qin Meixia had prepared for him, quietly waiting. Waiting for the impending spectacle. Early the next morning, Li Tianyang was jolted awake by the deafening sound of someone pounding on his door. Bang! 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 The force was as if they were trying to tear the door off its hinges. Qin Meixia! You shameless vixen! Get your ass out here! Outside the door, a woman's shrill, blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Li Tianyang's brows instantly furrowed. He glanced at the time, 7 in the morning. He walked into the living room just as Qin Meixia emerged from her room, her face bearing a trace of panic and understanding. She had clearly guessed who was at the door. Bang! 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 The pounding on the door continued. Qin Meixia! You filthy! I know you're in there. Open this damn door for me, or I'll rip it off today. Li Tianyang walked to the door and peered through the peephole. Standing at the doorway was a fat woman who looked mean and weighed at least 180 pounds. Behind her were 7 or 8 men who looked like thugs. Leading them was none other than the restaurant owner, Liu Yukai. Wait, Liu Yukai should still be in detention. Then this must be his dim-witted younger brother, Liu Shangxiang. It's Liu Youcai's wife, Zhang Guifan. Qin Meixia's voice trembled slightly. She was clearly terrified of this woman. It's okay, Aunt Qin, Li Tianyang patted her shoulder reassuringly. I'm here. With that, he pulled open the door. The moment it swung open, Liu Shangxiang was the first to burst in, swinging a punch straight at Li Tianyang's face. Damn it! You pretty boy got my brother arrested? But before his fist could land, it was seized by a hand as strong as iron tongs. Li Tianyang looked at him and smiled. You think you can touch me? He twisted his wrist with force. With a sharp crack, Liu Shangxiang's arm bent at an unnatural angle. Ah! A blood-curdling scream, like a pig being slaughtered, rang out once more. Li Tianyang kicked him hard in the stomach, sending him crashing to the floor. Then, glaring at the stunned, obese woman standing outside the door, he coldly declared, if you want to come in, crawl in. Don't stand at the door barking like a dog. Zhang Guifan recoiled instinctively at the glare in his eyes. But remembering she'd come to catch them in the act today, accompanied by her entire extended family, her courage surged back. She puffed out her chest and led the motley crew into the living room with fierce momentum. Ignoring Li Tianyang, she immediately turned her fury toward Qin Meixia, who was hiding behind him. You shameless fox, you, she screamed, pointing her finger right at Qin Meixia's nose. You shameless fox. You! How dare you seduce my husband? I think you've had enough of living. Qin Meixia turned pale under the barrage of insults, her body trembling slightly. I didn't. She stammered feebly. Didn't? Zhang Guifan sneered coldly. Didn't? Then why was my husband arrested? Didn't? Then why were you so kind as to let him stay at your place? Do you take me for a fool? She lunged forward, ready to tear at Qin Meixia's clothes. But at that very moment, Li Tianyang stepped in front of her. Madam, he said, his voice icy, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't just say whatever you want. Which eye of yours saw her seducing your husband? I? Zhang Guifan was momentarily stunned by his retort. Your husband was arrested for attempted indecent assault on a woman. The police station has the records and evidence to prove it. If you dare slander Aunt Qin's reputation with such lies again. Li Tianyang's gaze turned dangerously sharp. I wouldn't mind having you and your brother join him in there for company. Chapter 57, Aunt Qin goes all in. Zhang Guifan, terrified by his words and that icy glare, stumbled back 2 more steps. She realized she couldn't out-argue this young man standing before her. But she refused to leave in disgrace. Her eyes darted around, and she shifted her focus to Qin Meixia. Fine. Even if you didn't seduce my husband. Then tell me. What exactly is your relationship with him, this pretty boy? He's a grown man staying at your house day in and day out. If there's nothing fishy going on between you two, only a fool would believe it. Qin Meixia, let me tell you this, your son is useless, your husband ran off with someone else, and you can't stand the loneliness, so you want to cheat around outside? That's none of my business. But don't you dare be so shameless as to mess with our Lu family. Her words were nothing short of vicious. They pinned Qin Meixia squarely on the pillar of shame labeled promiscuous and fickle. Qin Meixia's face had gone completely white. As she met the scornful, gleeful stares of her neighbors, she felt as if she'd been stripped naked and thrown into the public square. She was finished. Her reputation was utterly destroyed. Yet, just as she felt herself on the verge of collapse, Li Tianyang beside her suddenly smiled. He looked at Zhang Guifan, shook his head, and stared at her with a look reserved for fools. Ma'am, are you misunderstanding something? How could my Aunt Qin possibly fancy your husband, that old, ugly, useless fat pig? Why don't you take a good look at yourself in the mirror? That barrel waist, those elephant legs, and a face that looks like it's been run over by a steamroller. With looks like yours, no wonder your husband's always thinking about cheating on you. Li Tianyang's words were like razor-sharp knives, stabbing viciously into Zhang Guifan's heart. Zhang Guifan was utterly stunned. She never imagined this seemingly polite young man could be so venomous with his words. Behind her, Qin Meixia was utterly dumbfounded too. She watched the man standing in front of her, firing on all cylinders to protect her. In that moment, her long-frozen heart was utterly ignited. Screw his job. Screw his reputation. I'm going all out today. Right. She abruptly stepped out from behind Li Tianyang, hands on her hips. The shrewish spirit she'd suppressed for years awoke completely in that instant. Pointing her finger right at Zhang Guifan's nose, she unleashed a torrent of abuse in a voice even sharper and more vicious than her own. You fat cow. Old sow. Look at yourself. Your husband must be blind to have ever wanted you. And you dare say I seduced him? Does he even deserve me? He's not fit to tie my shoes. Even if I were blind, I'd never set my eyes on a useless piece of trash whose brain is filled with nothing but semen. And you? You can't even keep your own man in line, yet you have the nerve to come here and cause trouble? You're just a pathetic, unwanted woman with nothing to show for yourself. Qin Meixia's explosive counterattack left Zhang Guifan speechless with shock. In all her years, Zhang Guifan had never been berated so viciously, finger pointed right at her face. You! I'll rip your mouth off today. Furious and humiliated, she lunged at Qin Meixia, clawing and snarling. But before she could touch Qin Meixia had already stepped forward. With a fluid motion, she locked her arm around Zhang Guifan's throat. Then, with her other hand like a fan, she struck left and right. Smack! 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 The crisp sound of slaps echoed relentlessly throughout the living room. That arrogant, fat woman Zhang Guifan was left with a face covered in welts, a large clump of hair torn out. Finally, she could only flee in disarray, wailing and crying, supported by her 2 relatives, both of whom were equally beaten and bruised. The entire living room lay in utter disarray. But Qin Meixia felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. She couldn't remember the last time she'd vented her frustration so thoroughly. Aunt Qin, you rock! Li Tianyang watched her, looking like a goddess of war descended from the heavens, and gave her a heartfelt thumbs up. Hearing his praise, Qin Meixia's flushed, pretty face flashed an embarrassed smile for the first time. But then, as if remembering something, she rushed to Li Tianyang's side, grabbed his arm, and examined him carefully from head to toe. Xiaoyang! Are you okay? Did you hurt yourself anywhere? Her voice brimmed with anxiety and concern. I'm fine, Aunt Qin, Li Tianyang smiled. Those useless fools couldn't hurt me. No way. Qin Meixia's expression turned stern. I need to check you over properly. With that, she reached out and started trying to pull off Li Tianyang's clothes. Whoa, whoa, whoa. And Sheen. I'll do it myself. Startled by her bold move, Li Tianyang quickly pulled off his t-shirt himself. Sheen Meisha gazed at his well-defined, muscular, and powerful upper body. A fleeting, subtle gleam of something unusual flashed in her eyes. But she quickly masked it, adopting an authoritative, elder-like demeanor as she meticulously examined every part of him. All right. No injuries. Only after confirming Li Tianyang was unharmed did she finally exhale in relief. Together, they tidied up the mess in the living room. Sheen Meisha looked at Li Tianyang, her eyes brimming with gratitude and guilt. Xiaoyang, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault for causing you so much trouble. And Sheen, don't say that, Li Tianyang replied earnestly, looking at her. We're neighbors, friends, and comrades in arms. Your concerns are my concerns. If anyone ever dares to bully you again. His gaze hardened with unwavering resolve. I'll make sure they walk in standing and leave lying down. Sheen Meisha watched his possessive, protective demeanor. The heart that had long been frozen solid melted completely in that moment. She felt as though she might be starting to like this little man. Inside the room, the atmosphere grew slightly awkward. Sheen Meisha sat on the edge of the bed, head bowed, twirling the hem of her shirt like a flustered young girl. Li Tianyang watched her, knowing the moment had arrived. He walked over to her, crouched down, and met her gaze, those eyes that always held a hint of shrewdness. And Sheen. Let's be together. Li Tianyang's voice wasn't loud, but it exploded like a heavy bomb in the quiet room. Sheen Meisha jerked her head up, staring at him in utter disbelief. Her mind went completely blank. Together? How could he? Xiaoyang, don't joke around. Sheen Meisha's voice trembled. Chapter 58, and Sheen letting go of her reserve. I'm not joking. Li Tianyang looked at her, his gaze utterly serious. And Sheen, I like you. It's not because of that night's impulse, nor out of pity. It's simply that I like you. I like your kindness, I like your strength, and I even like the way you stand with your hands on your hips when you scold people. Sheen Meisha grew even more flustered by his blunt, unadorned confession. She abruptly stood up and took several steps back. No. Absolutely not. She shook her head like a rattle. Xiaoyang. Get real. I'm nearly 20 years older than you. I'm a divorced woman with a child, uneducated, unemployed, just a plain, ordinary woman. And you? You're young, handsome, educated, and talented. You'll meet girls 100 times, 1,000 times better than me in the future. We're not even from the same world. Her eyes reddened as she spoke. That deep-seated inferiority buried within her bones was, at this moment, completely and utterly stirred to life. Li Tianyang watched her self-deprecating demeanor and felt a pang of heartache. He stepped forward and took her hand firmly in his. Aunt Sheen, look at me. His gaze was intense and fiery. I don't care about your age, I don't care about your past. I only care about you as a person. I like you just like you. It has nothing to do with anything else. Sheen Meisha felt flustered and disoriented under his searing gaze. She tried to pull her hand away, but he held it tightly in his palm, leaving her unable to move. But. She made one last desperate attempt to pull away. No buts. Li Tianyang cut her off, his tone softening. Aunt Sheen, I know it's hard for you to accept me right now. I won't force you. Just take pity on me, okay? He looked at her, his eyes revealing a puppy-like, pleading gaze. Just think about it for now, okay? Give me a chance and give yourself one too. Sheen Meisha looked at him, her heart already in turmoil, completely shattered. She gazed into his eyes, filled with sincerity and longing. She looked at his young, handsome face that stirred her heart. She knew she could no longer refuse. A long moment passed. She finally, as if abandoning all resistance, nodded gently. Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. All right. Then, I'll think it over. The next morning, after Li Tianyang left for work, Sheen Meisha sat alone on the sofa, lost in thought for a long time. She picked up her phone, intending to call her son Shandong to ask how he was doing lately. But when she dialed, the response came, the number you have dialed is turned off. She knew she could no longer count on this son. Her heart turned to ice. In this vast city, she felt as though Li Tianyang was all she had left. Though he was merely a neighbor. Nearly 20 years her junior. And had those troublesome little quirks. But he was the only one who would stand in front of her when she was bullied. Only he remembered her birthday, preparing the only birthday cake she'd received in 30 years. Only he would offer a warm embrace when she felt most alone. Xiaoyang. She murmured his name, her eyes brimming with complex emotions. Gratitude, dependence, heartache, and even an unfamiliar emotion she dared not admit to herself. A thought surged uncontrollably from the depths of her heart. Could Xiaoyang become even more reckless? Could he, unable to satisfy his desires with those beautiful, wealthy women, truly turn to theft and crime? This thought took root like a poisonous weed, growing wildly within her heart. No. Absolutely not. I absolutely cannot stand by and watch him ruin himself like this. He saved me so many times. Now it's my turn. To save him. Sheen Meisha's gaze instantly hardened with unwavering resolve. She abruptly stood up, rushed back to her room, and pulled out that box of black stockings she both loved and hated from her bag. Gazing at the foreign model on the packaging, clad in black stockings and striking a seductive pose, her face flushed involuntarily once more. Wearing these? Could it truly save Xiaoyang? She didn't know. But she knew she had to try. She tore open the packaging and pulled out the sheer black stockings, thin as a cicada's wing. This was the first time in her life she'd ever touched something like this, something she associated with mistresses and seductresses. Her heart brimmed with resistance and an indescribable, unfamiliar curiosity. Sitting on the edge of the bed, she mimicked the women she'd seen on TV, slowly slipping her foot into the black opening. The texture of the stockings felt strange. Slippery, cool, and snugly wrapped around her skin. It made her feel as if she weren't wearing anything at all. Yet there was also a peculiar sensation of being restrained. Xu Xiaonuan was incredibly clumsy putting on stockings for the first time. It took her tremendous effort to finally pull those black stockings filled with sin and temptation all the way up her legs. Though slightly thickened from years of standing, they still held a voluptuous curve. Then she stood up and walked to the mirror. In the mirror appeared a woman so unfamiliar that even she felt a sense of strangeness. Those black stockings seemed to possess a magical power. They transformed her less than perfect legs into straight, slender, and sensually taut limbs. The sheer, black texture added a touch of deadly, mature allure to her previously plain demeanor. Staring at her reflection, now tinged with a hint of vulgarity, her face flushed crimson, as if it might bleed. Yet, an uncontrollable thought surfaced in her mind. Like this. Xiaoyang, he should like it, right? That evening, Tianyang returned home. Xu Xiaonuan had prepared a sumptuous dinner. But today, she was different. Instead of sitting at the table waiting for him as usual, she hid in her room, too afraid to come out. Tianyang gazed at her tightly shut door, a playful curve lifting the corners of his mouth. He knew the fish had taken the bait. Tianyang didn't call for her. He simply ate his meal on his own. After finishing his meal, he returned to his own room, lay on the bed, and started playing with his phone. Chapter 59, Auntie's Crisis. The next morning, Tianyang finished his breakfast once more under Xu Xiaonuan's gaze, which seemed to say, caring for mentally challenged children. He sensed that if he didn't move out soon, this woman would eventually educate him into a genuine psychopath. That morning, he arrived at the driving school in the suburbs. The place was packed. Tianyang stood at the back of the long queue, idly playing with his phone. Just then, a familiar figure caught his eye. Xu Xiaonuan. She was dressed unusually conservatively today, a black sun-protective outfit covering her from head to toe, oversized sunglasses on her face, and a sun umbrella in her hand. But it was useless. Her innate, enchanting aura shone like a firefly in the night, so vivid, so striking. Tianyang recognized her at a glance. He walked up and tapped her shoulder. Auntie, what a coincidence. Xu Xiaonuan jumped in surprise. When she turned and saw it was Tianyang, a blossom of delight instantly spread across her lovely face, which usually held a hint of a seductive smile. Little Yang? What are you doing here? I'm here to practice driving, Tianyang smiled. And you? Me too, Xu Xiaonuan replied with a hint of resignation. Subject 3. I've taken it several times and still haven't passed. No way. Tianyang feigned surprise. Auntie, you're so smart, how could you fail? Don't even mention it, Xu Xiaonuan shot him a glance, her eyes full of allure. Auntie's sense of direction isn't the best. They shared a knowing smile and found a shaded rest area to sit down. Xiaoyang, I heard from Ming Jiangyue that you've started learning Korean again? Xu Xiaonuan asked casually as she handed him a bottle of water. Yeah, Tianyang nodded. It never hurts to learn a few more skills. You're such a diligent kid, it's almost heartbreaking. Xu Xiaonuan looked at him, her eyes brimming with admiration. She reached out and gently pinched his handsome cheek. When you find a girlfriend someday, you'd better treat her well. Any girl who marries you will be blessed beyond measure. Tianyang looked at her and suddenly smiled. Auntie, you're wrong. I have no intention of finding a young girl as my girlfriend. Xu Xiaonuan froze. For the first time, her eyes, which usually held a hint of shrewdness, revealed pure, unmasked confusion. Not a young girl? Then what kind of girl do you want? Tianyang looked at her. His eyes, which usually held a hint of amusement, were now filled with unprecedented seriousness and sincerity. I like older women. Xu Xiaonuan's heart skipped a beat. I like. Tianyang said, enunciating each word with crystal clarity, 40-year-olds. From now on, I just want to find a 40-year-old woman to be my girlfriend. Boom. This sentence exploded like a bolt from the blue in Xu Xiaonuan's mind. She was, coincidentally, 40 years old this year. As she gazed into Tianyang's eyes so sincere they seemed beyond pretense, her heart, long untroubled by waves, began to race uncontrollably in that moment. This young man. Was he confessing his feelings to her? Just as her thoughts were in turmoil, an oily voice sounded at the most inopportune moment. Hey, beautiful, all alone? Add me on WeChat, let's be friends? A middle-aged man dressed in a floral shirt and sporting a thick gold chain looking every inch the nouveau riche approached her, holding 2 cups of milk tea. Xiuero's brows instantly furrowed. She detested these self-important, sleazy types the most. Sorry, I'm not interested, she replied coldly. Hey, don't be so cold, the creep persisted, shoving one of the cups into her hand. My name's Wang Dafu. I run a few factories down south. Beautiful lady, if you come with me, I guarantee you'll live in luxury. No more suffering in the scorching sun at places like this. His gaze roamed shamelessly over Xiuero's curves, still fiercely alluring despite her sun-protective clothing. I said I'm not interested, Xiuero's voice carried a hint of anger. If you don't leave, I'll call security. Security? Wang Dafu sneered. You should ask around. Even the head of this driving school calls me Brother Wang. If you just go along with me today, everything will be fine. If you refuse the wine offered, you'll drink the punishment wine. As he spoke, he reached out with his greasy, filthy hand, about to grab Xiuero's arm. But before his hand could land, it was seized midair by a hand as strong as iron tongs. It was Tianyang. He had risen without anyone noticing. His face, usually adorned with a sunny smile, was now frozen in a bitter, icy glare. Who the hell are you? Wang Dafu yelled in pain, struggling to break free. Tianyang didn't answer. He merely stared at him, his gaze as cold as if he were looking at a corpse. Then, with one swift motion, he pulled Xiuero behind him. Taking her soft little hand in his, he declared in a voice brimming with protective resolve, right in front of Wang Dafu. You dare lay a finger on my auntie again, and I swear I'll make sure you leave this place on a stretcher. Wang Dafu stared at the young, handsome man before him, then glanced at the stunningly beautiful woman behind him, her allure captivating. What exactly was their relationship? Xiuero froze for a moment, then felt a wave of warmth wash over her. Instead of pulling away, she squeezed his hand tighter and whispered, "Let's go." Ignore him. After seeing off the captivating Xiuero, Tianyang felt a lingering sense of satisfaction. This woman was like a glass of fine red wine. The more he savored her, the richer her flavor became. No sooner had he returned to his rented apartment than Ming Jiangyue's call came through. Hey, baby, the voice on the other end carried a hint of lazy amusement. Did you have fun playing with that sultry vixen today? Tianyang's heart skipped a beat. Damn it. How did she know? How did you? How did I find out? Ming Jiangyue giggled. Don't forget, this house belongs to your aunt. Installing a camera in the living room to make sure my precious son isn't being seduced by some other woman, that's not unreasonable, is it? Tianyang. He felt like a transparent man in front of this woman, with no secrets left. Oh, right, Ming Jiangyue added, you didn't come home last night, did you? Did something happen with your pretty neighbor? Cold sweat nearly broke out on Tianyang's forehead. Aunt Ming, don't be ridiculous. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Ming Jiangyue yawned. Just remember this, you're my kid. If anyone dares to mess with you, tell me. I'll take care of them. After hanging up, Tianyang exhaled a long breath of relief. Talking to this vixen was more exhausting than a fight. Chapter 60, Lost. Just then, the system's notification chime sounded. Ding. Daily system intelligence refreshed. Workplace intelligence. Due to your offense against CEO Shaolan's son, Lu Chenggang, yesterday, your monthly KPI has been secretly adjusted to 0. Damn it. Playing dirty? Tianyang's eyes turned cold. Romantic intelligence. One of your core targets, Qin Meixia, after a night of internal struggle, has been completely captivated by your charm. She has decided to rescue you, this lost lamb, in her own way. Ambiguous intelligence update. Within 5 minutes, she will arrive at your room wearing her first pair of stockings, expressing her resolve in a unique manner. Reading this intelligence, Tianyang's eyes instantly lit up. This is absolutely happening. He immediately shut the door, lay on the bed, pretended to play with his phone, and waited quietly. Sure enough, less than 5 minutes later, a soft knock sounded at his door. Xiaoyang, are you there? It was Qin Meixia's voice, tinged with an unprecedented nervousness and shyness. I'm here, Aunt Qin. The door isn't locked. Come in. The door slowly creaked open. Then, Qin Meixia's figure appeared in the doorway. The moment Tianyang saw her, his breath caught in his throat. The Qin Meixia before him still wore that slightly oversized loungewear. But beneath that loungewear, her plump, elegant calves were encased in sheer stockings as thin as a cicada's wing. This jarring contrast between dowdiness and sensuality struck Tianyang's eyes like a heavy bomb. It instantly sent his blood surging. Aunt Qin. His voice was hoarse. Qin Meixia watched his stunned, transfixed expression. A pair of captivating blushes spread across her usually frosty, pretty face. Yet her gaze remained unflinchingly resolute. Like a heroic revolutionary martyr about to walk to the execution ground. She walked to Tianyang's bedside, took a deep breath, and then, with a tone radiating the light of salvation and a willingness to face death, said, Xiaoyang. Auntie has come to a realization. The reason you resorted to stealing, collecting other people's stockings, is because Auntie didn't give you any. It's Auntie's fault. I failed in my duty as an elder. So today. She looked at Li Tianyang. Those eyes, always tinged with shrewdness, now shone with selfless, sacrificial, motherly radiance. I've decided. I'll use myself to pull you back from the depths of sin. Li Tianyang watched her righteous expression, his heart already laughing hysterically inside. This silly woman. She was just too damn adorable. Well, what do you think, Xiaoyang? Qin Meixia looked at him, a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Does Auntie look good in this? You look stunning, Li Tianyang praised sincerely. Aunt Qin, you look more beautiful in this than any woman I've ever seen. His affirmation brought a shy yet satisfied smile to Qin Meixia's face. Then, under Li Tianyang's stunned gaze, she actually slowly bent over right in front of him. Her hands, slightly calloused yet remarkably nimble, reached down to grasp the edge of the stockings at her ankles. Without a moment's hesitation, she slid the stockings down her legs before his eyes, clutching them in her palm as if holding a heavy resolve. Then, she handed him the stockings, still warm to the touch. Xiaoyang, her voice trembled slightly, tinged with relief. Here. From now on, use Auntie's. Please, never go out and steal someone else's again. Qin Meixia's voice trembled slightly, yet carried a sense of profound relief. She looked at Li Tianyang. Those eyes, always tinged with shrewdness, now brimmed with a tragic sense of sacrifice, as if saying, I've given everything for you. She believed this act alone would be enough to save the lost lamb before her. Yet she had underestimated a 20-year-old man. Li Tianyang looked at the pair of stockings still warm in his palm, then glanced at the woman before him, her face begging for praise. He smiled. Aunt Qin, stockings alone won't be enough. His voice was thick with implication. Then what else is needed? Qin Meixia asked, somewhat puzzled. Li Tianyang didn't answer. He simply tossed the stockings onto the bed. Then, he stepped forward and pinned Qin Meixia against the corner. His towering figure cast her entire body into his shadow. Aunt Qin, he murmured, lowering his head. His eyes, usually tinged with playful amusement, now burned with intense fire. It's not the stockings I desire, it's you wearing them. I want every change you make to be for your own happiness. What I want isn't just your stockings. I also want you. Boom. These words exploded like a thunderclap in Qin Meixia's mind. She should have seen this coming. This little bastard. He was no lost lamb at all. He was a wolf in sheep's clothing. No. Absolutely not. She shoved Li Tianyang away violently and started to run toward the door. She was afraid. She feared that staying with him another second would lead to her complete, utter ruin. But before her hand could touch the doorknob, Li Tianyang grabbed her from behind and pulled her back. Ah! Qin Meixia let out a startled cry, her body instantly going limp. Let go of me. Her voice trembled, tinged with a hint of tears. No. Li Tianyang buried his face in her hair, deeply inhaling the unique, mature feminine scent emanating from her. Aunt Qin, didn't you want to save me? Weren't you afraid I'd go astray? Then you absolutely can't leave. Qin Meixia was utterly dumbfounded by his logic. She couldn't even argue back. Then what exactly do you want? She demanded, her voice breaking. It's simple. Li Tianyang held her close, turning her body to face him. He looked into her eyes, filled with panic and helplessness, and spoke each word with crystal clarity. Stay. If you agree, I promise to obey you in everything from now on. If you say east, I won't go west. Whatever you ask me to do, I will do. I promise I'll never touch those messy things again, never look at another woman again. I belong only to you. Qin Meixia gazed into his eyes, brimming with sincerity and longing, listening to his words filled with temptation and promise. Her already wavering heart, at that very moment, completely surrendered. Chapter 61, The Future Lies Ahead. Yes. Everything she was doing was to save him. As long as he would obey and never stray down the wrong path again. What did it matter if she sacrificed herself? She slowly closed her eyes, and 2 clear tears slid down from the corners of her eyes. In a voice as soft as a mosquito's hum, she said. All right. But only tonight. Tomorrow morning, you must listen to me. Li Tianyang smiled. That smile was like a fox that had gotten its way. All right. When everything had finally settled, Qin Meixia lay in Li Tianyang's embrace. Her usually weathered, pretty face now bore a look of contented satisfaction. Tonight, she lay awake. Gazing at the young, handsome man beside her, now fast asleep, her mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. She knew she had surrendered. But she had no regrets. Because she had done it to save him. She sacrificed herself to make him obey, to keep him from walking down the path of crime. Yes. That's exactly it. Everything she did was for his own good. As long as he obediently followed her orders from now on, her sacrifice tonight would be worth it. She felt a flicker of pride and self-satisfaction over this great and selfless decision. Li Tianyang, you must understand Auntie's well-intentioned efforts. The next morning, Li Tianyang awoke to the enticing aroma of breakfast. Stepping out of his room, he saw Qin Meixia bustling about in the kitchen, wearing a pink apron. When she saw him emerge, her eyes flicked away instinctively, and her pretty face flushed involuntarily. Awake? Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Go wash up quickly. Breakfast will be ready soon. Her demeanor perfectly mirrored that of a shy young bride preparing breakfast for her new husband on their first morning together. Watching her bashful demeanor, Tianyang felt an indescribable sense of contentment wash over him. He stepped forward and naturally wrapped his arms around her waist from behind. Ah! Qin Meixia's body stiffened abruptly, nearly dropping the spatula she held. What are you doing? In broad daylight. Can't I just hold you? Tianyang buried his face in her silky hair, inhaling deeply the delightful scent of her body mingled with the aroma of cooking oil. Last night, you didn't say it like that. Qin Meixia flushed even redder at his suggestive remark. She struggled briefly but couldn't break free. In the end, she could only let him cling to her like a big, affectionate cat. During breakfast, the atmosphere was warm yet tinged with ambiguity. Qin Meixia avoided Tianyang's eyes, busily piling food onto his plate instead. Eat more, nourish yourself properly. Tianyang watched her display of thoughtful care, and his heart burned once more. After the meal, Tianyang took the initiative to clear the dishes. Qin Meixia tried to help, but he pressed her firmly back into her chair. You rest. I'll handle it. In the cramped kitchen, Tianyang scrubbed the dishes while watching the woman sitting at the table, stealing glances at him. An unprecedented sense of fulfillment welled up inside him. This feeling was like a real home. Aunt Qin, he suddenly spoke up. I really like the stockings you gave me last night. Qin Meixia's face flushed bright red in an instant. I'm glad you like them, she stammered. From now on, all my stockings are yours. Just don't ever steal anyone else's again. She was still basking in the self-satisfaction of her great plan to save the youth. Tianyang watched her innocent expression and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He wiped his hands, walked over to her, crouched down, and met her eyes that were already beginning to dart away. Aunt Qin, stockings alone won't be enough. Ha? Qin Meixia froze. Then what else do I need? Stockings need to be paired with a skirt to look good. Tianyang's tone was that of a professional, top-tier fashion consultant. Especially a short skirt. Just imagine those black stockings hugging your long, beautiful legs. Paired with a bodycon skirt that barely covers the top of your thighs. And the way they sway with every step. Whoa! He deliberately sucked in a sharp breath. That's the most deadly temptation for a man. Qin Meixia listened to his vividly descriptive words, and uncontrollably, that blush-inducing image began to form in her mind. But then, she shook her head violently. No, she instinctively refused. That's too vulgar. I couldn't possibly wear that out. Who said you'd wear it out? Tianyang chuckled. Just stay home and wear it for me alone. That's all. Still no way. Why not? Tianyang looked at her, his eyes turning sincere and innocent once more. Aunt Qin, didn't you want me to correct my mistakes? Aren't you worried I'm getting lost in those unrealistic fantasies? Then you need to treat the root cause. If I had a short skirt, wouldn't I get better faster? Qin Meixia was utterly baffled by his twisted logic. She looked into Tianyang's eyes, filled with curiosity and a desperate need to be saved. She felt as though he had convinced her once again. Yes. To cure the illness, you have to treat the root cause. Without a skirt to go with the stockings, wouldn't that be like having the medicine's effectiveness? That wouldn't be conducive to Xiao Yang's recovery. No way. For Xiao Yang to get back on the right path sooner, I must make another sacrifice. She looked at Tianyang. In those eyes, always tinged with shrewdness, that same if not me, then who, resolve flared once more. All right. She nodded firmly. I'll buy it after work today. Tianyang nearly choked on his breakfast laughing at her solemnly righteous expression. Well then, Aunt Qin, I'll be waiting for your good news. He stood up, ready to head to work. Before leaving, he spread his arms wide once more. Qin Meixia looked at him, her face breaking into a smile that was both bashful and resigned, tinged with a hint of indulgence. She rose silently, drawing herself into his broad, warm embrace of her own accord. Xiao Yang, she murmured, burying her face against his chest, you're not allowed to do anything like that to me again. Okay. Tianyang smiled, but in his heart, he added silently. Just because I didn't do it today doesn't mean I won't do it later. When the time comes, I'll wear you down with sweet talk. I don't believe you won't be moved. Chapter 62, Shaolin's Wrath. The next morning, Tianyang had barely settled into his seat at the office when the internal phone rang. The internal phone rang. It was from the CEO's office. Tianyang, President Shortland requests your presence immediately. The secretary's voice was cold and impersonal. He was on his way. A cold smile tugged at the corners of Tianyang's mouth. He knew this trap was inescapable. Arriving at the top-floor CEO's office, he pushed open the door to find Lu Chenggang and Lu Juqi, that uncle-niece pair, standing by the sofa like two lapdogs. Meanwhile, the fiery foreign CEO, Xiaotilan, reclined lazily on the leather sofa. She wore a form-fitting black skirt suit today, paired with black stockings that shimmered with an alluring sheen and a pair of bright red high heels with heels at least 12 centimeters tall. One of Shotland's legs was raised high, the foot clad in the red stiletto even resting directly on the expensive sofa. The posture radiated unquestionable arrogance and contempt. "Li Tianyang, is it?" Her voice, like her gaze, was cold and haughty. She didn't even deign to look him in the eye. "I heard from Changgang that you're quite the troublemaker. Not only do you defy your superiors at work, but you also bully my nephew at school." The nephew Xiaonuan referred to was, of course, Lu Juqi. Li Tianyang smiled. "Mr. Shortland, I believe there may be some misunderstanding. First, I didn't talk back to my superior, because Deputy Director Lu isn't my direct supervisor. Second, I didn't bully your nephew. I merely showed him why the flowers are so red when he tried to hit me." "How dare you?" Lu Changgang roared from the side. "Li Tianyang, how dare you speak to Mr. Shotland like that?" Shotland waved his hand, signaling him to be quiet. Her sapphire blue eyes finally settled on Li Tianyang. That gaze was like looking at an ant she could crush at will. "I don't care what your background is, nor who got you into this company. Now, I'm giving you two choices. First, transfer all your KPIs from last quarter to Chunggang's name. Then, get down on your knees and apologize to my son, my nephew. Second, pack your things immediately and get the hell out of Qianxing Group." After speaking, she picked up the coffee on the table and took a leisurely sip. Her demeanor seemed to have already pronounced Li Tianyang's death sentence. Yet, not a trace of fear crossed Li Tianyang's face. He merely looked at her and smiled. "President Shortland, what if I choose neither?" Shotland's brow furrowed. She hadn't expected this yellow-skinned monkey to dare defy her to her face. "Then I'll have to have security escort you out." Her voice turned icy. "Is that so?" Li Tianyang smiled. He didn't waste any more words with her. He turned and prepared to leave. He knew it was pointless to reason with a woman so blinded by racial superiority. Yet, just as he was about to reach the doorway, he halted once more. He turned to face Xiaonuan, who still stood with her haughty posture. Then, under the stunned gazes of everyone present, he slowly walked back. He approached the sofa, crouched down. Then, under Shortland's stunned gaze, he reached out and gently grasped her leg, clad in black stockings. "What are you doing?" For the first time, Shortland's voice betrayed panic. Li Tianyang didn't answer. He lifted his head, gazed at Shotland's face flushed crimson with fury, and smiled. "Miss Xiaonuan, you're beautiful. But..." His gaze instantly turned cold and dangerous. "Next time, don't point it at me. Because I don't like it." With that, he released his grip, stood up, and walked away without another glance at the woman who had frozen solid. A deathly silence fell over the office. A long moment passed. "Ah!" A roar filled with impotent rage erupted from Shotland's mouth. "Li Tianyang, I'll kill you. I swear I'll kill you." Chapter 63, and his gratitude. Evening. Li Tianyang was once again dragged by Ming Jiangyue to the Century Palace. It was the same familiar luxury private room. The same three stunningly beautiful women, each with a distinct style yet equally captivating. Come, our great benefactor has arrived." The moment Ming Jiangyue spotted Li Tianyang, she beamed and pulled him to sit beside her. Xuero also looked at him, her peach blossom eyes always full of allure now brimming with undisguised admiration and gratitude. Only Bai Ningjie maintained her usual aloof and proud demeanor. Yet Li Tianyang keenly noticed a fleeting, almost imperceptible softness in her usually unruffled eyes. "Little Yang, you must be hungry. Eat up." Xuero pushed a plate of peeled shrimp toward Li Tianyang. "Thank you, Auntie He." "Don't mention it." Xuero shot him a glance, her eyes full of allure. "If anyone should be thanking anyone, it's me thanking you." She lifted her wineglass and addressed Ming Jiangyue and Bai Ningjie. "Hey, Jiangyue, Ningjie, you have no idea how incredibly handsome our little Yang looked today." "Oh?" Ming Jiangyue's gossip-loving spirit ignited instantly. "Tell us. What heroic deeds did my little darling accomplish today?" Xuero proceeded to vividly recount how Li Tianyang had helped her chase away that sleazy, persistent guy at the driving school this afternoon. Her eyes sparkled as she spoke, looking every bit the giddy young girl bragging about her boyfriend. After hearing her story, Ming Jiangyue's face lit up with a proud, motherly smile, radiating shared joy. "My boy. So smart." She threw her arms around Li Tianyang's neck and planted a firm kiss on his cheek. Beside them, Bai Ningjie remained silent, but her usually cool, elegant eyes now held a hint of deep admiration. This young man truly seemed different from others. Not only was he talented and responsible, but he possessed wisdom and composure beyond his years. As she watched Li Tianyang, the heart she had long since frozen over began to beat wildly and uncontrollably once more. Li Tianyang basked in the admiring and appreciative gazes of the three aunts, feeling utterly content. He knew he had fully infiltrated their elite anti-circle. In fact, he had become the center of this circle. Just then, Ming Jiangyue resorted to her old trick once more. She slid her leg, clad in black stockings, out from under the table and draped it directly over Li Tianyang's thigh. Baby, she murmured, her eyes narrowing seductively, you've been such a hero again today. Auntie really ought to reward you properly. Bai Ningjie and his Shuera watched her shameless display, shaking their heads helplessly. This crazy woman was truly beyond redemption. Yet today, Tianyang didn't fluster like he used to. He merely smiled. Then, before anyone could react, reached out and grabbed Ming Jiangyue's unruly thigh, clad in black stockings. Then, in front of everyone, he gently placed it on the floor. The entire private room instantly fell into a deathly silence. Ming Jiangyue froze in shock. She stared at Tianyang in utter disbelief. This little man. He actually dared to reject her? In all her years, Ming Jiangyue had never encountered a man who dared to reject her. Chapter 64, Shielding You from Wind and Rain. On the way back, Bai Ningjie was still driving, taking Tianyang home. Inside the car, the atmosphere was more ambiguous and silent than ever before. As they neared his home, Bai Ningjie finally spoke. Xiaoyang. Do you really think we're right for each other? Her voice carried a hint of uncertainty and final struggle. Tianyang knew he couldn't push her any further. He smiled and said, Aunt Bai, I told you before, everything is up to fate. If heaven truly believes we're not meant to be, then we simply won't cross paths again. As Bai Ningjie listened to his words, the last line of defense within her heart crumbled completely. Yes. Fate. This damn fate. She parked the car beneath Tianyang's building. Then you should go back. All right. Tianyang unbuckled his seatbelt but didn't get out immediately. He turned to face her, his gaze intensely earnest. Aunt Bai, can you give me a little more time? Time? Yes, Tianyang nodded. Give me some time to become stronger, better. Strong enough to shield you from the world. Good enough to silence everyone. Then, will you still give me a chance? Bai Ningjie gazed into his eyes, filled with unwavering resolve and yearning. The heart she had long since frozen solid melted completely in that moment. Without thinking, she nodded. All right. I'll wait for you. By the time she returned home from the office, it was already late at night. Tianyang noticed the living room light was still on. Qin Meixia, dressed in conservative pajamas, was curled up on the sofa, hugging a pillow, seemingly fast asleep. The TV was still playing a dull late-night drama. Tianyang gazed at her lovely face, which still bore a trace of worry even in sleep, and felt an inexplicable softness in his heart. This foolish woman, was she waiting for him? He stepped forward and gently tapped her shoulder. Aunt Qin, wake up. Qin Meixia emitted a lazy nasal sound and slowly opened her eyes. When she recognized Tianyang, a flash of relief instantly lit up her usually sharp eyes. Xiaoyang, you're back? Tianyang nodded. Sorry, I had some things to take care of at the office today and got back late. It's fine, Qin Meixia waved her hand hurriedly. Have you eaten? I kept some food warm for you in the pot. I already ate, Tianyang smiled. Aunt Qin, go back to your room to sleep. Don't sleep on the sofa, you'll catch a chill. Oh, okay. Qin Meixia stood up and followed Tianyang back to his bedroom door. She looked at Tianyang, hesitating to speak. Her expression suggested she had something on her mind. Tianyang looked at her, already guessing most of it in his heart. He smiled and spoke up first. Aunt Qin, is there something you want to tell me? Qin Meixia's face flushed bright red in an instant. She bit her lip as if gathering her resolve. Xiaoyang, go inside first. Wait for me. With those words, she turned and fled back to her room. Tianyang watched her retreating figure, the curve of his lips widening into a broad smile. He knew tonight would be quite the show. Returning to his room, he lay on the bed, waiting quietly. Sure enough, within minutes, a soft knock sounded at his door once more. Xiaoyang, are you asleep? Chapter 65, Tianyang's request. Seeing her eyes begin to evade his gaze, he declared with utmost sincerity, from now on, you will be the only one in my eyes and in my heart. Qin Meixia was thrown into a fluster by his burning gaze and blunt confession. Don't say such nonsense. I'm not talking nonsense. Tianyang took her hand and placed it against his lips. Aunt Qin, may I kiss you? Qin Meixia's body trembled violently. She tried to pull her hand away, but he held it firmly in his grasp. She looked into his eyes, filled with longing and sincerity, and in the end, she silently consented. Tianyang smiled. He lowered his head and gently pressed a reverent kiss onto the soft back of her hand. Then, he didn't let go. He lifted his head to look at her, pushing his advantage further. Aunt Qin, my legs, they're going numb. Can I lean on your shoulder? Qin Meixia looked at the man before her, one moment whispering sweet nothings, the next acting like a spoiled brat, and felt both exasperated and amused. Yet she found herself utterly unable to utter the word no. All she could do was watch helplessly as he slowly rested his head against her shoulder, not particularly broad, yet somehow offering him profound comfort. She felt the warm breath coming from the top of his head, breathing in the pleasant scent emanating from his body. At that moment, Qin Meixia's heart, long frozen solid, melted completely. Enough, enough. Let him rest his head here for a while. After all, it should be perfectly normal for a younger person to lean on an elder's shoulder, right? Tianyang felt the softness against his shoulder and heard Qin Meixia's breaths, quickened by nervousness. His heart felt utterly at ease. He leaned his head closer into the warmth of her shoulder. Aunt Qin, you smell so nice. Qin Meixia's body trembled violently. Her already apple-red cheeks now burned so fiercely they could have boiled an egg. Don't say such nonsense. Her voice trembled. There's no fragrance on me, just the smell of cooking oil. No, Tianyang shook his head, utterly serious. It is fragrant. It's a lovely, feminine scent. Qin Meixia was rendered utterly speechless by his compliment. She tried to push Tianyang's head away from her shoulder. But she found her hands utterly powerless to move him. In fact, she felt a bit reluctant to do so. Just as her mind was in turmoil, Tianyang spoke again. His voice carried a hint of innocent curiosity, like that of a curious child. Aunt Qin. Can I touch your leg? Boom. The words exploded like a thunderclap in Qin Meixia's mind. Touch her leg? That little bastard. How dare he? No way, she nearly blurted out, instinctively trying to stand up. But Tianyang beat her to it, grabbing her hand. Aunt Qin, don't misunderstand. He looked at her, his eyes, which usually held a hint of amusement, now filled with pity and innocence. I was just curious. Honestly, I've never touched a woman's stockings before. What's it like to feel them on your legs? Just let me touch them once, okay? Just once. His tone was filled with a humble, irresistible plea. Qin Meixia looked at his pitiful expression, and her heart, already softened beyond measure, melted completely in that moment. Chapter 66, The Ex-Husband Comes Calling. The dawn after a sleepless night always carried a hint of awkwardness. When Tianyang awoke, the air still held a lingering trace of Qin Meixia's mature feminine scent. He glanced at the bedside. Beside the pair of flesh-colored stockings he had torn, lay a brand new pair of black stockings, resting quietly. Tianyang smiled. Stepping out of the room, he saw Qin Meixia bustling about in the kitchen, wearing an apron. Hearing the sound, her body visibly stiffened. But she didn't turn around. Awake? Her voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. Go wash up quickly. Breakfast will be ready soon. Tianyang watched her, her guilty conscience evident in the way she avoided his gaze. The feeling inside him was nothing short of bliss. He stepped forward and gently wrapped his arms around her soft waist from behind. Ah! Qin Meixia gasped again, nearly dropping the spatula from her hand. What are you doing? Let go of me. No. Tianyang buried his face in her hair, taking a deep, satisfying breath of her comforting, homey scent. Aunt Qin, thank you for last night. Qin Meixia's face flushed bright red in an instant. What are you thanking me for? I did it for your own good. She stubbornly insisted, searching for a noble-sounding excuse to justify her own surrender. Tianyang smiled, choosing not to expose her. He knew this woman was completely in his grasp. During breakfast, the atmosphere was warm yet eerie. Qin Meixia still couldn't bring herself to look at him, only persistently piling food onto his plate. Eat more. You must have been exhausted last night. I'm okay, Tianyang nodded, then changed the subject abruptly. Aunt Qin, those black stockings of yours are really nice. Qin Meixia's face flushed again. Glad you like them. But? Tianyang looked at her, adopting a troubled expression. Just stockings and a short skirt, it feels like something's missing. Qin Meixia's heart skipped a beat. This little rascal. What was he up to now? What's missing? She asked cautiously. High heels, Tianyang said, enunciating each word with crystal clarity. Just imagine that sexy outfit paired with a pair of bright red stiletto heels. That would be the real deal perfect. Qin Meixia looked at his face, filled with longing, and felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. She knew it. She knew this little rascal wouldn't be satisfied so easily. No way, she instinctively refused. I can't pull that off. I can barely walk in them. You can learn, Tianyang pressed on. Besides, you wouldn't have to wear it to work. Just wear it at home, for me alone. That's all it takes, right? Aunt Qin, aren't you trying to help me correct my mistakes? He brought out his trump card again. Think about it right now, my mind is filled with someone else's Valentino every single day. If you could wear high heels too, wouldn't all my attention shift to you? That way, you could help me recover much better. Qin Meixia was utterly flummoxed by his logic disguised as for your own good. She looked into Tianyang's sincere eyes. She felt, once again, as if he had won her over. Yes. To truly cure him, she had to strike at the root of the problem. Alright. Chapter 67, Dilemma. Arriving at the office, Tianyang was in high spirits. No sooner had he sat down at his desk than the internal phone rang again. It was the CEO's office again. Tianyang, Mr. Shotland requests your presence immediately. A cold smile curled the corners of Tianyang's mouth. What was bound to happen had finally come. He made his way to the top-floor executive office, pushed open the door, and found the stunningly attractive foreign CEO, Xiaonuan, reclining lazily on the leather sofa, watching him. Her face bore a playful, teasing smile reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse. "Come here," she beckoned with a flick of her finger. Li Tianyang walked over. "Miss Shortland, you wanted to see me?" Shotland remained silent. She merely raised her long, slender leg, clad in black stockings, and casually draped it over the coffee table before her. Her sapphire blue eyes fixed on Li Tianyang, radiating an unquestionable command. "Massage my feet." Li Tianyang's eyebrow twitched. "In the office? What?" Xiaonuan sneered at his reluctant expression. "Unwilling? If you refuse, you can leave Qiangxing Group right now." Li Tianyang feigned a look of daring to be angry but not daring to speak, gritting his teeth. She believed she had utterly crushed this unruly fellow beneath her heel. To humiliate him further. Yet she didn't know. His acting was Oscar-worthy. She picked up the coffee on the table, took a leisurely sip, then issued an order in a queenly, unquestionable tone. "Starting tomorrow, you're to arrive at the office half an hour early every morning. Specifically, to massage my feet. Do you hear me?" "Yes." Li Tianyang ground the word out between clenched teeth. "Very good." Sotland nodded with satisfaction. She waved him off as if dismissing a dog. "Get out." Li Tianyang rose as if granted a pardon, fleeing the office as though escaping. Watching his retreating figure, a victorious, cruel curve lifted at the corner of Shoutland's mouth. "Little brat. You're still too green to mess with me." Meanwhile, after her failed interview, Qin Meixia's spirits had plummeted to rock bottom. She wandered the streets alone, her spirit broken. She gazed at the young, beautiful girls in the shop windows, dressed in stylish clothes, then looked at her own face in the mirror, weathered and aged. A wave of intense self-doubt washed over her. Yes. She was old, poor, and uneducated. Besides cooking and doing housework, what use was she? Could Xiaoyang truly love a woman like her? Or was he just pitying her? As she was lost in these thoughts, she passed by a high-end women's clothing store. Her gaze was instantly drawn to a dress in the window display. It was a black, form-fitting mini-skirt. She recalled what Li Tianyang had once said. Stockings look best when paired with a skirt. A bold thought surged uncontrollably from the depths of her mind. What if? Go in and try it on? In the end, she couldn't resist. Gritting her teeth as if making a momentous decision, she stepped into the upscale women's boutique that made her feel somewhat inadequate. "Miss, I'd like to try on that dress." Chapter 68. From now on, I'll take care of you. I think I already said that. Li Tianyang stared at him. Those eyes, usually tinged with amusement, now held nothing but cold, terrifying, murderous intent. "You have no right to speak here. Get out." Xu Xiaonuan's face turned the color of liver from the grip, unable to utter a word. He tried to struggle, only to discover the other man's strength was as immense as a prehistoric beast. He had no doubt that with just a little more pressure, the man could snap his neck with ease. Fear. An unprecedented terror instantly engulfed his entire body. I'll leave. I'll leave immediately." He stammered out these words through gritted teeth, his body trembling violently. Li Tianyang finally let go. Then, like tossing out trash, he flung him out the door. Bang! He slammed the door shut, sealing out that world of filth and squalor. He walked to Qin Meixia's door and knocked gently once more. "Aunt Qin, it's okay now." He's gone. Inside, dead silence. A long moment passed. Click. A faint sound. The door slowly creaked open a crack. Qin Meixia's pale, tear-streaked face peered through the crack. Her eyes, which usually held a hint of shrewdness, now conveyed only deep dependence and lingering fear as she looked at Li Tianyang. "Come in, Aunt Qin." Li Tianyang stepped into her room and guided her to sit on the edge of the bed. Then, he knelt down, took her cold, still trembling hand, and spoke in a gentler tone than she'd ever heard from him. "Don't be afraid. I'm here. From now on, no one will ever dare to bully you again." Li Tianyang's commanding promise flowed like a warm current, instantly warming Qin Meixia's long-frozen heart. She gazed at the tall, reassuring figure before her. For the first time, a flicker of something called heart-fluttering shone in his eyes that usually held a hint of shrewdness. Li Tianyang gazed at her slightly parted red lips, made even more delicate and alluring by her tears. He could no longer control himself. He lowered his head, slowly drawing closer. Then, under Qin Meixia's expectant gaze, he kissed her fiercely. "Aunt Qin, you smell so good." Li Tianyang's whisper, brimming with desire and admiration, ignited a fire that instantly consumed every dry twig within Qin Meixia's body. Her body felt as limp as a puddle of water. Her mind went completely blank. All she wanted was to just sink into this abyss. Yet, at this most crucial moment, a wave of warmth she loathed surged up from her lower abdomen. Why now? Why of all times? She jolted awake, regaining a sliver of clarity. Summoning every ounce of strength, she pushed the little man away. "No. I can't." Her voice was hoarse and trembling, tinged with a hint of tears. I'm not available today." Li Tianyang stumbled backward from her push, his own senses snapping back into focus. Looking at Qin Meixia's lovely face etched with shame and apology, he felt a twinge of regret, but more than that, he felt pity. He knew he couldn't press her any further. He reached out and gently wiped away the tear streaks on her face. All right. His voice was gentle yet resolute. I'll wait for you. Chapter 69 so good. Knock, knock, knock. From inside the door came Qin Meixia's voice, tinged with hoarseness and wariness. Who is it? It's me, Aunt Qin. Xiaoyang? Qin Meixia paused, then pulled the door open. She wore a conservative cotton nightgown, and her usually weathered, pretty face still bore traces of tears that hadn't dried. So late, why aren't you asleep yet? Li Tianyang looked at her pitiable state, and the flame within him was reignited once more. He didn't answer. He simply gazed at her, his voice soft and filled with hurt and dependence, like a little puppy, murmuring, Aunt Qin. I can't sleep alone. Then you. Qin Meixia felt a bit at a loss. Auntie, Li Tianyang looked at her. Those eyes, usually tinged with a hint of mischief, were now filled with nothing but sincerity and longing. Tonight. I want to sleep with you. Is that okay? Li Tianyang's words exploded in Qin Meixia's mind. Staring at the young man before her, his face etched with sincerity, as if he truly made this request out of fear, her heart already a tangled mess stopped thinking altogether in that moment. Sleep with him? How could that be? He was a 20-year-old, full of youthful vigor. And she was a divorced middle-aged woman. If word got out, what would become of her reputation? Xiaoyang. Stop this nonsense. She mustered every ounce of strength to force out this feeble refusal through gritted teeth. I'm not fooling around. Li Tianyang looked at her. His eyes, which usually held a hint of amusement, were now filled with grievance and helplessness. Aunt Qin, I'm truly scared. Every time I close my eyes, I see that bastard trying to hit you today. I'm afraid that if I fall asleep, he'll come bother you again. I need to stay with you to feel at ease. His heartfelt words, brimming with sense of duty and protective instinct, instantly cracked the already fragile defenses of Qin Meixia. Yes. He was doing all this to protect her. How could she possibly refuse him? She made one last attempt to resist. But there are boundaries between men and women. What does that matter? Li Tianyang retorted immediately. Auntie, don't worry. I'll just sleep on the floor right beside you. Is that okay? I promise, I won't touch you at all. Qin Meixia watched him swear so earnestly, almost as if he were swearing on heaven itself. In her heart, the last line of defense finally collapsed completely. Oh well. She'd treat it as taking in a homeless, pitiful child. All right. She nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. Li Tianyang's heart instantly blossomed with joy. Suppressing his wild excitement, he fetched a thin quilt from his own room and made a makeshift bed on the floor beside Qin Meixia's. The room fell into an absolute silence. Only the hazy moonlight filtering through the window and the two of them, their distinct, intertwined breaths audible. He didn't know how much time had passed. Li Tianyang suddenly spoke again. Aunt Qin. I still can't quite fall asleep. What should we do? Qin Meixia's voice carried a hint of tension. Can I hold your hand? Li Tianyang's voice was filled with a humble plea. When I was little and couldn't sleep, the director at the orphanage would hold my hand like this. Chapter 70, Future Plans. Early the next morning. Qin Meixia awoke to a strange sensation. She felt as though something was holding her tightly. Slowly opening her eyes, she saw a handsome face mere inches away. It was Li Tianyang. Only then did she realize that, at some point, she had wrapped herself around him like an octopus. Her legs were tightly wrapped around his waist. Her arms were wrapped tightly around his neck. That position was even more scandalous than last night. Her face flushed bright red in an instant. She wanted to pull her legs away from him. But she feared waking him. That look of shame and embarrassment, caught between a rock and a hard place, was so adorable it made one want to pull her tightly into one's arms. Just as she was torn between heaven and earth, Li Tianyang awoke. He smiled at the woman in his arms, her face flushed crimson like a startled little rabbit. Good morning, Aunt Qin. Morning. Qin Meixia's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. She scrambled off him and fled into the kitchen. I'll make breakfast. Li Tianyang watched her retreating figure, the curve of his lips widening into a broad smile. This silly woman really was more adorable the more he looked at her. During breakfast, the atmosphere remained warm and tinged with intimacy. Li Tianyang took a sip of the porridge Qin Meixia had personally cooked, then looked at her and suddenly said, Aunt Qin. Can I sleep with you every night from now on? Put. Qin Meixia nearly sprayed the soy milk she'd just taken into her mouth. She began coughing violently, her pretty face flushing bright red. Cough cough. Xiaoyang. What nonsense are you spouting? She stared at Li Tianyang. For the first time, her usually shrewd eyes flashed with genuine, unmasked anger. Li Tianyang. I'm warning you. Don't push your luck. Last night was an accident. A mistake. Starting today, you must keep your distance from me. We're just neighbors. An elder and a junior. If you dare entertain those improper thoughts again, I'll. She hesitated for a long moment, unable to utter a single harsh word. Tianyang watched her feigning toughness, inwardly amused. All right, he feigned disappointment, nodding. Then can we still kiss in the future? No way. Qin Meixia refused flatly. What about holding hands? No way. Then just a hug? Surely that's okay? Li Tianyang. Qin Meixia felt like she was about to lose her mind over this rascal. Seeing her on the verge of losing her temper, Li Tianyang knew when to back off. Fine, he sighed, adopting a tone of resignation. So, the promise you made me yesterday still stands, right? What promise? Qin Meixia eyed him warily. The high heels, Li Tianyang said with an innocent look. Didn't you say you'd buy a pair of high heels and wear them for me? Didn't you say you were going to help me correct my mistakes? Qin Meixia was utterly flustered by his words. She looked into Li Tianyang's eyes, filled with a desperate longing to be saved. The resolve she had just steeled herself with melted away uncontrollably in that moment. Yes. She still had to save him. How could she give up halfway? Deal. She gritted her teeth, forcing the words out through clenched jaws. Got it. Li Tianyang's face instantly lit up with a bright smile again. Then Aunt Qin, go buy it today. I'll be waiting for you. Qin Meixia watched his smug expression, both exasperated and amused. She felt like this little man was going to have her wrapped around his finger for the rest of her life. Chapter 71, The Lever. That afternoon, following the system's prompt, Li Tianyang arrived at a small grove in the suburbs. He found a secluded patch of grass, hid himself, and activated the video recording function on his phone. Sure enough, within minutes, two familiar figures appeared in the woods, moving furtively. It was none other than that fat woman, Zhang Guifan, and that fitness instructor, Qin Hai. Xiaohu file anti-piracy protection. Find the book robot and select Xiaohu for stable, reliable content, no pitfalls. The moment they met, they clung to each other with monkey-like urgency. The sight was utterly cringe-worthy. Li Tianyang forced back his disgust, recording every detail clearly. Watching the over 10-minute video on his phone, a cruel curve formed at the corner of his mouth. Zhang Guifan. Your time is up. That evening, Li Tianyang returned home. Qin Meixia had prepared a sumptuous dinner. But her mood seemed somewhat low. What's wrong, Aunt Qin? Not feeling well? Li Tianyang asked with concern. Xiaohu bot documents prevent piracy. Find books with the Xiaohu robot reliable and trustworthy, no pitfalls. Ah, Qin Meixia sighed, don't even ask. I spent all day looking for work today. Either they think I'm too old, or they complain I'm uneducated. Ran around all day, my legs feel like they're about to fall off, and still nothing. Her usually sharp, clever face was now etched with exhaustion and confusion. Li Tianyang looked at her, his heart aching. Aunt Qin, don't lose heart, he comforted her. Take your time with the job search. There's no rush. If all else fails, he said suddenly, looking at her, why not become your own boss? My own business? Qin Meixia froze. Me? I don't have what it takes. Why not? Li Tianyang smiled. Aunt Qin, have you forgotten? You have a talent no one can match, your exceptional cooking skills. Aren't short videos and live streaming sales all the rage these days? Just film some cooking videos and post them online. They'll go viral for sure. Me? Qin Meixia pointed at her own nose, sounding unsure. I'm just a plain housewife. Who would watch me? Who said you're a frumpy old woman? Li Tianyang looked at her with utmost sincerity. Aunt Qin, you have no idea how beautiful you are. If you just wore those clothes I bought for you, you'd be the most beautiful cook in the world. Qin Meixia blushed again at his words. Yes. Why couldn't she give it a try? The next morning at 10 o'clock. A shrill roar suddenly erupted from downstairs. Qin Meixia. You shameless vixen. Get down here. You seduced my husband. You destroyed my family. May you rot in hell. Li Tianyang walked to the window and looked down. The entrance to the residential complex was already surrounded by a crowd. At the center of the crowd, the 180-pound fat woman Zhang Guifan stood with one hand holding a megaphone and the other on her hip, cursing loudly. Beside her, she held a huge banner with black characters on a white background. Her scumbag husband, Lu Yukai, and her dim-witted younger brother, Lu Shangqian, stood nearby, fanning the flames while feigning the innocence of victims. Neighbors peered out from their windows, pointing and whispering among themselves. Good heavens, is she really going this far? Li Tianyang watched the scene below, which resembled a major social embarrassment, and his eyes instantly turned cold. He turned his head to look at Qin Meixia. She stood trembling violently in the living room. Her face was as pale as a sheet of paper. After the spectacle, she'd never be able to hold her head up in this neighborhood again. Chapter 72, Lu Yukai has gone mad. Aunt Qin. Li Tianyang walked over to her side and gently took her cold, still trembling hand. Don't be afraid. His voice was steady and reassuring. I'm here. Qin Meixia lifted her head to look at him, a flicker of hesitation passing through her eyes, now reddened. Xiaoyang. I want to get revenge? Li Tianyang looked at her and smiled a smile like a devil tempting her. Qin Meixia froze for a moment. Do you want to take back every single injustice, every ounce of resentment you've endured these past days all at once? Qin Meixia stared into his eyes that seemed to see through everything. The fire of rage already burning within her heart was ignited completely in that moment. Yes. She'd dreamed of it. All right. Li Tianyang nodded. Then today, I'll join you in making a huge scene. You have nothing to fear. If the sky falls, I'll hold it up for you. At the entrance of the residential complex, Zhang Guifan was still recklessly performing with her megaphone. Just as she was cursing at the top of her lungs, a figure slowly emerged from the stairwell. It was Qin Meixia. She wasn't weeping and wailing as Zhang Guifan had imagined, nor was she hiding from people. Instead, she stood tall, her usually weathered yet pretty face now etched with icy resolve. Those eyes, usually sharp and shrewd, now burned with the fire of vengeance. Beside her walked a tall, handsome young man. Qin Meixia walked up to Zhang Guifan and came to a halt. Then, under the stunned gazes of everyone present, she smiled. That smile was filled with utter contempt and disdain. I wondered who it could be. Her voice, though soft, carried clearly to every ear present. So it's the bitter wife who's been rejected by her own husband so much so that he won't even share a bed with her. Zhang Guifan froze, stunned by the remark. Then, she flew into a rage. What the hell are you talking about? You. I'm talking nonsense? Qin Meixia sneered coldly. The mouth-strong champion spirit she'd suppressed for years awoke completely in that moment. Pointing her finger right at Zhang Guifan's nose, she unleashed a torrent of fire. I'm talking nonsense? You go look in the damn mirror yourself. Look at your own pathetic state. Barrel waist, elephant legs, and a face swollen like a fermented pig's head. Who in their right mind wouldn't be disgusted by a sight like yours? If your husband wasn't cheating on you, I'd suspect he's either blind or has some twisted fetish. And you dare say I seduced him? She pointed at Lu Yukai beside her, her gaze as if looking at a pile of him. A useless piece of trash with nothing but sperm on his mind, kidney deficiency, and can't even get hard? Does he even deserve it? Even if he stripped naked and crawled into my bed, I'd still think he'd dirty my sheets. Qin Meixia's barrage of devastating blows left Zhang Guifan and Lu Yukai speechless with shock. The neighbors gathered around to watch the spectacle were all stunned into silence. They never imagined that Sister Qin, who usually seemed so honest, could curse someone with such ferocity. You. Zhang Guifan trembled with rage, unable to utter a word. Qin Meixia, however, wasn't done yet. She kept firing away. And you. She pointed at that dimwit Lu Shangxiang. You unweaned giant baby. Tagging along with your sister to embarrass yourselves. I bet you were calcium deficient as a kid, starved for affection as you grew up, and had your head slammed in a door. That's why you ended up hanging with your sister. Chapter 73. Did you come to learn cooking? I almost feel embarrassed to point out your flaws. That night, Li Tianyang lay in bed, relishing the memory of that satisfyingly dramatic showdown earlier that day. He felt utterly satisfied. He knew the Lu Yukai family would never dare bother Aunt Qin again. Just then, a soft knock sounded at the door. It was Qin Meixia. She entered carrying a plate of sliced fruit. Xiaoyang, have some fruit. Her face bore a hint of relieved ease and an unabashed admiration for Li Tianyang. Aunt Qin, please sit down. Li Tianyang patted the space beside him on the bed. Qin Meixia hesitated for a moment before sitting down. Xiaoyang, today. She looked at him, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known what to do. No need to be so formal with me. Li Tianyang smiled, picked up a slice of watermelon, and held it to her lips. Qin Meixia's face flushed slightly, but she opened her mouth and ate it. Aunt Qin, Li Tianyang said suddenly, looking at her, tonight, I'll be alone again. I won't be able to sleep. Qin Meixia's heart skipped a beat. This little rascal. What was he up to now? Then what do you want? She asked cautiously. I want. Li Tianyang looked at her, adopting a pitiful expression. I want you to hold me while I sleep. No way. Qin Meixia instinctively refused. Why not? Li Tianyang launched into his divine logic performance. Look, right now we split the electricity bill evenly. Running 2 air conditioners in this sweltering summer, that's such a waste of power. If we sleep in one room with one AC, wouldn't that cut our electricity bill in half? Besides, he leaned close to her ear and whispered softly, sleeping in your arms feels so good. Qin Meixia was utterly flustered by his twisted logic. She looked into his eyes, filled with what seemed like sincerity. The heart that had already surrendered completely found itself, at that moment, utterly unable to utter the word no. The next morning, Li Tianyang awoke once more to the enticing aroma of breakfast. Stepping out of the room, he saw Qin Meixia bustling about in the kitchen, apron tied around her waist. Her silhouette, bathed in the morning sunlight, looked exceptionally kind and capable. Awake? Go wash up and get ready for breakfast. Qin Meixia glanced back at him. A faint, unnatural blush spread across her usually composed, weathered face. Clearly, the image of sharing a bed with him last night lingered stubbornly in her mind. Li Tianyang watched her bashful expression and his heart felt utterly content. During breakfast, Li Tianyang suddenly remembered something. Oh, and Qin, about that ramen making video I filmed for you yesterday, I posted it online. What? Qin Meixia froze in surprise. Posted online? Yep, Li Tianyang nodded, handing her his phone. Check it out, it looks pretty good. Qin Meixia took the phone, half believing it. On the screen, she saw herself skillfully pulling noodles in the kitchen yesterday. The video was set to a popular ancient-style song. Li Tianyang had also applied a warm yellow filter to the footage using editing software. It transformed her, an ordinary housewife, into someone who looked like a food blogger. But that wasn't the point. The point was the numbers below the video. How could such an ordinary cooking video get so many views? Her hands trembling, she clicked open the comments section. Chapter 74, Aunt Qin's Resolve. Under Li Tianyang's terrified gaze, she reached directly into his loose t-shirt. The cool, silky stockings and his scorching skin. In that instant, they pressed together at zero distance. Shotland could clearly feel the man beneath her stiffen abruptly. She smiled. That smile radiated the triumphant satisfaction of a victor. This was precisely the effect she wanted. To make him feel the most utter humiliation. But the next second, the smile on her face froze completely. Because she felt that her own icy foot, upon touching his scorching skin, his body had actually produced an instinctive reaction that made her own heart tremble with fear. It was a primal force. Boom! Shotland's mind went completely blank. For the first time, shock flickered in her usually haughty, disdainful sapphire eyes. How could this seemingly harmless man harbor? How could it conceal such a terrifying monster? Her gaze grew vacant. She stared at Li Tianyang, whose handsome face, usually tinged with a hint of humiliation, now curved into a faint, almost imperceptible, wicked smile. Li Tianyang was watching her too. His gaze no longer held the previous restraint and fear. It seemed to say, now, do you still think I'm the one being humiliated? The tables had turned. At that moment, Shotland's heart was utterly thrown into disarray. For the first time, she understood what it meant to be caught between a rock and a hard place. For the first time, she felt a flicker of fear toward this bastard boy before her, the one she'd always believed she could toy with, it will, a fear she dared not admit even to herself. Early the next morning, Qin Meixia set out alone on her long and arduous job hunt. Reality, however, was brutal. She spent the entire day running around, interviewing at 7 or 8 companies. Either they objected to her age or her lack of formal education. Not a single one was willing to hire her. By evening, she walked home alone, feeling utterly lost and disheartened. Surrounded by the hurried, well-dressed young people around her, an overwhelming sense of helplessness and inferiority engulfed her completely. Yes. She was old. Useless. Besides cooking and doing housework, what else could she possibly do? Forget about being Xiao Yang's boss lady, he'd probably think she was too old even to be his maid. Just as she was wallowing in self-pity, she passed by a shoe store with an upscale interior. Her gaze was involuntarily drawn to a pair of shoes in the window display. They were black high heels. She recalled what Li Tianyang had once said. Stockings, a short skirt, and a pair of stiletto heels. That's what makes a real woman. A thought began to grow wildly within her, beyond her control. She couldn't find work anymore. Her son was no longer someone she could rely on. Her life seemed to hold no hope left. The only thing left to cling to seemed to be Xiao Yang, who still treated her like a treasure. If wearing these shoes could truly make him happy and keep him from straying down the wrong path, then it seemed there was nothing she couldn't sacrifice. She took a deep breath and pushed open the shop's glass door. Chapter 75, Xu Xiaonuan's Malice. Miss, welcome. What might I assist you with today? A saleswoman in a tailored suit and meticulous makeup approached her. I'd like to try on those shoes. Qin Meixia pointed to the pair in the display window, the black stilettos with red soles that made her cheeks flush crimson. The saleswoman glanced at her faded t-shirt and cheap jeans, a fleeting look of disdain flickering in her eyes. But her professional training kept her smiling. Certainly, ma'am. Are you shopping for your daughter? This style is very popular with young women these days. No, Qin Meixia's face instantly flushed crimson. I'm buying them for myself. The saleswoman paused, her expression growing even more peculiar. Nevertheless, she took the shoes down from the rack. Miss, please try them on. Qin Meixia sat down on the soft sofa. Under the saleswoman's scrutinizing gaze, she slipped off her 5 or 6-year-old sneakers. Then she slid her foot into the expensive high heels that felt like a sin to her. The heel was very high. So high that she felt as if she were standing on a needle. Gripping the sofa for support, she rose to her feet, her legs trembling. Xiaohubot. The entire world seemed to have changed. Miss, do they still fit? They fit. I'll take these shoes. Qin Meixia swiped her card, then grabbed the shoebox emblazoned with the luxury brand logo and bolted out of the suffocating shoe store. She arrived at a deserted street corner. She stared at the shoebox in her hands, then glanced down at the familiar sneakers on her feet. She clenched her jaw, as if making a momentous decision. She slipped off her sneakers and slid her feet roughened by years of hard work into the high heels once more. They felt both shameful and strangely new. Then, on the deserted street, she began to practice, clumsily. 1 step, 2 steps. Each step she took was unsteady and wobbly. Like a child learning to walk for the first time. Soon, the skin on my ankles was rubbed raw. A wave of piercing pain washed over her. But she didn't stop. Because only one thought occupied her mind. Dress like this, Xiaoyang will surely like it, right? If he likes it, he'll be happy. And if he's happy, he won't go out and do bad things anymore, right? A wave of unprecedented anticipation surged through Qin Meixia's heart. She even began imagining the look of astonishment on Xiaoyang's face when he saw her like this. Just as she was lost in her fantasies. A cold, icy voice sounded behind her. Qin Meixia? Qin Meixia's body stiffened abruptly. She slowly turned her head. What she saw was the face that had haunted her nightmares for over a decade. Her ex-husband, Xu Xiaonuan. What was he doing here? Wearing high heels? And dressed so provocatively? Xu Xiaonuan eyed her up and down, his cloudy eyes brimming with unabashed, greedy desire. What? Already found a new guy so fast? Or maybe... He leaned closer, a lecherous grin spreading across his face, hollowed out by drink and debauchery. You're wearing these for me? Xu Xiaonuan. What are you doing here? Qin Meixia's voice trembled. What am I here for? Xu Xiaonuan sneered coldly. To remarry you, of course. Remarry? Qin Meixia laughed as if she'd heard the biggest joke in the world. You're dreaming. Chapter 76, Aunt Qin's Resolve. Late at night. Tianyang finished the bowl of tomato and egg noodles brimming with affection, feeling thoroughly satisfied. He knew the timing was perfect. Watching the dutiful figure washing dishes in the kitchen, he approached and embraced her from behind once more. Xiaoyang. What are you up to now? Qin Meixia's body instantly went limp. Aunt Qin, Tianyang buried his face in her hair, inhaling deeply the sweet scent of her skin. Tonight. I can't sleep alone tonight. Qin Meixia's heart skipped a beat. This little rascal. He was at it again. Then what do you want? She asked, feigning ignorance. I want... Tianyang gazed at her ears, already flushed crimson, and whispered softly into her ear, to sleep with you. No way. Qin Meixia instinctively refused. Why not? Tianyang launched into his signature twisted logic. Didn't we already sleep together last night? That was an accident. An accident? I don't think so, Tianyang chuckled. Aunt Qin, tell me honestly, did you enjoy it last night? You. Qin Meixia was so flustered and embarrassed by his blunt, explicit words that she couldn't utter a single sentence. See? You admitted it. A triumphant curve lifted the corner of Tianyang's mouth. He took her hand and led her to his room. Aunt Qin, relax, he said, his voice laced with seduction as he met her eyes, filled with panic and helplessness. Tonight, I promise, I won't touch you. I'll just hold your hand while we sleep. Is that all right? Think of it as an elder accompanying a child afraid to walk home alone at night. Qin Meixia was utterly flummoxed by his twisted logic. She gazed into his eyes, brimming with sincerity and dependence, and finally, she nodded. Tianyang smiled. He lay down beside her, clasping her soft little hand, their fingers intertwined. Then he lifted her hand to his nose and gently inhaled its scent. Aunt Qin, your hand smells so sweet. Qin Meixia's body trembled again. But this time, she did not resist. She merely turned her face away silently, her crimson-tinged ears exposed to the air. Tianyang watched her body betray her mind expression, feeling utterly satisfied. He leaned in and kissed her gracefully curved neck. Qin Meixia let out a suppressed soft moan. She tried to push him away. But her body felt as limp as a puddle of water, unable to muster even the slightest strength. All she could do was watch helplessly as he conquered her territory. She was done for. Completely and utterly finished. Just as she was about to succumb completely, Tianyang suddenly stopped. He gazed into her eyes, now utterly lost in a haze, and smiled. Then, leaning close to her ear, he whispered softly in a voice thick with devilish temptation. Upon hearing it, Qin Meixia's already flushed face exploded in a blaze of crimson. All reason, all restraint, all defenses crumbled within her eyes that usually held a hint of shrewdness shattering completely in that instant. All that remained was a deep, overwhelming surrender. She wrapped her arms tightly around his neck. She responded with a kiss raw and passionate. Xiaoyang. I can't take it anymore. Chapter 77, Aunt Qin's Skills. After that exhilarating mixed doubles session, the relationship between Tianyang and Qin Meixia entered an exceptionally delicate and warm phase. Qin Meixia no longer avoided him, nor did she lecture him about anti-perversion. Instead, she simply tended to his daily needs with a gentler touch. The way Aunt Qin looked at him increasingly resembled how a woman gazes at her own man. Li Tianyang, for his part, embraced it all with open arms. He knew this volcano, suffocated by life's pressures, needed only one final spark to erupt completely for him. That evening, Li Tianyang returned home. Qin Meixia had prepared a sumptuous dinner. After dinner, Li Tianyang went to his room and Qin Meixia followed him in. Xiaoyan, she gazed at him, her usually sharp and shrewd face now softening for the first time with a hint of girlish shyness. About what you mentioned earlier, does that still stand? Li Tianyang smiled. He knew exactly what she was referring to. Of course it still stands. He looked at her, his eyes brimming with encouragement and anticipation. Qin Meixia bit her lip, as if making a momentous decision. Then turn off the lights. Sure. Li Tianyang switched off the main light in the room, leaving only a dim bedside lamp. In the dim light, Qin Meixia slowly slipped off her plain housecoat. Then, from a brand new shopping bag, she pulled out the outfit she'd bought specifically to save Lu Yan her battle attire. A black bodycon skirt, black stockings with a seductive sheen, and a pair of stiletto heels with heels at least 10 centimeters tall. She began awkwardly, pulling the black stockings over her full, beautifully curved legs. Then came the short skirt that perfectly accentuated her figure. Finally, under Li Tianyang's admiring and intense gaze, she stepped into the high heels that made her feel like she was walking on clouds. The next morning, Li Tianyang finished an extravagantly lavish breakfast. After the meal, Qin Meixia washed dishes in the kitchen while Li Tianyang stood nearby, pretending to help her wipe plates. The cramped kitchen was filled with a warm yet suggestive atmosphere. Qin Meixia glanced at the tall, handsome young man beside her and recalled last night's wild scene. Her usually composed, weathered face flushed involuntarily. Aunt Qin, your Douyin account gained thousands more followers yesterday, Li Tianyang said, searching for something to talk about. Don't mention it. Qin Meixia's face flushed even redder. Those people are all so vulgar. That's because they're jealous, Li Tianyang chuckled. Jealous of me, for having such a beautiful, capable aunt with such a great figure. Qin Meixia felt as sweet as honey inside from his blunt compliment. But she stubbornly retorted, you're just good with words. She placed the last bowl into the cupboard, then, as if remembering something, wiped her hands and walked into her room. Moments later, she emerged holding a neatly folded t-shirt. The t-shirt was quite unique. Made from patches of several different colored fabrics, it looked a bit rough around the edges, yet possessed a unique artistic charm. Xiaoyan, she held the t-shirt out to Li Tianyang, her face tinged with a hint of expectation and uncertainty. Auntie sewed this for you herself. I'm not very skilled, so please don't think it's bad. Chapter 78, The Foolish Lu Jiaqi. The next morning, Li Tianyang once again finished a hearty breakfast under Qin Meixia's gaze, radiant with maternal affection. Before leaving, he fulfilled last night's agreement. He planted a 9.5-second good morning kiss on Qin Meixia's half-reluctant, half-receptive pretty face. Then, under her complex gaze a mix of embarrassment, anger, and a hint of satisfaction he strode confidently out the door. Arriving at the company, he was unsurprisingly summoned to Shaolan's office once more. Same old routine, same old flavor. Kneel, polish my shoes, massage my feet. The routine flowed like water. Li Tianyang even began to wonder if this foreign woman had some peculiar fetish. And he, too, found his own peculiar pleasure in this humiliating service. As he felt the smooth, soft texture of those black stockings, he couldn't help but rant inwardly. This old hag is seriously hooked, huh? Making me come massage her feet every single day? What does she take me for? A masseuse? But fair's fair, the feel of those feet is incredible. Soft and smooth, with a faint hint of perfume. Sigh. Sinful. Satlan gazed at the man before her, utterly conquered by her, and felt her queenly desire for control deeply satisfied. But she felt it wasn't enough. What she craved was to utterly crush this man's dignity. She slowly withdrew her foot, then fixed Li Tianyang with a gaze brimming with mockery. I'm quite satisfied with today's service. As a reward, she paused, a cold curve forming at the corner of her lips. I've decided to assign you a more promising job. Li Tianyang's heart skipped a beat. He knew it, this old witch was up to no good. Sure enough. Go, she gestured toward the door, and scrub every single restroom in the sales department spotless. Remember, she added, I want them licked clean. Damn it! Li Tianyang cursed silently under his breath. That old hag has truly lost her mind. He stared at Shaolan's smug face, perfectly timed to display an expression of shock, anger, yet dare not speak out. His acting was utterly convincing. What? Shaolan looked at him. Not willing? Or do you want me to call security to escort you out? Li Tianyang gritted his teeth, then forced out a single word through clenched jaws. Yes. Very good. Shortland nodded with satisfaction. She waved him off as if dismissing a dog. Get out. Li Tianyang walked out of the office, looking utterly dejected. The moment he stepped outside, he spotted Lu Jiaqi standing nearby, gloating with schadenfreude. Seeing the look on his face as if he'd swallowed a fly filled her with pure satisfaction. Well, if it isn't Li Tianyang. What's the matter? Did our dear President Xiaonuan favor you again? Her tone dripped with unmasked mockery. Li Tianyang looked at him, and suddenly, a bright smile blossomed on his dejected face. He walked up to Lu Jiaqi, patted his shoulder, and said in a tone that was full of earnest advice. Jiaqi, congratulations. Chapter 79, Second Chance. She gazed at the man crouched at her feet, his expression earnest as he served her. For the first time, that proud heart wavered. This guy wasn't entirely useless after all? Li Tianyang sensed the changes in her body and knew the moment was ripe. He lifted his head, meeting her hazy, sapphire blue eyes, and asked in a tone laced with concern. Miss Shortland, your leg muscles seem a bit stiff. Would you like me to massage your thighs as well? Thighs? Shortland's body stiffened abruptly. Her gaze, which had just begun to cloud over, instantly regained its clarity and alertness. This guy. How dare he make such an outrageous request? How dare you, she snapped coldly. My apologies, Li Tianyang immediately bowed his head, adopting a look of profound humility. I overstepped. Watching his terrified demeanor, a sense of control surged once more within Shortland's heart. Press, or not press? That was the question. Amidst her internal struggle, she suddenly made a decision that even caught Li Tianyang off guard. She didn't answer directly. Instead, right in front of him, she slowly withdrew her long, beautiful leg clad in black stockings from his lap. Slowly peeling off the stockings, she revealed the flawless skin beneath. Li Tianyang's breath caught in his throat. Staring at the vivid, sensual work of art before him, he felt his throat grow so dry it felt like it might catch fire. Shortland casually tossed the removed black stockings onto the sofa. Then, once more, she placed her hand on Li Tianyang's thigh. Like this, she said, gazing at him with a complex gleam in her sapphire blue eyes, should make the massage a bit more comfortable, don't you think? Her tone remained haughty. But her actions had already betrayed her completely. She had fallen from being a high and mighty dominant to a submissive craving to be served. Li Tianyang watched her body betray her words' expression. Inside, he was grinning from ear to ear. Half an hour later. Having indulged in the royal class service, Xiaonuan lazily sat up from the sofa. She gazed at the man before her, a man who filled her with both revulsion and an irresistible sense of comfort. To preserve her last shred of queenly dignity, she cleared her throat and resumed her cold, haughty demeanor. Today's service was passable. As a reward, she gestured toward the door, go scrub every single restroom in the sales department again. The same trick again. Li Tianyang was already scheming about what new script to use today to manipulate that Lu Jiaqi. Yes. He gritted his teeth and walked out of the office. Sure enough, the moment he stepped outside, he spotted Lu Jiaqi again, standing nearby with a look of schadenfreude on her face. What's up, Li Tianyang, he sneered. What great assignment did President Xiaonuan give you today? Li Tianyang stared at him. Suddenly, a look of overwhelming gratitude blossomed on his humiliated face. He rushed forward, grabbed Lu Jiaqi's hand, and exclaimed excitedly. Jiaqi. No. Brother Lu. From now on, you're my own brother. Chapter 80, Aunt Ming's Invitation. Lu Jiaqi was utterly bewildered by his sudden outburst. What are you doing? Brother Lu. I can't thank you enough. Li Tianyang's eyes were red with emotion. If you hadn't put in a good word for me yesterday in front of President Xiaonuan, I wouldn't be where I am today. Me? Lu Jiaqi was even more bewildered. Yes. Li Tianyang nodded emphatically. Just now, President Xiaonuan praised me again. She said I have a bright future. To better hone my skills, she decided to continue assigning me yesterday's glorious task of scrubbing toilets. She said it's a sign of her trust in me. An opportunity for me. She said that once I've scrubbed every toilet in the entire company until they shine like new, she'll promote me to director. As Lu Jiaqi listened to this, the face that usually carried a hint of sleaziness instantly turned green. Why the hell? Why the hell would scrubbing toilets get you promoted? Could it be that Director Xiaonuan truly has some peculiar fetish? A surge of nameless rage and intense jealousy instantly clouded his mind. No way. He shoved Li Tianyang aside. This opportunity is mine. No one's taking it. This toilet must be scrubbed by me today. With that, he charged toward the restroom with unbridled glee. His expression suggested that if he delayed even a second longer, someone else would snatch away the coveted director position. Li Tianyang watched his cheerful retreating figure, the curve of his lips stretching wider and wider. Damn it. Second time lucky. The next day. The familiar scent in Shortland's office once again filled Li Tianyang's nostrils. The same familiar posture. He crouched on the floor, while Shortland's foot, a true work of art, casually rested on his thigh. Ice cold, smooth, and carrying a faint, almost imperceptible chill. No. Please don't. The words nearly slipped out before she could stop them, her voice carrying an almost imperceptible tremor. You've worked hard. Go get back to it. Got it. Li Tianyang watched her ghostly expression and felt a surge of amusement. He turned and strode out of the office with a swagger. Washing Grand Hotel. As one of Tianhai City's most prestigious 5-star hotels, it was always a gathering place for the elite. The moment Li Tianyang reached the entrance, he spotted that figure familiar beyond recognition. Bai Ningjie. Today, she wore a perfectly tailored black women's suit that accentuated her 183 centimeters supermodel figure to perfection. Beneath the tailored trousers, her impossibly long legs seemed to stretch from a person's chest all the way into their dreams. Cold and aloof, she radiated an aura of restraint, like a sacred snow lotus blooming atop a snow-capped peak no one dared to pluck. Beside her stood two other equally stunning, top-tier mature women. One was Xu Xiaonuan. Her burgundy-colored form-fitting gown tightly hugged her outrageously curvaceous figure, yet it stirred more imagination than any bearskin ever could. Her enchantingly alluring face always held a faint, elusive smile. Every flicker of her eyes and every curve of her lips seemed like a demon capable of stealing a man's soul. The other, naturally, was Ming Jiangyue. Sober, she was a stark contrast to her drunken, wild self. Dressed in Chanel's iconic little black dress, she exuded an air of noble elegance. Her usually commanding, pretty face now bore a hint of cool detachment. Chapter 81, The Banquet of Hongmen. He scrutinized Li Tianyang from head to toe, taking in the expensive designer t-shirt that clearly cost a fortune, then shifting his gaze to the face so strikingly handsome it made even this man feel a twinge of envy. He paused, then his expression shifted to one of sudden realization. He walked over to Bai Ningjie and asked with a smile, using a tone he thought was intimate. "Ms. Bai, might I ask? Your son, I presume? He's quite the handsome young man. He looks just like you, cut from the same cloth." The moment those words left his mouth, Bai Ningjie's expression changed instantly. For the first time, genuine panic flashed across her usually icy, beautiful face. To admit that this young man with whom she crossed boundaries multiple times was her son? Kill me now. The words burst from her lips before she could even think. "Mr. Wang, you've misunderstood." Bai Ningjie extended her slender, fair hand and pointed toward Ming Jiangyue beside her. Then, in a half-joking tone, she said, "This isn't my son. He's Jiangyu's son." Bai Ningjie's words exploded like a thunderclap in the minds of everyone present. The most stunned of all was Ming Jiangyue, who had just been publicly claimed as the mother. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes widened instantly. She stared blankly at Bai Ningjie, then glanced at Li Tianyang. The faint flush that had just returned to her pretty face instantly flared up again. "My son? That damn Bai Ningjie, trying to dump the blame on me?" As for that greasy middle-aged man named Wang Jianyun, he was utterly bewildered by this tangled web of relationships. He stood frozen for a moment before forcing a smile that looked more like a grimace than anything else. "So you're Mr. Ming's son? Ha ha ha, look at my eyesight, it's really going downhill. What a fine young man you are, truly a fine young man." He laughed awkwardly while his mind raced with calculations. "Damn it. I thought this kid was just some kept toy for Bai Ningjie, but turns out he's Ming Jiangyue's son. This is tricky." Li Tianyang watched this recognizing mom drama unfold, and inside, he was laughing his ass off. This was exactly the effect he wanted. He stepped forward, moving naturally to Ming Jiangyue's side. Then, in a voice brimming with filial devotion, he called out, "Mom!" Ming Jiangyue's body froze stiff. She felt every drop of blood in her body surge to her head in that instant. This little brat. He actually dared to say it out loud? Xu Xiaonuan beside her was nearly bursting with laughter. Her ample bosom rose and fell with each breath, causing the men around them to stare so intently their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. All right, Mr. Wang, don't stand at the door," Xu Xiaonuan stepped in to smooth things over. "Let's go inside first." Right. "Please come in. The three executives and the young master, please come in." Wang Jianyun hurried ahead, leading everyone into the hotel's most luxurious imperial hall. The massive circular dining table could easily seat 20. Already seated around it were 7 or 8 men in tailored suits, each with a potbelly and a greasy sheen on their faces. The moment the 3 stunningly beautiful women entered, every man's eyes widened in astonishment. Their gazes were blatant, filled with unmasked lecherous intent. Li Tianyang's brow furrowed slightly. Damn it. This wasn't some business dinner. This was clearly a trap. Chapter 82, Blocking the Drink. He forced a sheepish smile and slunk back to his seat, not daring to glance this way again. Xu Xiaonuan watched the young man before her, who had shielded her from all harassment. Her usually still heart stirred with a ripple. She studied his sharply defined profile, his eyes brimming with unwavering resolve and protective steadfastness. An unfamiliar emotion began to quietly take root within her heart. Could it be? Falling for him? The thought startled her the moment it surfaced. Well, little one, Ming Jiangyue chimed in from the side, stirring the pot again. Look at you, all grown up. Now you know how to play the hero and rescue the damsel in distress. But, she shifted her tone, her voice thick with jealousy, why do you only protect Aunt Ro and not your own mother? Don't you love me anymore? Li Tianyang felt like he was about to lose his mind with these drama queen aunts. Just then, the ultimate boss of the drinking session, Wang Jianyun, finally made his move. Holding a large glass filled to the brim with Mao Tai, he walked up to Bai Ningjie. Ms. Bai, he said with a sly grin, it's truly a great honor for me, Wang, to have the privilege of your presence here today. This drink is for you. If you're willing to give me face, down it in one go. The moment he finished speaking, the private room fell instantly silent. All eyes turned to Bai Ningjie. This was no longer a simple toast. It was a blatant demand. Bai Ningjie's face paled slightly. She knew that if she drank this glass today, countless more would follow. But refusing would mean refusing to give Wang Jianyun face. Given this man's vindictive nature, he would surely sabotage her business dealings in the future. She glanced at Li Tianyang beside her. Her eyes pleaded for help. Li Tianyang smiled. He had been waiting for this moment. Slowly, he rose from his seat. Amidst the stunned gazes of everyone present, he picked up the glass of wine in front of Bai Ningjie, then reached for the unopened bottle of Maotai on the table. He poured himself a large, full glass. He looked at Wang Jianyun. For the first time, the face that usually wore a hint of cynicism showed an expression of utmost seriousness. Mr. Wang. His voice was not loud. Yet it reached every ear in the room with crystal clarity. My Aunt Bai, she doesn't drink. From now on, whenever I'm present, he paused, his gaze sweeping slowly across the faces of every man in the room, his eyes as cold as a drawn blade, not a single one of you is to make her drink another drop of alcohol. He spoke, lifting the glass before him at least half a liter of Maotai. Then, he raised it toward Wang Jianyun. This glass, he said, enunciating each syllable, I'll drink for her. The words fell. He tilted his head back. Gulp, gulp. That entire glass of premium Feitian Maotai was drained as if it were plain water. Not a drop left. The private room fell deathly silent. Everyone was utterly stunned by his domineering, unreasonable declaration. Bai Ningjie watched his straight, upright back, watching his Adam's apple roll slightly as he drank. Her nose suddenly stung. A thin veil of mist gathered in those eyes, usually as cold and clear as ice. Chapter 83, Unrestrained. From the initial jeering and provocation, to later shock and numbness, and finally to sheer terror. The gaze of those once arrogant old hands toward Li Tianyang had completely transformed. They weren't looking at a person. They were staring at a monster. Thud. As the last challenger, foaming at the mouth, collapsed beneath the table. This absurd drinking table war finally drew to a close. In the entire private room, aside from the three top-tier ants who remained sober, not a single man could stand upright anymore. Li Tianyang gave the now empty bottle of Maotai a shake, a look of lingering satisfaction playing across his face. That's it? Seriously? Guys, is your fighting spirit that weak? The only response was a chorus of snores rising and falling in waves. Bai Ningjie, Ming Jiangyue, and Xu Xiaonuan were utterly dumbfounded. They just stood there, staring blankly at the young man standing in the middle of the bodies, acting as if nothing had happened. The heart of a mature woman was shaken to its core in that moment. Is this even human? I need to use the restroom. Li Tianyang swayed slightly, sensing it was time to proceed with the next phase of his plan. His steps were unsteady as he made his way toward the door. Xiaoyang. Bai Ningjie sprang to her feet almost instinctively and followed him out. Are you okay? In the hallway. Bai Ningjie steadied Li Tianyang, whose eyes were blurred with drunkenness. Her usually icy, pretty face was now etched with worry. I'm fine. Li Tianyang belched, a wave of strong alcohol fumes washing over Bai Ningjie's face. Just a little dizzy. He deliberately let his legs give way, leaning his entire weight toward Bai Ningjie. Ah! Bai Ningjie gasped, quickly extending her arms to hold him tightly. The man's body was heavy. He radiated a burning heat. Pressed tightly against her through the thin fabric of his clothes. Bai Ningjie's heart instantly went wild. She could distinctly smell the blend of Maotai liquor and that uniquely appealing scent of a young man emanating from Li Tianyang. She could distinctly feel his powerful heartbeat thudding against her chest, beat after beat. Thump! 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 And Bai. Li Tianyang buried his face in the hollow of her shoulder like a lost child, greedily inhaling the faint, familiar fragrance in her hair that haunted his dreams. I don't want to go home. I just want to stay with you. And Bai. I like you. This confession, tinged with the honesty of drunken truth, felt like a red-hot branding iron searing into Bai Ningjie's heart. The taut string she had been holding onto snapped completely at that moment. All restraint, all hesitation, all defenses crumbled to dust in that instant. She said nothing. Instead, she silently tightened the arms wrapped around him. Li Tianyang sensed the shift in her body and knew the moment had arrived. He slowly lifted his head. Yet within those seemingly dazed eyes, a piercing clarity shone. Gazing at her exquisite, flushed face reddened by nervousness and shyness. He could no longer hold back. He lowered his head. With perfect precision, he kissed her. Bai Ningjie's body stiffened abruptly. She tried to push him away. But her body felt as limp as a puddle of water, unable to muster even the slightest bit of strength. She could only watch helplessly as this young man ran wild within her world. Chapter 84, The Fatal Question. A cold, mocking smile curled at the corners of her lips. Ningjie, her voice was soft and gentle, yet carried a bone-chilling, piercing intensity, the feeling of a kiss. How does it feel? Boom. Bai Ningjie felt her brain explode in that instant. I didn't, she blurted out in denial. He was drunk. He was clinging to me. I couldn't push him away. Like a student caught red-handed, she stammered incoherently in her defense. Oh? Ming Jiangyue raised an eyebrow. Is that so? She released her grip on Li Tianyang's chin, then swiftly extended that same hand. She grabbed Li Tianyang's ear with a sharp tug. You little bastard, she demanded, her tone as harsh as an interrogator's. Tell me. Was it you who kissed your Aunt Bai first? Did you get lustful thoughts just because your Aunt Bai is pretty? Was it you who, fueled by alcohol, tried to grope your Aunt Bai? Li Tianyang. What kind of hellish, life or death question was this? If he admitted it, his image in Bai Ningjie's eyes would be utterly destroyed. But if he denied it, then... He glanced at Ming Jianyue's eyes, which screamed, dare say no, and I'll show you what physical castration means today. He shuddered. When faced with two evils, choose the lesser one. Yes. He gritted his teeth, forcing out the single word through clenched jaws. It was me. It's all my fault. I couldn't resist Aunt Bai's beauty. I committed the mistake every man in the world would make. He spoke with such righteous indignation, such solemn conviction. It seemed less like he was confessing a mistake. But rather, he was delivering some kind of acceptance speech. Upon hearing his confession, Bai Ningjie's pale, delicate face finally regained a hint of color. Her ice blue eyes flickered with gratitude and a hint of heartache as she looked at Li Tianyang. But Ming Jiangyue's expression didn't soften one bit after hearing his words. She released her grip on his ear and turned her gaze back to Bai Ningjie. Did you hear that? My little one has admitted everything. What else do you have to say? Bai Ningjie was driven back step by step by her relentless pressure. What is it? Ming Jiangyue sneered coldly. Bai Ningjie, I treated you like a best friend. And you? You went behind my back and stole my baby? How could you do this to me? Her words rang out with such righteous indignation. As if Li Tianyang truly was her own child. He Shuero, watching this spectacle unfold beside them, found this best friends turn on each other drama more thrilling than any soap opera. Her peach blossom eyes, usually filled with warmth, now sparkled with excitement. She even pulled out a bag of melon seeds from her Hermes handbag. She cracked them open as she watched. Her expression was pure, unadulterated schadenfreude, the very picture of a gossip-loving bystander who thrived on drama. I didn't. Bai Ningjie made a final, futile attempt to defend herself. I really didn't do anything with him. Nothing? Ming Jiangyue smiled. Her smile was laced with danger. She turned around once more, fixing her gaze on Li Tianyang. Baby, she asked in a voice brimming with affection and tenderness, tell me. You, your Aunt Bai, and your Aunt He. Of the three of us, who do you like the most? Chapter 85, The Master of Walking on Eggshells. Her voice was so cold it felt like ice shards could fall from it. We should go home now. She spoke, reaching out to pull Ming Jiangyue away from Li Tianyang's side. But Ming Jiangyue, drunk as she was, possessed surprising strength. She flung Bai Ningjie's hand away with a single jerk. Home? What home? Her drunken eyes fixed on Bai Ningjie. I'm not going back. I'm staying with my baby. Right now, he felt like Tang Seng's flesh being eyed by three ravenous wolves. At any moment, he could be torn apart and devoured whole, leaving not a single bone fragment behind. On the way home, the atmosphere was eerily tense. Ming Jiangyue called a designated driver, who led the way in her red Ferrari. Li Tianyang followed behind, driving Bai Ningjie's white Porsche Panamera. Inside the car. In the back seat. Ming Jiangyue had completely let go. Her entire body curled up in Li Tianyang's embrace like a lazy cat. One moment, she would rub her bubblegum pink face against his chest. The next, she'd extend her slender, fair hand to trace circles on his abs. All the while, she murmured incessantly. Baby, my precious baby. My good baby. Meanwhile, Bai Ningjie in the passenger seat and He Shuero on the other side sat stone-faced throughout, not uttering a word. Their stares were like knives, piercing through Li Tianyang like bullets. Li Tianyang felt as if they were about to poke holes all over his body. He felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, like thorns were digging into his back, like a fishbone was lodged in his throat. Finally, the car pulled up in front of Ming Jiangyue's villa. After collecting payment, the designated driver gave Li Tianyang a discreet thumbs up before departing. His eyes brimmed with the kind of admiration and awe that only men truly understand. As if to say, bro, you're something else. But Li Tianyang felt anything but impressive at that moment. He only felt like he was about to die. Come on, kid, help me up. Ming Jiangyue staggered down from the car and once again leaned heavily on Li Tianyang. Li Tianyang could only wrap one arm around her soft waist and support her arm with the other as he guided her toward the villa. Bai Ningjie and He Shuero followed them inside. Alright, you two, go sit in the living room first, Bai Ningjie said to them. I'll take her back to her room. She reached out to take Ming Jiangyue from Li Tianyang's arms. But Ming Jiangyue clung tightly to Li Tianyang's arm, refusing to let go. No, she whined like a stubborn child, I want my baby to carry me. Bai Ningjie's expression darkened further. Li Tianyang could only offer her a helpless, bitter smile. He supported Ming Jiangyue as they made their way to the bedroom on the second floor. The moment they entered, he caught the same exact fragrance that lingered on Ming Jiangyue's body. He gently laid Ming Jiangyue on the soft, large bed. Just as he was about to step back, Ming Jiangyue suddenly rolled over, wrapping herself tightly around him once more. Baby. Her breath, sweet as orchids, brushed his ear. Don't go. Tonight. She paused, then murmured in a dreamlike voice a single sentence that struck Bai Ningjie and Xu Xiaonuan, standing at the doorway, like a bolt of lightning. Tonight, sleep with Auntie. Just like last time. Chapter 86, Aunt Bai's burning jealousy. She absent-mindedly flicked the stray strands of hair hanging by her ear, her movements slightly disheveled, yet her voice carried a playful scold, Luli. Keep talking nonsense, and I'll tear your mouth off. Her voice was soft and gentle, sounding more like a playful whine than a threat. The once mysterious, strategic boss lady had reverted to a shy little girl. Through the rearview mirror, Li Tianyang watched her contradictory, coyly innocent expression, a barely perceptible smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He knew that the most impenetrable iceberg had quietly melted at its edge, somewhere beyond his sight. After dropping off Xu Xiaonuan, only he and Bai Ningjie remained in the car. The familiar Bentley headed toward the city center. Inside, the only sound was the steady hum of the engine and the silent vacuum between them, filled with an invisible substance. The crisp, woody scent of her perfume seemed more pronounced than when they had arrived, or perhaps it was tinged with a faint, elusive hint of tartness. In the end, Li Tianyang spoke first, his voice soft, as if afraid of disturbing something. Are you still angry? Bai Ningjie didn't look at him. The silhouette of her profile was reflected on the window, overlapping with the rapidly receding stream of lights in the nightscape. She resembled a statue blending into the night, perfect, yet cold. No. Her voice was calm and unruffled. Then are you angry at Aunt Ming? Her shoulders stiffened almost imperceptibly, but she shook her head. Not at her either. Li Tianyang slowed the car further, making the space inside feel even more intimate. He turned his head, his gaze settling on her firm, elegant jawline. His voice took on a hint of a whiny nasal tone, like a child who'd done something wrong yet still wanted a treat. Then you're angry at me. It wasn't a question, but a statement of fact. You think Aunt Ming and I have something going on? You think I... He paused, his voice dropping lower, like a whispered secret. I'm dirty. The last two words were whispered so softly, yet like a feather, they struck precisely at Bai Ningjie's taut heartstrings. That carefully concealed hint of green tea charm, in this moment, became the most potent softening agent. Bai Ningjie finally turned her head. Her ice-blue eyes, in the dim light, resembled two hazy lakes. As she gazed into Li Tianyang's eyes, filled with innocence and hurt, the dam built from reason and pride within her heart began to crumble inch by inch. Her mouth opened, but all the accusations and rebukes she'd intended to voice melted away in her throat, transforming into a barely audible sigh. I didn't. The car came to a smooth stop beneath the apartment building. The engine cut off, and the world fell completely silent. Neither of them moved. The small cabin now felt like a cocoon, isolated from the world, enveloping emotions too profound for words. Aunt Bai. Li Tianyang's gaze, as if carrying tangible warmth, traced the contours of her brows and eyes, finally settling upon her two lips, delicate and pale. I know I've put you in an awkward position tonight. But my feelings for you are real. They were real from the very first moment I saw you in that bar. At that moment, Bai Ningjie's heart completely lost its rhythm. So? He leaned in slightly, the air between them growing thick and heavy. He could smell the crisp fragrance in her breath. We should finish that kiss we had interrupted at the hotel. He paused, watching her lashes flutter slightly. Finish it, okay? Chapter 87, Aunt Chin's Gift. Back at the rental apartment, the clock's hands had already passed midnight. A single lamp glowed in the living room, casting a warm, amber light. Qin Meixia was curled up asleep on the sofa, wearing only a faded cotton nightgown. A yellowed copy of Introduction to Fashion Design slipped from her hands, landing quietly on the carpet. In her sleep, she shed all the shrewdness and sharpness of the day. Her face serene as a child's. Long lashes cast two faint shadows under the lamp, and those usually sharp, quick-witted lips were slightly pouted, as if sulking at someone in her dreams. Li Tianyang's heart felt as if a warm hand had gently squeezed it. He tiptoed over, removed his coat, and carefully draped it over her. Even so, she awoke. Qin Meixia opened her eyes hazily. The moment her gaze focused on Li Tianyang's face, they lit up instantly, a look of complete, unguarded reassurance. Xiaoyang, you're back? Her voice was hoarse from sleep, soft and sweet like a child's whimper. MHM. Li Tianyang nodded, picking up the book from the floor and placing it on the coffee table. Why did you fall asleep on the sofa? Aren't you afraid of catching a chill? I was reading. I just drifted off. Qin Meixia sat up, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Then, as if remembering something, her face lit up with a mix of anticipation and shyness. She carefully retrieved something from between the sofa cushions. A neatly folded t-shirt. The fabric was unusual, pieced together from scraps of different colors. The stitching showed a touch of inexperience in places, yet it radiated a unique sense of design and a simple, earnest sincerity. Xiaoyang, she handed him the garment, her eyes usually sharp and shrewd now wide like a schoolchild awaiting feedback on homework. I accidentally tore your old one, so I thought I'd make you a new one. My hands aren't steady, so please don't mind if it's not perfect. Tianyang took the t-shirt. It still carried her warmth and the clean, soapy scent of clothes dried in the sun. This scent instantly washed away the lingering traces of Bai Ningjie's cool woody fragrance and Ming Jianyue's cloying floral scent that had clung to him. The heart that had grown hard from desire and scheming outside melted and washed clean in that moment. He said nothing. Instead, in front of her, he reached down, gripped the hem of his own designer t-shirt, and pulled it up without hesitation. The garment was stripped away. His powerful physique was laid bare, exposed without concealment under the warm glow of the living room lights. Broad shoulders, a solid chest, and well-defined abs that rippled slightly with each breath. This body, adored by two women outside, now donned a Love brand t-shirt sewn by her own hands for her alone. The fabric clung tightly to his taut muscles, accentuating every inch of his vibrant vitality. Do you like it? Tianyang asked, smiling as he looked at her. It's beautiful. Xu Xiaonuan gazed at his physique, rivaling that of a male model, now draped in the garment she had sewn herself. Her pretty face flushed involuntarily once more. Auntie, Tianyang gazed at her, his admiration genuine. You're truly amazing. This outfit looks better than any designer piece I've ever bought. Chapter 88, The Spirit of the Contract. But, didn't we make a contract before? A contract? Xu Xiaonuan froze in the room. What contract? Well. Tianyang's voice was thick with seduction. You said it. To save me, to stop me from going out to steal again. You promised to let me kiss you every day. You even said it could be one with your tongue. Boom. Xu Xiaonuan felt her face flush fiercely once more. That little rascal. He actually remembered that. That was an accident, she protested in a last, futile attempt to defend herself. I was drunk that day. I was talking nonsense. You can't take it seriously. Not to be taken seriously? Tianyang's voice suddenly turned incredibly serious. Aunt Xin, that's where you're wrong. We place the utmost importance on the spirit of contract. Especially when elders make promises to their juniors, those are as binding as a seal of gold, impossible to retract. You are my elder. How could you go back on your word? How could you go back on your word? How can I ever trust you again after this? This barrage of soul-searching questions, thick with the stench of emotional manipulation, pounded like heavy hammers, driving deep into Xu Xiaonuan's heart. Yes. She was his elder. How could she possibly break her word? If word got out, how could she ever show her face again? She felt her worldview crumbling once again. After a long silence, she finally seemed to make some momentous decision, gritting her teeth as she forced out a few words. Fine. I agree. But... She held up a finger, emphasizing with utmost seriousness, just once. And it can't last more than 10 seconds. Tianyang smiled. All right. Xu Xiaonuan's expression was filled with humiliation and resignation. Tianyang's smile instantly brightened. He pushed open the door, symbolizing the final line of defense, and strode in with confidence. Xu Xiaonuan's room wasn't large. Yet it was kept exceptionally clean and tidy. The air carried the faint scent of soap nuts, just like the fragrance on her body. She sat on the edge of the bed in her slightly faded cotton pajamas. Her usually sharp and clever face now bore an expression of helpless resignation. Her expression seemed not to be awaiting a kiss, but rather a heroic sacrifice. Tianyang watched her, her words and actions at odds, and felt a deep sense of satisfaction wash over him. He walked over and sat beside her. Auntie, he said, glancing at the alarm clock on the nightstand. His dark eyes shimmered with a knowing light. It's 11:59 and 50 seconds. Shall we begin? Xu Xiaonuan remained silent. Instead, she silently closed her eyes, her long lashes still trembling slightly, beyond her control. Like a fawn waiting to be captured by the hunter. Tianyang smiled. He reached out, gently cupping her beautifully sculpted chin. Then he lowered his head. He kissed her. 10, 9, 8. He counted silently in his mind. Her lips, tinged with a hint of sweetness, felt like the most delicious jelly in the world. Irresistible, impossible to tear oneself away. 3, 2, 1. 0. 10 seconds. Chapter 89, Defeating Magic with Magic. Baby, what are you doing? Did you miss me? Not at all, Aunt Ming. Ming Jiangyue smiled with satisfaction. Baby, I need to tell you something. That little minx Bai Ningjie? She's definitely got her eye on you. When you kissed her last night, did she stick her tongue out too? How far did she stick it out? Was it as far as Auntie's? Tell me. Did Auntie teach you those kissing techniques? You ungrateful brat. You took the secret skills Auntie passed down to you and didn't even think to repay me. You went and used them on another woman. Tianyang felt like he had two heads on one body. What the hell was this nonsense? Alright, I'm not joking with you anymore, Ming Jiangyue chuckled softly on the other end. From now on, don't kiss Bai Ningjie. Kiss Auntie instead. Got it? No sooner had the words left her mouth than soft snoring filled the line. It seemed the drunkard had fallen asleep. Tianyang's mind flashed back to Ming Jiangyue's image as a cool, aloof young wife. The moment he hung up, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! New Flower Guardian crisis detected. Emergency mission issued, protect Qin Meixia. Mission requirements, under attack from Lu Huihua and her anti-brigade, protect Qin Meixia without a scratch and make the enemy pay a heavy price. Mission Reward 1, Qin Meixia's affection plus 20. Reward 2, plus 10% proficiency in the time control skill. Reward 3, cash reward plus 20 million. Task Reward 4, Industrial Reward 100% equity in the Golden Footprint flagship store located in a prime downtown location, with annual profits of approximately 5 million. A foot massage shop? Tianyang's eyes lit up instantly. This reward is way too generous? He clenched his fists, and the heart that had been stirring with anticipation for the upcoming battle now boiled over completely. Lu Huihua, huh? The Granny Brigade, huh? Very well. I can't wait any longer. I'll be damned if I don't see whether your old lady's sharp tongues are more formidable than my time control. Early the next morning, Tianyang was summoned to the office by Xiaodilan once again. Same old routine, same old taste. He crouched on the floor, expertly servicing the aloof ice queen. Feeling the smooth, silky softness of the black stockings against his skin, he frantically calculated today's events in his mind. Go toe-to-toe? No way. Getting into a fight with a bunch of rowdy women winning wouldn't be honorable, and losing would be even more humiliating. Most crucially, it risked dragging Aunt Qin into the fray and getting her hurt. What should he do? A sudden flash of inspiration struck Tianyang's mind. He thought of a brilliant idea. A plan to defeat magic with magic. Noon. Tianhai City, West Suburb, Labor Market. This place was the most chaotic and diverse spot in the entire city. Countless burly men stood holding signs, waiting for employers to take notice. But Tianyang walked straight to a corner. There, a group of middle-aged women gathered, also waiting for work. They sat in small groups, cracking sunflower seeds and gossiping, their eyes sharp and fierce. Tianyang approached and cleared his throat. Ladies. All eyes instantly focused on the handsome young man. I have a job opening. Chapter 90, helping Aunt Qin get even. Then, hands on hips, she fired back. Lu Huihua. You damn it, watch your filthy mouth around me. Who the hell are you calling a fox spirit? Who's the? A useless old ugly loser like your husband? Give him to me for free, and I'd still think he's filthy. And you? You can't even control your own man, yet you have the nerve to come here and cause trouble? You're the one who's the most shameless. A thunderous, earth-shattering war of insults erupted completely out of nowhere. Hiding behind a large tree nearby, Tianyang watched the attractive aunt holding her own against three opponents without flinching. He couldn't help but admire her. Aunt Qin was truly Aunt Qin. This is insane. She's absolutely a role model for us all. But two fists couldn't fight six hands. Though Qin Meixia's combat prowess was off the charts, her opponents were three. Three mouths unleashing a barrage of abuse at her alone. A barrage of filthy insults, too vile to repeat. Gradually, Qin Meixia began to lose ground. Her pretty face flushed red with anger, then drained pale, while her ample chest heaved violently. It seemed she was about to be defeated. Lu Huihua, seeing this, grew even more triumphant, her curses becoming increasingly vicious and unrestrained. Go on. Why aren't you cursing anymore? You worthless who only knows how to seduce men. Struck dumb? She lunged forward, reaching to grab Qin Meixia's hair. At that very moment, in the nick of time, a faint smile curved the corners of Tianyang's lips. He gave a subtle wave to the four mouth-strong champions beside him, who had been itching for a fight. Ladies. It's your turn to step up. With that, the four champions charged forward like four tanks. With a roar, they charged toward the battlefield. Who the hell dares bully my sister? Sisters. Charge. Rip those mouths to shreds. In an instant, they plunged into the melee. What had been a 3-on-1 ambush? In the blink of an eye, it became a 5-on-3 rout. Lu Huihua and her two henchmen hadn't even processed what was happening before they were completely drowned out by a torrent of curses pouring in from all directions. The scene was nothing short of epic. 8 women, 1 drama. Spittle flew everywhere. Every word struck precisely at the opponent's weak spot. The venom was pure enough to make your hair stand on end. Lu Huihua and her two companions were instantly stunned into silence. Their vaunted fighting prowess proved utterly useless against these 4 battle-hardened queens. Tianyang watched this proxy war he had orchestrated unfold, nodding with satisfaction. He stepped forward and took Qin Meixia's hand, still in a daze. Auntie, let's go. Then, under the stunned gazes of everyone present, he calmly turned and walked away, pulling Aunt Qin with him, deeply concealing his achievements and fame. The The window of the rental house remained open. Downstairs, the epic brawl raged on in full fury. Li Tianyang and Qin Meixia stood side by side at the window, like two VIPs seated in a private box, admiring a top-tier opera. Qin Meixia watched Lu Huihua below, surrounded by 5 burly women who were pulling her hair, scratching her face, and making her cry like a 300-pound child. Her usually composed, weathered face wore an expression of profound complexity. There was satisfaction, there was catharsis, but more than anything, there was a lingering fear of having narrowly escaped disaster. And an endless dependence on the young man beside her. Chapter 91, Introducing the Match. She could only silently shift her body, extending her still slightly trembling arm to gently pull him into her embrace. His body was hot. Like a small furnace. Through the thin nightgown, she could distinctly feel his powerful heartbeat and the muscular contours brimming with strength. Her face flushed involuntarily once more. Auntie, Li Tianyang buried his face in her neck, taking a deep breath of her sweet, comforting scent. I still can't sleep. Then what do you want? Qin Meixia's voice had softened to the point of being like a pool of water. I want to kiss you. Li Tianyang lifted his head, his jet-black eyes sparkling with a pure, innocent light like a fawn's. If you don't let me kiss you, I can't stop thinking about it. And the more I think about it, the harder it is to sleep. Just one kiss, okay? Just as a goodnight kiss. All right. Qin Meixia resignedly closed her eyes. Li Tianyang smiled. He leaned down and kissed her. This kiss was long. Deep. It felt like an eternity. So deep it felt as though it would draw out the very soul of the other. After more than 10 minutes, their lips parted. Qin Meixia lay utterly limp in his arms. In those eyes, always tinged with shrewdness, every shred of reason, every ounce of restraint, every last defense crumbled to dust in that instant. All that remained was a deep, intoxicating surrender. Xiaoyang. She gasped, using a playful tone that tried to create distance. This time, you've cashed in all your benefits for the next month in advance. Next month, you're not allowed to touch Auntie at all. Yet. Li Tianyang seemed to have heard none of her words. He simply stared at her silently. Then, he leaned close to her ear and whispered softly into her ear. After hearing it, her already flushed, pretty face suddenly exploded with a bang. She wanted to refuse. But she looked into Li Tianyang's eyes, filled with pleading. She recalled everything he had done for her. She recalled the countless coincidences and divine interventions. Refusing him now would make her no better than a beast. It would defy the will of heaven. After a long moment, she finally seemed to make some incredibly momentous decision. She stretched out her slightly trembling arms and wrapped them tightly around his neck. With a kiss that was both awkward and passionate, she responded to him. Xiaoyang. Auntie is yours now. Early the next morning, Li Tianyang once again finished an absurdly lavish breakfast under Qin Meixia's gaze, a complex mix of tenderness and shyness. He even began to suspect that this woman might be trying to force-feed him into a 300-pound glutton, thereby eliminating any desire he might have to go out and steal things. Just as he was about to leave for school, Qin Meixia suddenly called out to him. Xiaoyang, she said, her usually weathered yet pretty face flashing an incredibly complex expression, that girl I introduced you to my cousin's daughter. Someday, you should listen to your aunt and go meet her. Qin Meixia's words instantly doused the blazing fire that had just ignited within Li Tianyang. Holy crap! What the hell? Pull up your pants and deny everything? Wait. I haven't even pulled them up yet. And now you're trying to set me up on a blind date? Chapter 92, Agreeing to the Blind Date. But she still underestimated the shamelessness of the man before her. Deal? Deal. Then, Li Tianyang looked at her and blinked. Can we, perhaps, fulfill this agreement a little early? Now I'm starting to feel a little scared. Qin Meixia. She felt like she might die of anger right then and there. But the words were already out. To completely cure this little brat's heart ailment, she could only lie back down on the bed once more, tears welling in her eyes as she endured the humiliation. Then, like an emotionless pillow, she held him tightly in her arms. The night passed without a word. The next day, the entire day passed calmly. Li Tianyang didn't even go to school. He stayed home, keeping Qin Meixia company. Together, they shopped for groceries, cooked meals, and cleaned the house. They were just like any ordinary newlywed couple. That warm, homely atmosphere filled with the scent of everyday life left Li Tianyang utterly intoxicated. He was even starting to forget about the urgent mission the system had issued. Evening. The two of them finished washing up early and lay down in bed. In that familiar position, Qin Meixia clung to him like a pillow. Li Tianyang buried his face in her embrace. Auntie, he murmured, rubbing against her, I can't sleep again. What do you want? Qin Meixia's voice was filled with caution. I want to kiss you. No way. Qin Meixia snapped back, finally catching on. Didn't we settle this last night? You've already used up your perks for the next month. That was yesterday, Auntie. Li Tianyang looked utterly innocent. Today is a new day. Our contract said we could kiss for 10 seconds every day. Qin Meixia. She felt defeated once again by this little rascal's contractual integrity. Just 10 seconds. Got it. Li Tianyang lowered his head and kissed her. 10, 9, 8. This time, his kiss was even wilder than last night's. Even more possessive. Several minutes later. Their lips parted. Xu Xiaonuan lay utterly limp in his arms. All rationality had melted away from those eyes, usually sharp with shrewdness, leaving only a pool of spring water. Xiaoyang. Her voice trembled. This has been way longer than 10 seconds. Really? Li Tianyang blinked. I didn't count. Auntie, how about we try again? This time, I promise, I'll count it out loud for you every single second. Get lost. Xu Xiaonuan mustered her last ounce of strength to push him away. Her flushed, pretty face was etched with shame and fury. However, Li Tianyang, was not about to let it go. He leaned in close to her ear once more. The warm breath of a man brushed against her earlobe. Ticklish. It sent tingles through her. It made her entire body tremble. Then, he whispered another secret in that voice brimming with temptation. After hearing it, all the light in her eyes, which had just regained a glimmer of clarity, extinguished in an instant. All that remained was an endless descent into ruin. She knew she was utterly and completely finished. Chapter 93, Is Shangdong really not human? He stepped forward, wrapping his arms around her from behind, clasping her soft, voluptuous waist, a waist that possessed astonishing elasticity. Xiaoyang. What are you doing? Xu Xiaonuan's body instantly went limp. Auntie, Li Tianyang buried his face in her hair, inhaling deeply the sweet scent of her skin. Can't I just hold you? Isn't it perfectly normal to hug your elders goodbye before work? Here we go again. That damn logic again. Xu Xiaonuan felt like he was driving her crazy. Let go of me. What kind of example is this? No way, Li Tianyang acted like a spoiled brat. If you won't let me hug you, I'll be thinking about this all day at work. If I think about this, I won't be able to work properly. If I can't work properly, I'll get yelled at by the boss and bullied by my coworkers. Then I'll be in a bad mood. Enough, enough. Xu Xiaonuan cut him off hastily. Fine, fine. I give in. Hold on. You can hold on. She really was at her wit's end with this little tyrant. Li Tianyang smiled. He pulled her tightly into his embrace. Feeling that softness and warmth uniquely hers. Then, he leaned close to her ear and whispered softly, Aunt Xin, can I kiss you again? No. This time, Xu Xiaonuan's reaction was fiercely intense. She shoved him away abruptly, her eyes usually sharp and calculating now filled with unwavering resolve and finality. Li Tianyang. I'm warning you. Don't push your luck. We already made a huge mistake last night. We can't keep making mistakes. And, as if remembering something, she straightened her back and declared in a tone brimming with righteous indignation, Don't forget. You have a blind date tonight. If you kiss me, that would be so unfair to that girl. She believed this excuse was flawless. Yet she had underestimated the shamelessness of the man before her. Li Tianyang watched her resolute refusal, yet felt not a trace of urgency. He merely sighed. In a tone brimming with melancholy and reverie, he said, Yes. Tonight, I'm going on a blind date. Who knows? He paused, a hint of perfectly measured melancholy flickering in his dark eyes. Maybe, the girl will take a liking to me? Then I'll start dating, get married, have kids. And never be intimate with you again for the rest of my life. He lifted his head, his eyes reddened. Aunt Xin. Since we're about to part forever. Then please, have mercy on me. Let me kiss you one last time. Will you? Xu Xiaonuan was utterly flummoxed by Li Tianyang's heartrending, illogical plea. Yeah. He was about to go on a blind date. He was about to belong to someone else. From now on, she would never see him again. Never again hold him. Never kiss him again. A wave of overwhelming bitterness and reluctance instantly surged through her heart. Looking at Li Tianyang's face, etched with pleading and reluctance, she felt as though her heart would shatter. Chapter 94, Pawn Myself. Li Tianyang's pupils contracted for a split second. He lifted his head to meet Xiaolan's gaze, his own expression shifting through shock, humiliation, and finally, resignation crushed by reality. The entire emotional arc unfolded with such distinct layers it could be called an Oscar-worthy performance. What? Xiaolan's voice carried a hint of Victor's contempt. Unwilling? Li Tianyang's Adam's apple bobbed once before he ground out a single word through clenched teeth. Yes. Slowly, he lowered his head, which had once seemed so proud. Then, he extended his tongue. Under Shortland's intensely aggressive gaze, he gently drew it into his mouth. The tart sweet taste, tinged with artificial strawberry flavoring, spread across his taste buds. Watching this utterly submissive scene unfold before her, feeling the sensation through her fingertips, the queenly sadistic desire within her soul reached its peak at that moment. She felt like a deity towering above, looking down upon the lowly mortal prostrate at her feet. Half an hour later, the service concluded. Shotland rose lazily from the sofa. She regarded the man before her, a figure she both despised and found physically irresistible. To preserve her last shred of dignity, she cleared her throat and resumed her icy demeanor. Today's service was passable. She paused, as if bestowing a tremendous favor, then pointed toward the door. As a reward, go clean the restrooms in both the sales and marketing departments. A fleeting look of humiliation and anger crossed Li Tianyang's face, but inside, he was already plotting how to deal with that little cutie outside the door. Yes. He turned and walked out of the office, his teeth clenched. Sure enough, Lu Jiaqi was leaning against the wall, wearing a look of schadenfreude. Well, Li Tianyang, he sneered, what delightful task did President Xiao assign you today? Li Tianyang looked at him. That humiliated face suddenly broke into a smile bordering on overwhelming gratitude. He lunged forward in one swift step, gripping Lu Jiaqi's arms tightly, his voice trembling with emotion. Jiaqi. No, brother Lu. You're like my own brother. Lu Jiaqi was stunned by this sudden outburst. What the hell are you doing? Brother Lu. I can't thank you enough. Li Tianyang's eyes welled up, his voice breaking with emotion. If you hadn't spoken up for me in front of President Xiao, I wouldn't be where I am today. Me? Lu Jiaqi was even more bewildered. Yes. Li Tianyang nodded emphatically, his tone brimming with fervent admiration. Just now, President Xiao praised me again. She said I have great potential. To better hone my skills, she decided to continue assigning me yesterday's glorious purification task. He paused, his tone shifting to tinges of envy and jealousy, and she also said that purification zone in the marketing department will now fall under my jurisdiction. She called it a sign of trust. An opportunity for me. She said that once I polish every sanctuary in the entire company until her reflection shines brightly, she'll promote me to team leader. Team leader? Those two words exploded like a bomb in Lu Jiaqi's mind. A surge of rage, mingled with jealousy and resentment, instantly clouded his mind. Why? Just for scrubbing toilets? Why should she get to be team leader? Does President Xiao really have that kind of twisted way of testing people? No. This opportunity, this honor, it should have been mine. Get out of my way. He shoved Li Tianyang aside, his eyes bloodshot. This chance is mine. No one takes it from me. The glory of the temple must be guarded by me. With that, he charged toward the restroom like a bull seeing red, his excitement carrying him forward. His retreating figure radiated the heroic fervor of one charging toward his ideals. Li Tianyang watched him disappear around the corner, the curve of his lips stretching wider and wider. Silently, he mouthed two words. Chapter 95, Anqin's Jealousy. That evening, after dinner, Li Tianyang once again made his way back to his room without being asked. Qin Meixia sat in the living room, clutching a pile of newly retrieved needlework, yet felt as if she were sitting on pins and needles on the sofa. Finally, as if compelled by some unseen force, she stood at Li Tianyang's doorstep, still clutching her sewing. Auntie, would it bother you if I did some sewing here for a bit? Her voice was soft, tinged with cautious hesitation. Not at all, Li Tianyang replied, lifting his head to offer her a smile. It was pure and unadulterated, without a trace of insincerity. Please, have a seat. And so, an incredibly harmonious scene unfolded in the room. Li Tianyang sat at his desk working on a PowerPoint presentation. Qin Meixia sat on the edge of the bed, head bowed, stitching carefully. Moonlight streamed through the window like spilled mercury, stretching their shadows long and intertwined. It created an illusion of peaceful tranquility. Like an old married couple who had shed the fire of passion and now supported each other through thick and thin. The thought made Qin Meixia's heart skip a beat. As she threaded the needle, she stole glances at his focused silhouette out of the corner of her eye. What was wrong with him today? Had last night's wild passion drained him dry, leaving him uninterested in her? The thought brought a wave of inexplicable disappointment. But then she thought again, no, that couldn't be it. With his usual vigor and vitality, how could that be possible? Was he disgusted with her? Did he think last night's whispered confessions in bed were too shameless, branding her a bad woman? The thought struck her heart like an icy spike. Her heart leapt into her throat. The hand holding the needle trembled uncontrollably, and the sharp tip plunged deep into her fingertip. Ouch! She sucked in a sharp breath as a bright red drop of blood quickly seeped out. What's wrong? Li Tianyang rushed over to her in 2 strides. Seeing the blood bead on her fingertip, he grabbed her hand without a word and took the injured finger into his mouth. Warm, soft warmth enveloped her fingertip, carrying a faint, almost imperceptible metallic taste. Qin Meixia's body stiffened abruptly as a familiar electric current shot from her fingertip through her entire body. Her face flushed bright red. This little rascal finally couldn't hold back. The heart that had been suspended all day seemed to find its home at this moment, settling firmly into place. But outwardly, she still maintained a final shred of reserve. What are you doing? She feigned a slight struggle, her voice soft and sweet. Li Tianyang quickly released her finger, the small wound already stopped bleeding. Like a dutiful doctor, he cautioned earnestly, Auntie, be more careful in the future. With that, he turned back to his desk and resumed his work. As if that intensely suggestive gesture moments ago had been nothing more than an ordinary first aid procedure. Qin Meixia watched his utterly focused back, feeling like this invisible torment was driving her mad. Had her charm truly lost its effect on him? Time ticked by, and by 9:30, Qin Meixia had finished her work. She rose slowly, dragging her feet, each movement deliberate and deliberate. Xiaoyang, should auntie head back now? She waited. Waiting for him to speak up and ask her to stay, waiting for him to act stubborn like he usually did, waiting for a hug or a suggestive remark. But, sure. Tianyang turned back, flashing her a smile as pure and uncomplicated as ever. Aunt Qin, get some rest. Qin Meixia felt as if someone had dumped a bucket of ice water over her head, leaving her numb from head to toe. She walked out of the room in a daze, returning to her own cold, empty bedroom. Lying on her bed, she tossed and turned, her mind filled only with Tianyang's handsome face and that polite, yet chillingly distant, get some rest. It seemed he truly had no interest in her anymore. Did he find her past her prime? Had he found another woman? Uncontrollably, images of Tianyang with other women began to surface in her mind. Chapter 96, Chapter 95 Aunt Qin's Broken Heart. Shang Dongxi. Come see this. Why won't your mother remarry your father? Shang Dongxi leaned in to see. His already sullen face instantly turned ashen. Is that so? Shang Dongxi's eyes instantly turned red. Like a rabid beast, he lunged at Qin Meixia and grabbed her by the collar. So that's why you stubbornly refused to remarry my dad. Turns out you've got some bastard on the side? Don't you have any shame left? You disgraceful piece of trash. Where am I supposed to put my face? Each vile, humiliating word cut into Qin Meixia's heart like the sharpest of knives. In that instant, her world shattered completely. She didn't fight back or hurl insults in return. She simply turned away slowly. That frail, slender silhouette looked so helpless and desolate at that moment. Nothing is more painful than a heart that has died. What the hell are you two doing? Just as Shang Dongxi was about to unleash more insults or even resort to violence, a cold, murderous voice suddenly erupted from behind him. He whipped his head around to find Tianyang standing in the doorway. The face that usually wore a carefree, mocking smile was now frozen in a terrifying, icy glare. His eyes were as cold as if he were staring at two corpses. Shang Dongxi's body shuddered violently. He recalled the terror he had felt the last time this man had dominated him in the KTV. Get out. Tianyang uttered only one word, yet the overwhelming murderous intent within it made both Shang Dongxi and Lu Yan's legs give way simultaneously. They didn't dare utter another word, scrambling out of the room in a panic, looking every bit like two stray dogs. Silence returned to the room. Tianyang stepped forward, gazing at the figure still trembling uncontrollably. He reached out and gently pulled her into his embrace. Wah! Qin Meixia could hold back no longer. She turned, burying her face deep into Tianyang's warm, solid chest, sobbing like a child who'd suffered the greatest injustice. Her sobs were filled with endless sorrow and despair. Tianyang said nothing, simply holding her quietly as her hot tears soaked through his shirt. After a long while, the sobbing gradually subsided. Qin Meixia lifted her head from his embrace. Her eyes, usually sharp and shrewd, were now swollen and red from crying. She looked at Tianyang, all traces of reason and reserve shattered in her eyes, leaving only boundless dependence. She knew that from this day forward, the man before her was her sole anchor, her only hope for survival. She stood on tiptoe and kissed him, ready to give herself to him completely and without reservation. But just as she was about to surrender once more, Tianyang gently pushed her away. He reached out, gently wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, then spoke in a voice that was tender yet filled with restraint. Aunt Qin, please don't cry. With me here, no one will ever dare to bully you again. Rest well. I'll leave now. With that, he turned and walked away without a single glance back. Qin Meixia stared at the door as it closed softly, completely dumbfounded. Why did he leave? Why did he abandon me? Could it be that he, too, despised her for being an old woman? Could it be that she was no longer worthy of him? A wave of panic and self-loathing, 100 times more intense than when her own son had just insulted her, instantly engulfed her. She felt as if the entire world had abandoned her. Chapter 97, Chapter 96 Playing hard to get. Auntie, let me film a video for you. Just as a keepsake before your blind date. Qin Meixia's face flushed, but she didn't refuse. Like a marionette on strings, she let Tianyang manipulate her. She slipped into that dress she believed was flawless, strapped on those precarious high heels, and under Tianyang's professional direction, struck one humiliatingly seductive pose after another. Auntie, lift your leg higher. That's it. Perfect. Now, your hand accidentally brushed your thigh. Oh. Yes. Exactly. Auntie, you're a genius. Qin Meixia felt like she was about to die of embarrassment. But when she saw the look of awe and admiration in Tianyang's eyes, she felt it was all worth it. The video wrapped up quickly. Xiaoyang, Qin Meixia smoothed the slightly disheveled hem of her skirt, her pretty face brimming with anticipation. Shouldn't we be going now? Go. Tianyang blinked. Go where? To the blind date. Oh, Tianyang nodded. No rush. We've got more important things to do first. More important matters? Qin Meixia froze for a moment. Then she watched as Li Tianyang slowly approached her, his gaze as predatory as a wolf fixated on its prey, filled with aggression and possessiveness. "What do you think you're doing?" Qin Meixia instinctively took a step back. "Auntie," Li Tianyang's lips curved into a wicked smile, "didn't we agree? Tonight is the last time I'll hold you as we sleep. How could we possibly waste such a memorable night?" With that, he swept her up in his arms. Then he strode purposefully to his bed and gently laid her down. "Li Tianyang, let me go." Qin Meixia made a final, futile struggle. "Auntie," Li Tianyang pressed his body against hers, his warm breath, heavy with male hormones, brushing against her face. "This is the last time. Just give in to me." That phrase again, the last time. That damned, enchanted phrase, the last time. Qin Meixia felt all her resistance crumble before those 4 words. Yes, since it was the last time anyway. Let him indulge one more time. Let it be a perfect ending to their relationship. She slowly closed her eyes, then reached out her arms and wrapped them around his neck. Li Tianyang smiled. He lowered his head to kiss her. But then he abruptly stopped. Staring at her face, now utterly lost in surrender, a smile of unbridled audacity spread across his own. "Auntie," his voice was hoarse and seductive, "you look so beautiful dressed like this today. If you added a pair of black stockings, wouldn't that be absolutely stunning?" "Stockings?" Qin Meixia's body stiffened violently. That little bastard. He actually wanted her to wear those? "No way," she blurted out without hesitation. "Why not?" Li Tianyang wore a look of grievance. "Auntie, tonight is the very last night. Tomorrow I have to go on a blind date. Just grant me this one last little wish, okay?" Qin Meixia felt like he was driving her crazy. But when she looked into his eyes, filled with pleading and reluctance, her heart softened. After a long pause, as if making some incredibly momentous decision, she ground out a single word through clenched teeth. "Fine." Chapter 98, Chapter 97, The Shameless Man. She stared into Li Tianyang's eyes, which glowed eerily bright even in the darkness, filled with anticipation and pleading. The word no was on the tip of her tongue, yet she couldn't bring herself to say it. She was afraid. She feared that if she refused, this man would once again give her the cold shoulder, just as he had days before. That gut-wrenching feeling of being utterly abandoned by the world, she never wanted to experience it again. A long moment passed. As if summoning every ounce of strength within her, she finally managed to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. "All right. Then close your eyes. Don't peek." "Got it." Li Tianyang agreed readily and immediately closed his eyes. Qin Meixia sighed resignedly and sat up on the bed. She picked up the pair of high heels Li Tianyang had polished to a mirror's shine and slipped her feet into them, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. When the sharp heels pressed into the soft mattress, she felt like a sacrifice stepping willingly onto the altar. "That's it." Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, filled with humiliation. Li Tianyang slowly opened his eyes. The sight before him made his breath catch for a second. My God. Under the dim moonlight, Qin Meixia knelt on the bed. A black dress, black stockings, black high heels. Those aggressively pointed heels contrasted with her shy, submissive expression in a way that was utterly, intensely jarring. The visual impact was nothing short of nuclear level. "Auntie, you're so beautiful." Li Tianyang murmured sincerely, his voice already hoarse beyond recognition. He reached out, as if admiring the most perfect work of art, gently caressing the cold heel of the shoe. Then, following the elegant curve of her calf, his hand moved upward. Qin Meixia's body trembled uncontrollably under his touch. "Xiaoyang, you've seen enough. Can you take it off now?" "Take it off?" Li Tianyang smiled. "Auntie, how could I possibly take off such a beautiful work of art? Come, lie down." He spoke in a tone that brooked no refusal. Qin Meixia, like a puppet whose soul had been drained, obediently lay down slowly. Li Tianyang pulled her back into his embrace, his sense of conquest swelling to its peak. "Auntie, shouldn't we settle our accounts now?" "Settle what?" Qin Meixia was still a bit dazed. "The kissing debt," Li Tianyang declared with righteous indignation. "According to our agreement, you still owe me 40 seconds. Hearing this, Qin Meixia actually breathed a sigh of relief. So it was just kissing. She closed her eyes, adopting a submissive pose. However, Li Tianyang's next words made her eyes widen again. "But auntie," he continued, "those 40 seconds were just the principle." A devilish grin spread across Li Tianyang's lips. "It's been several days now. By bank rules, shouldn't there be some interest charged?" "Interest?" Qin Meixia was utterly dumbfounded. She stared at the man before her in utter disbelief. Just a kiss, and he wants to charge interest? Was there anyone more shameless than him in this world? Before she could react, Li Tianyang had already lowered his head, using action to collect his so-called principal and exorbitant interest. Unlike all the previous fleeting touches, in an instant, it shattered Qin Meixia's already fragile defenses of reason. She felt like a tiny boat tossed in a raging storm, clinging helplessly to the only lifeline she had. Chapter 99, Chapter 98, Riding School Battlefield. Event, tomorrow at 9 a.m. you will unexpectedly encounter your two other female confidants Xu Xiaonuan and Ming Jiangyue at the City West Driving School Subject 2 test site. Driving school battlefield? A blind date ambush? Reading these two previews, Tianyang's smile grew more amused. Life was getting more and more interesting. He even found himself anticipating the priceless expressions on Xu Xiaonuan and Ming Jiangyue's faces when they spotted him at the driving school. The morning sunlight bathed everything in the kitchen in a warm golden glow. Tianyang took a big bite out of his fried dough stick. Watching Qin Meixia sitting stiffly across from him, her face stern, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The woman who had been crying and begging for mercy just last night was already putting on her elderly airs first thing this morning. This contrast never failed to amuse him. After finishing breakfast, Tianyang strolled leisurely to the office. No sooner had he sat down at his desk than the internal phone rang. It was the president's secretary, that haughty Linda. Tianyang, President Xiao wants you to come to our office immediately. Her tone was no different from calling a dog. Coming. Tianyang sneered inwardly. Another day of clocking in for work had arrived. He stepped into the intimidatingly large, cool-toned executive office. A familiar, icy-era blend of expensive perfume and the scent of power hit him like a wave. Shotland leaned back in her expensive ergonomic chair, spooning yogurt from a carton. Today she wore a white silk blouse, buttons fastened meticulously to the very top, paired with a black form-fitting pencil skirt that hugged her astonishing Western-style figure tightly. Her golden hair was pulled back into a sleek bun, revealing a smooth, full forehead and a swan-like, slender neck. Her sculpted, angular face bore a cold, condescending expression. Come here. She beckoned to Tianyang with a wave, as if summoning her own pet. My legs, they're a bit stiff. She lifted one of her long legs, encased in black stockings and radiating explosive power, and draped it over the desk. Come here, give me a massage. Here I am. The main event begins. Tianyang suppressed the heat in his heart and crouched down. His hand gently covered the ankle encased in the black high-heeled shoe. First came the cool, silky smoothness of the stockings, followed by the firm, warm skin beneath. He began to massage. He employed the divine massage technique he had exchanged for in the system. The pressure points, the rhythm all were executed with perfect precision. At first, Shadilan maintained her queenly demeanor, coldly observing him as if admiring how a lowly slave sought to please her. But soon, her expression changed. Waves of indescribable sensations, a tingling, numbing, yet pleasurable mix spread through her entire body from Tianyang's palms. Her tense body gradually relaxed. Leaning back in the chair, she closed her eyes slightly, a soft sigh of pleasure escaping her throat. Tianyang's hand glided upward along her calf. His touch alternated between light and firm pressure, his rhythm shifting between swift and deliberate. He was like the most skilled artist, and Shotland's body was the precious cello in his hands. The office was filled only with increasingly rapid breaths. Shotland's cheeks, unnoticed, had flushed crimson. Her professional skirt suit now became the most deadly temptation, accentuating her slightly trembling body and making it all the more alluring. Chapter 100, Chapter 99. Shortland's defenses crumble. Tianyang's forehead creased with exasperation. Great, this rich woman was drunk again. The moment he approached, Xu Xiaonuan spotted him, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes instantly brightening. Xiaoyang, over here. Ming Jiangyue heard the word Xiaoyang and abruptly lifted her head. The dazed, drunken look in her eyes vanished the moment she saw Tianyang, replaced by a startling radiance. Baby! My darling son! You finally came! She shoved Xu Xiaonuan aside and launched herself like a cannonball straight into Tianyang's arms, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist. Auntie missed you so much. Tianyang stumbled backward from the impact, feeling the utterly limp body in his arms and the overwhelming stench of alcohol washing over him. His face betrayed utter despair. In broad daylight, this wealthy woman truly had no shame left. Alright, Jiangyue, stop it. Get in the car first. It's boiling hot out here. Xu Xiaonuan approached, torn between laughter and exasperation as she tried to pry Ming Jiangyue off Tianyang. The three of them pulled and tugged their way into the car. The moment the door slammed shut, it sealed out the outside noise and stares, creating a closed, ambiguous battlefield of chaos. No sooner had she settled in than Ming Jiangyue launched another round of her octopus assault. She practically hung onto Tianyang, her legs fidgeting restlessly in the cramped space. Her knees kept bumping against his seatback, adding to the chaos in the already crowded back seat. Baby, let Auntie hold you. Auntie's feeling down today. She buried her face in the crook of Tianyang's neck, rubbing against him like a clingy big cat. What's wrong, Aunt Ming? Tianyang felt itchy all over from her rubbing and could only helplessly hold her to prevent her from falling. Xu Xiaonuan, seated in the driver's seat, watched this absurd scene through the rearview mirror, her lips twitching. This Ming Jiangyue, once she had a drink, she turned into a grown-up crazy girl. Jiangyue, you've had enough, she urged. Xiaoyang is still a child. Don't corrupt him. What business is it of yours how I raise my own kid? Ming Jiangyue lifted her head, her drunken eyes glaring at her. Besides, didn't you call us both here today just to see my little one? Why are you acting so proper all of a sudden? Xiuero's face flushed crimson. What nonsense are you spouting? I came to practice driving. Practice driving? Ming Jiangyue scoffed dismissively. With your technique of mistaking the accelerator for the brake, you call that practice? You're probably aiming to make a reduction in personnel contribution to Haicheng's traffic safety, aren't you? You. Seeing the two about to erupt into an argument, Tianyang quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Alright, both of you, calm down. My little one is the best behaved. Ming Jiangyue immediately obeyed, turning her head to plant a smacking kiss on Li Tianyang's cheek like she was showing off a treasure. Then, she curled up on Li Tianyang's lap, looked up at Xiuero with wide, pleading eyes, and blurted out something that froze everyone in their tracks. Ruoro, I think my little one is starving. Do you have anything to eat? Food? Xiuero froze. There aren't any snacks in the car. No, Ming Jiangyue shook her head. You must have some stashed away. Xiuero's mind felt like it had been struck by 100 bolts of lightning simultaneously, leaving her utterly blank. Her face flushed crimson from neck to ears, her whole body burning up. She stared at Ming Jiangyue in disbelief, her lips trembling, unable to utter a word for a long moment. This crazy woman. Was this even a scheme a human could conceive? Chapter 101, Chapter 100 The Ultimate Three-Way Choice? He recited the exam hall strategy he'd just run through in his mind with the system, as clearly and precisely as listing a menu. He even pointed out which spot had a crooked tree nearby and which had a gum stain on the floor, describing everything in vivid detail. Xiuero listened, utterly dumbfounded. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with shock and disbelief. What kind of monster was this young man? Did he possess photographic memory? This wasn't learning to drive, it was practically an open book exam. With Li Tianyang's guidance, which bordered on cheating, most of Xiuero's nervousness instantly dissipated. In its place grew a deeper admiration and curiosity toward this man. Gazing at his youthful, handsome profile radiating confidence, she found herself asking a question she'd long wanted to voice. Xiaoyang, what kind of girl do you like? Li Tianyang froze, turning his head to meet her probing gaze. Me? He scratched his head. Nothing special, really. Just someone I find pleasant to be around. Then, Xiuero's gaze sharpened like a scalpel, intent on dissecting his innermost thoughts. Bai Ningjie, Ming Jiangyue, and me, which one do you like best? Alarm bells rang in Li Tianyang's mind. This question was a complete trap. Saying he liked one would offend the other two. Saying he didn't like any of them would be suicide. He could only resort to the universal delay tactic, chuckling awkwardly, Auntie, you're joking again. You're all my elders, and I respect you all deeply. Respect? A meaningful smile curved at the corner of Xiuero's lips, carrying a hint of understanding. Xiaoyang, don't play dumb with your auntie. The three of us can see right through your little schemes. She paused, her voice dropping even lower. You don't respect us. You like all three of us. You want all three of us, don't you? Boom. Li Tianyang felt his scalp go numb in an instant. This fox like auntie. She'd cut straight to the heart of the matter. Staring into Xiuero's piercing eyes, he felt a flicker of panic for the first time. He opened his mouth, only to find that any defense would sound utterly feeble at this moment. He could only choose silence. To his surprise, however, Xiuero showed neither anger nor contempt. She merely sighed softly, her gaze growing complex. Xiaoyang, I don't blame you. You're so talented and young, it's only natural that many women would be attracted to you. She suddenly changed the subject. But among the three of us, the one most suited to be with you is actually your Aunt Ming. Ha? Li Tianyang was completely dumbfounded. What kind of move was this? My love rival is actually starting to act as my strategist? Don't be fooled by that drunken fool acting crazy all day long. Xiuero's tone carried a hint of world weariness from experience. She's actually the most sentimental one among the three of us. And she's also the wealthiest among us three. I can't say exactly how much, but just know that Bai Ningjie's entire fortune wouldn't even cover the tip of her iceberg. If you really end up with her, she'll cherish you with her life and spoil you rotten. As Xiuero spoke, a hint of envy flickered in her own eyes. She recalled what her co-worker had told her earlier at the hot pot restaurant. It's fine to play around with these rich playboys, but never get seriously involved. But now, it seemed she was starting to feel something real. Chapter 102, Chapter 101 and his career crisis. Li Tianyang chuckled inwardly, knowing he'd gambled right again. With a woman like Aunt Chin hard on the outside, soft within, showing vulnerability, independence was an infallible weapon. He pressed his advantage, rolling over to pin her delicate, supple body beneath him, his legs wrapping around hers with effortless ease. Oh, you! Chin Meisha gasped, her breath stifled under his weight. She pushed against his solid chest in a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. You little rascal, get off me! You're so heavy! No way, Li Tianyang murmured, burying his face in the softness of her chest, his voice muffled and tinged with a petulant nasal tone. Holding you like this while I sleep is the most peaceful. Chin Meisha was utterly helpless. She couldn't bring herself to hit him. Scolding him was useless. What else could she do? Feeling the steady breaths and undeniable weight of this giant baby on her, she sighed deeply. Her eyes held resigned resignation and a hint of affection she hadn't even noticed herself. Fine. She'd just treat it like raising a clingy, oversized pet. In this self-deception, she abandoned all resistance, letting Li Tian hang on her like a koala. Gradually, drowsiness truly washed over her. The bedroom fell silent once more, filled only by the steady rhythm of their intertwined breaths. After an unknown span of time, a faint electronic beep echoed in Li Tianyang's mind, jolting him from his half-asleep state. He slowly opened his eyes. The time, exactly midnight. Daily intelligence refresh complete. His spirits lifted. He turned his head cautiously, afraid to disturb the sleeping beauty in his arms. Anqing's eyes were tightly shut, her long lashes casting fan-shaped shadows in the light. A faint, peaceful smile even lingered at the corners of her mouth. Li Tianyang felt a warmth in his heart and leaned down to press a kiss on her smooth forehead. His consciousness plunged entirely into the system interface. Intelligence target, Xu Xiaonuan. That fox-like ant whose every glance radiated allure. Li Tianyang's interest was instantly piqued. Status, career crisis high. Crisis details, the flagship store of He's Old Hotpot, owned by Xu Xiaonuan, faces demolition due to the West City Commercial Redevelopment Project. Project leader Lu Qingtai is upright and unyielding, rejecting all commercial overtures. Key intelligence, Lu Qingtai shows no interest in money or beauty, but is obsessed with Go, having reached amateur 6th Dan level. Intelligence analysis, winning over Lu Qingtai is the only way to resolve this crisis. Reading the intel, Li Tianyang's lips curled into a silent smile. Talk about serendipity just when he was pondering how to get closer to that alluring opportunity not. And what a classic hero rescues the damsel plot it was. Almost simultaneously, a new mission prompt popped up. Time-limited mission, heroic rescue on the Go board. Mission details, within 2 days, use Go as the breakthrough to help Xu Xiaonuan resolve the demolition crisis. Reward, a breakfast shop location and qualifications locked at optimal. A breakfast shop. Li Tianyang's breathing deepened. This reward was too generous. He accepted the mission without hesitation. A mere amateur 6th Dan player was nothing but another stepping stone to be adorned by this man with his cheat code. Use time control to go back and train relentlessly? No. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? System, retrieve the strongest AI chess records and filter all games won by the narrowest margins. He intended to become a ruthless memorization machine in the shortest time possible. No need for understanding, just memorization. And he couldn't win too easily. Chapter 103, Chapter 102 Hooked. She had barely begun to speak when her words were abruptly silenced. Li Tianyang suddenly leaned in, pressing a distinct kiss upon her lips. Not a fleeting touch, but one carrying an unquestionable sense of possession, brief yet decisive. That warm, soft sensation shot through Qin Meixia like an electric current, instantly coursing through every fiber of her being. She froze, rooted to the spot, utterly dumbfounded, unable to react. Li Tianyang watched her dazed, adorable expression, licked his lips, and flashed a triumphant smirk. Auntie, I'm heading out. The door clicked shut, plunging the room into complete silence. Qin Meixia remained frozen in that position, standing motionless in the kitchen for a long while. Her hand moved instinctively, her fingertips lightly brushing her still warm lips, as if they still held his scent and warmth. Her mind in turmoil, she drifted to the window, watching Li Tianyang's tall figure disappear around the corner below. What was she to do now? Bamboo Guest House was a renowned upscale club in Haicheng. Its antique-style decor, winding corridors leading to secluded spaces, and waitresses swaying gracefully in cheongsams exuded an air of elegance and luxury throughout. Yet as Li Tianyang followed 3 graceful ladies into the private room named Rain Listening Pavilion, doubts began to stir within him. Tonight's banquet was not meant for him. Inside the private room, a middle-aged man in a dark Zhongshan suit was already seated. This was Lu Qingtai, the chief executive of the West City Commercial Redevelopment Project, a man rumored to be as stubborn as a mule. Director Lu, sorry to keep you waiting. Xu Xiaonuan approached with a charming yet composed smile. Allow me to introduce you to my dear friends, Bai Ningjie and Ming Jiangyue. And this gentleman is. She paused slightly when introducing Li Tianyang, a flicker of unusual light dancing in her eyes. My dear friend across generations, Li Tianyang. Lu Qingtai merely gave a faint nod, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the 3 stunningly beautiful women without lingering, his expression as still as a deep well. Please, have a seat. He uttered the 2 words sparingly, his words as precious as gold. Right, a tough nut to crack. Li Tianyang understood perfectly well. With someone like this, talking about money would be an insult. And using beauty? He wouldn't even give it a second glance. The dinner atmosphere had been frozen solid from the start. Xu Xiaonuan pulled out all the stops, chatting about everything from Haicheng's weather to the latest economic trends, her lips nearly worn raw. Yet Lu Qingtai only occasionally responded with a half-hearted him, his attitude utterly dismissive. Bai Ningjie and Ming Jiangyue chimed in from the sidelines, but it did nothing to help. As the dinner threatened to devolve into an awkward one-man show, a hint of despair began to surface in Xu Xiaonuan's eyes. Li Tianyang knew it was time for him to step in. He pulled out his phone with a bored expression and swiped his fingers across the screen a few times. Soon, the crisp sound of stones hitting the board, accompanied by a professional commentator's analysis, streamed from the device. This move, pointing at 3-3, is perfectly timed. The volume was low, yet in the quiet, slightly awkward private room, it sounded exceptionally clear. Lu Qingtai, who had been sipping tea with his head down, suddenly twitched his ears. He looked up, his usually unruffled eyes suddenly focused for the first time, staring intently at Li Tianyang's phone screen. That gaze was like a hungry wolf spotting fresh meat. Li Tianyang felt a surge of amusement. Gotcha. Chapter 104, Chapter 103 The Allure of a Narrow Victory. Though Xu Xiaonuan and the others couldn't understand the game, they knew it was no simple matter from Lu Qingtai's increasingly grave expression and the fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Their hearts were in their throats. Li Tianyang's expression played along perfectly. He would frown, sigh deeply, or shake his head all while appearing utterly drained and at a loss. Yet each move he made was like the sharpest surgical blade, precisely cutting into Lu Qingtai's most vulnerable spots. An hour later, the first game concluded. Li Tianyang won by a half-point margin, a lucky victory. Phew! Lu Qingtai exhaled deeply. Far from showing the gloom of defeat, his face glowed with excitement. Impressive! Impressive! Young Li, your skill is truly hidden. Let's play again. Section Chi Flu, you've been too kind. I just got lucky. Li Tianyang smiled modestly, though inside he was overjoyed. The feeling of playing from memory was exhilarating. Especially this narrow victory scenario, it was tailor-made for this occasion. Game 2, Game 3, Game 4. Li Tianyang strictly executed his feeding strategy. Each game was a nail-biter, hanging in the balance. In the end, after 5 games, Li Tianyang had won 1 and lost 4. In each of those 4 losses, Lu Qingtai had won by a mere half to 1.5 points. What a thrilling ride! Lu Qingtai was drenched in sweat, yet his whole being radiated vitality, his face glowing with excitement. He kept muttering, thrilling. Absolutely thrilling. The look in his eyes toward Li Tianyang had shifted from initial scrutiny to the admiration of meeting a worthy opponent and the excitement of wishing they'd met sooner. Waiter! Bring the wine. Get that bottle of Maotai I stashed here. Having thoroughly enjoyed the game, Lu Qingtai waved his hand and requested drinks. The atmosphere at the table instantly did a complete 180. Little Li. Today I've truly met my match. Come, we absolutely must drink to this. Lu Qingtai poured wine for Li Tianyang with remarkable enthusiasm. Section Chi Flu, how could a junior like me compare to you? Li Tianyang lifted his glass, adopting a humble posture. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 courses of food, Lu Qingtai's floodgates of conversation burst open. He pulled Li Tianyang into discussions ranging from chess masters throughout history to the philosophy of life, treating him like a long-lost brother. Xu Xiaonuan seized the moment and cautiously brought up the hot pot restaurant matter again. Oh, come on, what's the big deal? Lu Qingtai waved his large hand dismissively, his face flushed crimson from drink. Sis-in-law, no, Miss He, don't worry. I'll have my people handle the paperwork tomorrow. I guarantee special treatment and smooth sailing all the way. He pounded his chest, offering his full guarantee. Then, turning to Li Tianyang, he grabbed his hand and said with utmost sincerity. Little Li, I'm officially recognizing you as my close friend today. I only have one condition. Whenever you're free, you must come find me for a game of chess. It's settled. Li Tianyang looked at Xu Xiaonuan, her eyes sparkling with gratitude, and at Bai Ningjie and Ming Jiangyue beside her, their faces frozen in shock as if they were staring at deities. Only 2 words remained in his mind. Got her. After the drinking session ended and they saw off Lu Qingtai, who treated Li Tianyang like a blood brother, the atmosphere in the private room instantly turned awkward. Alcohol fermented in the air, and so did the tension. Xu Xiaonuan, Bai Ningjie, and Ming Jiangyue, 3 stunningly beautiful women, each with her own unique charm, now regarded Li Tianyang as if he were a monster. A young monster who had created a miracle, radiating a deadly allure. Xiaoyang, just how many surprises do you have left that we don't know about? Xu Xiaonuan's almond-shaped eyes sparkled with desire. She wore a fiery red form-fitting dress that accentuated her seductive figure to perfection. Her gaze fixed on Li Tianyang, the possessiveness in her eyes nearly overflowing. Today, this man was her hero. Chapter 105, Chapter 104 and Bai's gratitude. What are you doing? Get out. Bai Ningjie jumped in fright. She had been facing away from the door, trying to steady her ragged breathing and racing heartbeat, when this audacious man had followed her inside. Li Tianyang wrapped his arms around her from behind, pressing her entire body against the cold partition. Aunt Bai, you've had too much to drink. I was afraid you might fall. He came up with an excuse so shameless even he felt embarrassed. Let go of me. Li Tianyang. Ming Jiangyue and the others are still outside. Bai Ningjie was genuinely panicked, her voice breaking into sobs. In this cramped, faintly musty space, the man's potent, aggressive male pheromones seemed amplified 1,000-fold. She felt as if she were suffocating. What's there to fear? Li Tianyang murmured lowly in her ear. They'll just think Aunt Bai had too much to drink and is throwing up in here. As he spoke, his hands began to wander. Bai Ningjie struggled desperately, but the vast disparity in strength between them rendered all her resistance futile and feeble. Li Tianyang watched her reflection in the mirror, her face a mix of shame, anger, and helplessness, and his desire to conquer her swelled to its peak. It wasn't enough. One final spark was needed. He suddenly released his grip around her waist and crouched down. Under Bai Ningjie's stunned gaze, he reached out, gently yet imperiously grasping her ankle encased in black stockings. Slowly, he lifted her long, straight, beautiful leg. Ah! What are you doing? Bai Ningjie gasped, her body instantly losing its balance. She instinctively wrapped her arms tightly around Li Tianyang's neck, preventing herself from falling. Now, her entire body resembled a flamingo standing on one leg, her entire weight resting on this man. Li Tianyang stood up, supporting her thigh with one hand. Feeling the astonishing elasticity and the smooth, silky sensation of the stockings against his skin, a devilish grin spread across his face. Bai Ningjie was utterly dumbfounded. She stared at the man before her, the same polite hero from moments ago who now looked like a complete scoundrel. She wanted to curse him as shameless, to demand he let go. But not a single word came out. Because if she let go, she would fall. This feeling of being completely dominated filled her with an unprecedented mix of shame and excitement. Li Tianyang kissed her again. This time, Bai Ningjie offered no resistance. She could only tilt her head back passively, enduring his stormy assault, her hands tightening around his neck in nervous tension. She lost track of time. Bai Ningjie finally found a moment to catch her breath, her voice trembling with tears as she made one last desperate plea. Li Tianyang, please, put me down, they'll get suspicious. Let them suspect. Li Tianyang's voice was hoarse beyond recognition. He held her tightly, pressing her entire body against the wall, burying his face in the hollow of her neck. Aunt Bai, please help me. Her body trembled, and all resistance ceased. Slowly, she closed her eyes. A single, crystal-clear tear hung from her long lashes. It was silent consent. It was surrender. And acceptance of fate. Li Tianyang sensed her change. He smiled. Just then. Thump! 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 The partition door was suddenly pounded from outside. A familiar, domineering female voice tinged with impatience echoed from outside. Ningjie? Little? Did you two fall down the toilet? It was Ming Jiangyue. Chapter 106. Chapter 105. The Clever Ant. Xiaoyang, thank you so much for tonight. He Shuero walked up to Li Tianyang and said sincerely. The scent of her perfume mingled with the aroma of alcohol like a glass of rich wine, leaving one slightly tipsy. If it weren't for you, this sister would have fallen flat on her face. How can I ever repay you? Before Li Tianyang could respond, Ming Jiangyue barged in with a clamor. What's the point of just saying thanks? Words alone won't cut it. She grabbed He Shuero's shoulder and shoved her into Li Tianyang's arms, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. Ningjie and I have both kissed our little treasure, that's our stamp of approval. Now it's your turn. Come on, don't be shy. This is the reward a hero deserves. With that, she actually reached out, pressed He Shuero's head back, and forced her lips onto Li Tianyang's. Li Tianyang's eyes widened in shock. This rich woman was playing way too rough. He had no time to dodge. He Shuero's face froze in shock, her body stiffening as she stumbled forward. Her warm, soft lips landed squarely on Li Tianyang's. Soft. Sweet. The entire exchange lasted only a second or two. The two parted in a flash. He Shuero's face flushed crimson like a boiled shrimp. Covering her mouth, she stared wide-eyed with peach blossom eyes, her expression a mix of mortification and bewilderment. She stumbled backwards several steps. Li Tianyang touched his own lips, as if her scent and touch lingered there. Turning to Bai Ningjie beside them, her lovely face had turned completely dark. If looks could kill, Li Tianyang had no doubt he'd already been executed 800 times over by her gaze. Holy crap. I'm seriously blown away. Now, he'd kissed all three ants. This battlefield of hell was utterly beyond redemption. The ride back was eerily silent. Bai Ningjie drove her white Maserati, her face icy and expressionless, not uttering a single word. The pressure inside the car was terrifyingly low. Li Tianyang sat in the passenger seat, squirming uncomfortably. In the back seat were two troublemakers. The moment Ming Jiangyue got in, she collapsed like a ragdoll, slumping against Li Tianyang's seatback. Half her body pressed against him, her head nestled restlessly on his shoulder, her warm breath tickling his neck. Baby, your shoulders are so firm. Leaning on them feels so safe. It was both a display of affection and a subtle warning. Li Tianyang could clearly see Bai Ningjie's knuckles turn white as she gripped the steering wheel tightly in the rearview mirror. Meanwhile, the other troublemaker, He Shuero, adopted a different tactic. Sitting perfectly upright, she fell silent for a moment before suddenly speaking. Her voice wasn't loud, yet it reached every ear with crystal clarity. Xiaoyang, you're so good at Go. When you have time, could you teach me? She paused, then added another sentence, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible hint of self-doubt. I'd like to learn something cultured too, to improve myself. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Tianyang silently gave Xu Xiaonuan a mental thumbs up. That reason was absolutely flawless. Learning go. What a legitimate, ambitious, and culturally sophisticated excuse. Wasn't this 100 times more sophisticated than Ming Jianyue's blatant physical advances? This time, even Bai Ningjie, who was driving, shot Xu Xiaonuan a meaningful glance through the rearview mirror. Of course, and he, Tianyang readily agreed, you're always welcome. Amidst this atmosphere thick with unspoken currents, the car first arrived at Ming Jianyue's villa. We're here, Aunt Ming. Tianyang breathed a sigh of relief. But instead of getting out, Ming Jiangyue suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck from behind, clinging to him like an octopus. Baby, Auntie's had too much to drink. I can't walk. Carry me inside. Chapter 107 Chapter 106 The Empty Ant. This trick again. Tianyang sighed helplessly and turned to look at Bai Ningjie in the driver's seat. Bai Ningjie remained expressionless, uttering two words, go ahead. Her tone was as cold as if it had been fished out of an ice cellar. Gritting his teeth, Tianyang half-supported, half-carried Ming Jiangyue out of the car and into her lavishly decorated villa. The moment they entered, Ming Jiangyue slammed the door shut behind them, pinning him against it. Baby, Auntie's feeling happy tonight. Her breath was sweet, her eyes hazy. You need to reward Auntie some more. Aunt Ming, Aunt Bai is still waiting outside. Let her wait. Ming Jiangyue cut him off with unyielding authority, hooking his chin with her index finger. Kiss your auntie, and I'll let you go. Tianyang saw the look on her face. She wouldn't relent until she got what she wanted. He knew he wouldn't be leaving without paying a price tonight. He leaned in and planted a quick peck on her cheek. Half-hearted. Ming Jiangyue was far from satisfied. She wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed her fiery red lips directly onto his. Caught off guard by her kiss, Tianyang's mind went blank. Almost instinctively, he glanced through the living room's massive floor-to-ceiling windows toward the white Maserati parked at the entrance. He knew Bai Ningjie was watching from there. The thought made his heart race wildly. In the end, he succumbed. Much later, when Tianyang emerged from the villa, breathless, and returned to his car, he was met by Bai Ningjie's gaze cold enough to freeze a person into an ice sculpture and a deafening silence. He knew tonight would be another sleepless night. These three ants were locked in a fierce standoff. And he was the prize they were fiercely fighting over. When Tianyang finally emerged from Ming Jianyue's lavishly decorated villa, he felt like he'd just fought a brutal battle, reeking of a heady mix of alcohol and perfume. He pulled open the car door and plopped back into the passenger seat. The atmosphere inside the car instantly turned icy. Bai Ningjie, seated in the driver's seat, wore a stony expression, not uttering a single word. The frosty chill emanating from her face, a face that could be called stunningly beautiful, was enough to freeze the entire cabin. Tianyang could even sense the intense resentment radiating from her, clashing fiercely in the air with the probing, suggestive gaze from Xu Xiaonuan in the back seat. Man, this place is thick with drama. He inwardly gloated, yet his expression remained one of feigned innocence. I was forced into it, I swear. Bai Ningjie didn't start the car immediately. She retrieved a packet of wet wipes from the glove compartment, pulled one out, and then leaned over. A familiar, cool, orchid-like fragrance instantly enveloped Tianyang. Tianyang slipped silently out of bed, bare-chested, and made his way to the bathroom door. Bai used that cool, damp wipe to meticulously clean Tianyang's lips. Tianyang remained still, letting her do as she pleased. He knew exactly what she was wiping away. There was Bai Ningjie's scent on it, and Xu Xiaonuan's scent, but more than anything, it bore the aggressive, possessive, domineering lipstick mark left by that madwoman Ming Jiangyue just moments ago. A complete mess. Just like the tangled mess between the four of them, and not impossible to untie. Bai Ningjie scrubbed fiercely, as if determined to erase every trace that didn't belong to her. She didn't know what she was wiping away, whether it was Ming Jianyue's lipstick or that indescribable jealousy and bitterness gnawing at her heart. That's enough. The next morning, Tianyang opened his eyes to find a pair of snow-white thighs swaying right in front of him. Seeing that Tianyang had woken up, Bai Ningjie picked up a sandwich from the seat and handed it to him. Only after he finished breakfast did she finally speak, her voice cold and distant. Tianyang, thank you for yesterday. She paused, meeting his gaze as she spoke each word deliberately, but it was just an accident. I was drunk, and so were you. I don't want this to weigh on you, and I certainly don't want it to affect you or Xiaonuan's life. Xiaonuan. At the mention of her daughter's name, Bai Ningjie's gaze finally flickered with an almost imperceptible flicker. Tianyang's heart sank. Just as he suspected. Bai Ningjie wanted to treat all of this as a dream that had never happened. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something. He wanted to say, Auntie, I wasn't just playing around. He wanted to say, Auntie, I like you. But looking into her eyes, cool, almost cold, not a single word came out. Saying them now would only make him sound like a joke. Chapter 3, Auntie's best friend? I understand, Auntie. He lowered his head, his voice slightly hoarse. Bai Ningjie watched his dejected expression, her gaze softening ever so slightly though the change vanished in an instant. She picked up her purse, emptied all the cash from her wallet, and pressed it into Li Tianyang's hand. Take this money. It should cover last night's hotel room purchases and your taxi fare home. Her tone was as if she were handling a business transaction, purely transactional, devoid of any emotion. Li Tianyang clutched the warm stack of bills in his hand, feeling them burn his fingers. He wanted to refuse, but Bai Ningjie had already turned and headed for the door. I'm leaving now. I have an early meeting at the office. She pulled open the door, one foot already stepping outside. Li Tianyang's heart grew utterly cold. Was it over? Yet, just as he thought everything was drawing to a close, Bai Ningjie, who had already reached the doorway, suddenly stopped and turned back. Oh, right, she said, as if remembering something, we should add each other on WeChat. Li Tianyang snapped his head up, his eyes wide with disbelief. Bai Ningjie pulled out her phone, opened her QR code, and held it out to him. I might need to reach out to you in the future. Her tone remained calm, but those words struck like a pebble, sending ripples across the stagnant waters of Li Tianyang's heart. Fumbling with his phone, he scanned the code and sent a friend request. Alright, I'm leaving. Bai Ningjie tucked her phone away without another glance at him, clicking away in her high heels with decisive strides. The room was left empty, with only Li Tianyang and the lingering trace of her unique scent in the air. Staring at the waiting for verification prompt on his phone, he felt like he'd just ridden a heart-pounding roller coaster. He walked to the bedside, staring at the mess. Without thinking, he slipped the pair of ripped stockings Bai Ningjie had left behind into his pocket. Think this is over? Not a chance. A fierce determination ignited in Li Tianyang's eyes. This woman was too damn challenging. He wouldn't just have her body, he'd have her heart too. 6 o'clock, La Zhuang Hot Pot Restaurant. Li Tianyang pushed open the door to the private room. A heady aroma of beef tallow and premium Sichuan peppercorns, mingled with the clamor of diners, hit him like a wave. Inside the private room, Bai Ningjie sat upright, her simple yet elegant modified cheapo making her appear gentle and intellectual even amidst the smoky atmosphere, like a serene white lotus. Beside her sat another woman. A woman equally captivating. Li Tianyang's gaze was instantly drawn to her. She wore a daring, form-fitting black dress that accentuated her voluptuous curves to the point of overflowing maturity, a walking S-curve. Her face was a perfect oval, adorned with meticulous makeup. Thin eyeliner accentuated her upward slanted phoenix eyes, which should have been sharp and aggressive. Yet, now clouded by heavy intoxication, they were veiled in a hazy mist, adding a tantalizing allure that stirred desire. A potent scent of alcohol wafted from her, yet it wasn't off-putting. Instead, it blended seamlessly with the base notes of an expensive woody perfume, creating a dangerous, spicy, and utterly seductive aroma. Tianyang, you're here. Sit down. Bai Ningjie spotted him as if he were a savior, hastily beckoning him with a hint of unmistakable resignation in her tone. The woman with the hazy, drunken eyes lifted her head lazily at the sound. Her watery, phoenix-like eyes settled on Li Tianyang, openly sizing him up from head to toe, her gaze sharp as hooks. Xiao Bai, she murmured, her voice thick with the hoarseness and languor of intoxication, like feathers lightly grazing the heart. She reached out and patted Bai Ningjie's fragrant shoulder. This handsome young man here, won't you introduce him to your sister? Her tone shifted abruptly, startlingly direct. Your new boyfriend? Cough. Cough cough. Li Tianyang nearly choked to death on his own spit. This woman was way too direct. Going all out right off the bat? Bai Ningjie instantly lost her composure. Her usually gentle, smiling face flushed with two captivating blushes. She hurriedly waved her hands, her voice rising an octave. Sis Ming. Don't be ridiculous. This is just a friend's kid. His name is Li Tianyang. She then turned to Li Tianyang, her expression filled with apology as she introduced, Tianyang, this is my best friend, Ming Jiangyue. She's had a bit too much to drink today. Don't take it to heart. Ming Jiangyue? Why did that name sound so familiar? Li Tianyang wondered silently, but his face already wore a harmless, polite smile. Hello, Auntie Ming. Chapter 4, Auntie stops pretending. Oh? Still calling me Auntie? Ming Jiangyue giggled, her body shaking with laughter. The astonishing curves before him swayed with her movements, dizzying to behold. Leaning forward, a warm breeze carrying the scent of alcohol and her natural fragrance brushed against Li Tianyang's face. Remember to call me sister. Her voice was soft and seductive, like a hook. Li Tianyang felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Another temptress. Extending a slender finger painted with bright nail polish, she ignored Li Tianyang entirely. Instead, she hooked Bai Ningjie's smooth chin, forcing her to look up. Her eyes sparkled with pure amusement. Little Bai, tell your sister the truth, you really aren't keeping this pretty boy as your kept man? Boom! The words exploded like a depth charge dropped into a tranquil lake. A crack finally appeared on Bai Ningjie's perpetually icy expression. An unnatural flush spread rapidly from her ears. Stop talking nonsense, or I'll throw you out the window. Her voice was both embarrassed and angry, but the panic in it made the threat seem less intimidating and more like a playful tantrum. Ming Jiangyue clearly had no intention of letting it go. She extended a finger painted with bright red nail polish, pointing first at Tianyang, then at Bai Ningjie. TSK, look at you, getting all worked up. You were dead drunk last night, didn't come home until the wee hours. When I called you this morning, you were still at the hotel. Ningjie, tell me the truth, were you with him last night? This question was even more explosive than the last one. Tianyang's heart leapt into his throat. He stared intently at Bai Ningjie, waiting to see how she would respond. Bai Ningjie's face was flushed red like a ripe apple. She grabbed the water glass on the table and gulped down a large mouthful, trying to hide her panic. You're drunk and talking nonsense, she insisted stubbornly. Me, talking nonsense? Ming Jiangyue giggled, ignoring Bai Ningjie entirely and turning her attention directly to Tianyang. Hey, handsome, tell your sister how does Ningjie taste? Such lewd words. Tianyang felt his worldview shatter into pieces. This woman's game was even more advanced than Bai Ningjie's. While Ningjie flirted subtly, she was openly seductive. He shot a pleading look at Bai Ningjie. Bai Ningjie wished she could sink into a hole right then. She shot Ming Jiangyue a furious glare, her eyes brimming with shame and indignation. Seeing Bai Ningjie's humiliated expression, Tianyang felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Clearing his throat, he decided to turn the tables. He looked at Ming Jiangyue and flashed an innocent smile. Sis, I don't quite understand what you mean. But Aunt Bai is really kind. She saw I had nowhere to go last night and specially got me a room. This statement, half truth and half lie, carried immense weight. It absolved him of any blame while shifting the responsibility back to Bai Ningjie. Sure enough, Ming Jiangyue's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing this. Oh? So kind? She drew out her words, casting a suggestive glance at Bai Ningjie, whose cheeks were flushed crimson. Our Ningjie here isn't that kind to just anyone, you know. Bai Ningjie's hands beneath the table clenched into tight fists. She had brought Ming Jiangyue along today intending for her best friend to act as a witness. Under the guise of business, she planned to give Tianyang a sum of money to settle the matter once and for all. But who knew this unreliable friend would get drunk right off the bat and practically strip her bare? This dinner had spiraled completely out of control. As if the chaos weren't enough, Ming Jiangyue stood up from her seat, swaying seductively as she approached Tianyang with her wineglass in hand. She gave him a firm squeeze. Not bad body. Tianyang's body froze instantly. Chapter 5, Auntie's BFF is an ally. Ming Jiangyue turned her hazy phoenix eyes to Tianyang with keen interest, a playful smile curling her lips. Handsome boy, since your Aunt Bai can't be bothered to spend money on you, how about letting me take care of you instead? I'll give you 20,000 yuan a month for pocket money. No need to work, just keep me company and chat. Is that enough? Tianyang's heart pounded wildly. Thrilling. Damn exciting. This rich woman's best friend is on our side. She must have been sent specifically to ramp up the pressure on Aunt Bai and force her to make a decision. He could clearly see Bai Ningjie, seated beside him, clenching her hand beneath the table into a tight fist. Her knuckles had turned slightly white, her body taut as a fully drawn bow. Tianyang cleared his throat, deliberately adopting an expression of flattered surprise mixed with slight awkwardness. Aunt Ming, isn't this a bit much? Why not? Ming Jiangyue pressed on, leaning closer. Is it because you think your sister isn't giving you enough, or are you afraid your Aunt Bai will get jealous and stop you from being with your sister? Handsome boy, do you like my legs? Tianyang felt his soul nearly stolen away. He nodded instinctively. Beautiful. Want to touch them? Ming Jiangyue's voice was pure temptation. Tianyang's Adam's apple bobbed. Yes. The word slipped out almost involuntarily. Ming Jiangyue giggled, her body shaking with laughter, causing the astonishing fullness of her chest to tremble along with her. Touching is fine too, she murmured, her toes tracing suggestive patterns along Tianyang's arm. Just come with me tonight, and these legs of mine you can touch them, play with them however you like. She paused, then added a line that nearly made Tianyang spurt blood from his nose. And you know what? What I'm wearing tonight is the kind that tears off really easily. Tianyang's mind buzzed, exploding completely. This vixen. As she spoke, she actually picked up a perfectly cooked slice of premium tripe from the boiling red oil pot, rolled it in sesame oil and garlic paste, and held it directly to Tianyang's lips. Here, handsome, open wide. Let big sis feed you. This time, not only Bai Ningjie, but even Tianyang froze. That gesture was way too intimate. It was practically the exclusive privilege of couples. He instinctively glanced at Bai Ningjie out of the corner of his eye. Her eyes darted away, pretending to examine the untouched plate of winter melon slices on the table. Her lips pressed tightly into a thin line, adopting the ostrich-like posture of I saw nothing, heard nothing. But her slightly heaving chest and the force with which she gripped her chopsticks, nearly snapping them in two, completely betrayed the turmoil raging within her. Tianyang felt like he could burst into laughter inside. Aunt Bai, this day has finally come for you. You always act so calm around me. In the end, he didn't eat that piece of tripe. Instead, he leaned back with a smile, skillfully dodging the topic and smoothly changing the subject. Aunt Ming, please don't tease me. I heard from Aunt Bai that you're in big business. I just graduated and am struggling to find a job. A job? Ming Jiangyue perked up at the mention, as if discovering a new source of amusement. She waved her hand grandly. Put. What's the big deal? I happen to own a company called Xiangxing Group. Ever heard of it? Report to HR tomorrow. Just say Ming Jiangyue sent you. Xiangxing Group? One of the top 3 real estate giants in Zhangcheng. Chapter 6, right? He suppressed his overwhelming joy, feigning an innocent demeanor as he pushed Ming Jiangyue's leg aside, opened the car door, and slid into the passenger seat. The moment he sat down, he caught the unique, cool scent emanating from Bai Ningjie, a blend of high-end perfume and her natural body fragrance. This scent was 10,000 times more pleasant than Ming Jiangyue's overpowering perfume. Bai Ningjie said nothing, merely restarting the engine with a cold expression. She drove with unwavering focus, yet the faint blush on her cheeks betrayed the turmoil within. After a moment of silence, Bai Ningjie couldn't help but offer an explanation. Tianyang, don't mind her. She's just like this when she drinks too much. After a pause, she added softly. But, she's never actually done this before, put her leg on someone else's. The moment those words left her mouth, Li Tianyang felt an overwhelming surge of satisfaction. Aunt Bai's words implied that I was the only one like this with Aunt Ming? A peculiar silence settled over the car. Ming Jiangyue in the backseat seemed to have had enough of her tantrum. Soon, she began breathing evenly and fell asleep. The car continued driving until it finally came to a stop in front of a luxurious villa. It took tremendous effort for the two of them to carry Ming Jiangyue back into her villa. Surrounded by the gilded decor and walls lined with premium liquor, Li Tianyang gained a deeper understanding of the term rich woman. By the time they returned to the car, it was already 11 p.m. Li Tianyang started the Audi S6 and smoothly merged into the traffic. The earlier boisterous atmosphere instantly cooled. Only the faint hum of the engine and the cool breeze from the air vents filled the cabin. Bai Ningjie sat in the passenger seat, her head tilted as she watched the neon lights rush by outside the window, silent throughout the journey. The gentle fragrance emanating from her, mingled with a lingering hint of smoky warmth from the hotpot restaurant, filled the enclosed space with an astonishing intensity, steadily creeping into Li Tianyang's nostrils. This silence was more unsettling than any words could be. Li Tianyang understood perfectly well. Tonight, Ming Jiangyue's provocative words had already pierced the paper-thin barrier between him and Aunt Bai, leaving it riddled with holes. Pretending ignorance any longer would be pointless. Squeak! At a quiet riverside intersection with little traffic, Li Tianyang slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a smooth halt by the roadside. He turned off the engine and pulled out the keys. The world fell completely silent. Bai Ningjie finally turned her head. Her soft profile seemed slightly unreal under the dim streetlight. What's wrong, Tianyang? Her voice was soft, tinged with a barely perceptible weariness. Li Tianyang unbuckled his seatbelt, turned sideways, and looked at her with intense eyes. Aunt Bai. He spoke softly, yet each word struck Bai Ningjie's heart. I'm not a child anymore. Bai Ningjie's eyelashes fluttered slightly. She said nothing, only watched him quietly, as if waiting for him to continue. So, what happened last night at the hotel, and what Aunt Ming just said? I don't want to pretend it never happened, nor do I want to use being drunk as an excuse. Li Tianyang took a deep breath, as if summoning every ounce of strength within him. Aunt Bai, I like you. I want to be with you. He confessed. So direct, so bold. No flowers, no romantic music, just this cramped train compartment and a heart that could no longer hide its feelings. The air seemed to freeze. Bai Ningjie's breath seemed to halt for an instant. She stared into Li Tianyang's eyes, which glowed startlingly bright in the darkness. Within them burned the fervor of youth, coupled with a seriousness beyond his years. Chapter 7, The Sky of Destiny. Let's leave everything to fate, shall we? Fate? Bai Ningjie lifted her head, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Yes, fate. Li Tianyang nodded, a pure smile spreading across his face. Starting today, I won't contact you first, won't seek you out, won't appear in your world. We'll be like two parallel lines, living our separate lives. But, if, and I mean if, he met her eyes, speaking deliberately. If we should ever accidentally cross paths again in this vast city of Zhangcheng, that would prove we are meant to be. When that time comes, could you stop rejecting me with that rationality? Give yourself and me a chance? Bai Ningjie gazed at him silently. She looked into his clear, sincere eyes. It was a proposal that seemed absurd, yet she found herself unable to refuse. No contact, no disturbance, leaving everything to fate. Wasn't this precisely the dignified conclusion she had always desired? As for chance encounters? In a city as vast as Zhangcheng, with tens of millions of people, how could two individuals deliberately avoiding each other possibly cross paths again? This was merely a way for the young man to save face. A strange sense of relief washed over her heart, and even a hint of admiration and pity for this sensible young man. All right. She nodded, agreeing to this promise that, in her eyes, would never come to pass. I'll drive you back. The car started moving again. The ride passed in silence, yet the atmosphere was no longer as tense as before. The car pulled up beneath the old apartment complex where Li Tianyang rented his place. Li Tianyang unbuckled his seatbelt but didn't get out immediately. And he turned to look at her. "Could you hug me one more time?" His eyes, like those of an abandoned puppy, brimmed with reluctance and earnest plea. Bai Ningjie's heart inexplicably softened. "Let this be our final farewell." She said nothing, only silently opened her arms. Li Tianyang leaned forward and embraced her gently, tenderly. He could smell the familiar, cool fragrance on her, feel the softness and warmth of her body. This embrace was pure, devoid of any trace of desire. After several seconds, Li Tianyang released her. "Goodbye, auntie." With that, he opened the car door and stepped out. Bai Ningjie watched his retreating figure, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Perhaps this truly was the best possible outcome. However, just as Li Tianyang closed the door and turned to head upstairs, a black lace-trimmed object slipped out of the pocket of his casual suit. Under the streetlight, it was strikingly obvious. It was the pair of ripped black stockings she had tossed onto the hotel bed that very morning. Bai Ningjie's eyes widened instantly. Shock, bewilderment, disgust, disbelief, a whirlwind of emotions flashed across her face. He actually took this thing away secretly? Is he a pervert? Li Tianyang also spotted the stockings lying on the floor. His expression changed instantly as he hurriedly bent down to pick them up, fumbling to stuff them into his pocket. "Li Tianyang." Bai Ningjie rolled down the window, her voice strained. What are you doing with that?" Li Tianyang's face instantly flushed bright red. Seeing Bai Ningjie's expression, as if she'd seen a ghost, he knew that if he didn't explain himself clearly, the sensible image he'd worked so hard to establish tonight would be completely ruined. Quick-witted in his panic, he cleared his throat and forced himself to sound calm. "Ma'am, please don't misunderstand. I took this because I was afraid the hotel cleaning staff might sell it to those perverts. I saw on the news that many hotels have this black market operation, collecting guests' used personal items to sell online. I figured, well, this is your thing, so I couldn't let those disgusting people get their hands on it." Bai Ningjie was completely dumbfounded. Her mouth agape, she stared at Li Tianyang's face so earnest yet utterly ridiculous, and for a moment, she didn't know how to respond. This reason actually sounded somewhat plausible. Chapter 8 Roommate picking fights? Beat him until his own mom doesn't recognize him. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Li Tianyang was roused by his phone's alarm. In the shared kitchen of the living room, a voluptuous figure was bustling about. Li Tianyang's brow instinctively furrowed. Qin Meixia, the female head of the other household sharing this apartment. A complete shrew. When Li Tianyang first moved in, he witnessed her personally blocking the door of the neighbor's apartment upstairs over a water leak. Hands on hips, she pointed at the family of three and berated them for a solid 2 hours, never repeating a single word. Her fighting spirit was off the charts. But, despite her unpleasant personality, this woman's figure was undeniably top-notch. Li Tianyang's gaze drifted involuntarily to her retreating figure. Qin Meixia wore gray yoga pants today, which traced a breathtaking curve around her full, pert buttocks. Her upper body was clad in a slightly faded white t-shirt, clinging tightly to her frame and accentuating her ample bust at least AF cup to appear exceptionally voluptuous. Currently bent over washing vegetables at the sink, her posture amplified the visual impact of her curves. TSK, what a waste of that face and figure. Why did she have to be born with such a mouth? Li Tianyang silently complained to himself, shaking his head as he walked into the bathroom. By the time he finished washing up and emerged, Qin Meixia had vanished from the kitchen. In her place stood her precious son, Shang Dongxi, alongside a heavily made-up woman with a world-weary air, Lu Yan. These two were the most disgusting presences in this shared apartment. Shang Dongxi was a lazy good-for-nothing, and Lu Yan was his girlfriend. They spent every day holed up in their room, sleeping during the day and playing video games at night with the volume cranked up so loud it shook the walls. They also frequently left takeout trash piled up at the door, making the entire hallway stink. At that moment, Lu Yan was leaning against Shang Dongxi, pointing at a pair of brand-new sneakers Li Tianyang had placed on the shoe rack. She spoke in a sarcastic tone. "Ooh, Dongxi, look at this. Where'd this dumb kid get the money for such expensive shoes? Must be close to 1,000 yuan, right? Isn't he just a broke student?" Shang Dongxi shot Li Tianyang a sideways glance and sneered, "Who knows? Maybe some rich woman's keeping him." "Him?" Lu Yan snorted derisively. "What sugar mama would even look at a loser like him? She must be blind." Li Tianyang's expression instantly turned icy. He hadn't intended to engage with these two trashy individuals, but their words had struck a nerve. "Watch your mouth," Li Tianyang said coldly. Shang Dongxi, seeing him dare to talk back, suddenly grew bold. He stood up straight, half a head shorter than Li Tianyang, yet tilted his chin up in an arrogant, "I'm the king of the world" manner. "What? Can't take a little trash talk? I told you straight you're just some broke loser kept as a kept man. Got a problem with that?" As he spoke, he thrust his hand forward, aiming to shove Li Tianyang in the chest. Li Tianyang's eyes turned completely icy. The instant Shang Dongxi's hand was about to touch him, he moved. Lightning fast. He seized Shang Dongxi's thrusting wrist, yanking it backward with the momentum. Simultaneously, his body sank downward as his other arm shot like lightning through Shang Dongxi's armpit, locking around his neck. Naked choke. The sequence flowed like water, so swift that Shang Dongxi and Lu Yan couldn't react in time. Ugh. Shang Dongxi's throat was clamped shut, his breath instantly cut off. His arrogant face instantly turned the color of liver, his legs kicking wildly as his hands desperately tried to pry Li Tianyang's arms apart, yet he couldn't muster even an ounce of strength. Chapter 9, calling her auntie at the police station, she's my only support. 15 minutes later, the group was brought to a nearby police station. The mediation room was brightly lit. Qin Meixia shed her earlier terror, reverting to her usual shrewish self. She slammed her hand on the table, pointed at Li Tianyang's nose, and wailed at the mediating officer. Officer! You must stand up for us. This little bastard beat my son to a pulp for no reason. Look! His face is all swollen. What if he's disfigured for life? As she spoke, she thrust her son Shang Dongxi's swollen, pig-like face right up to the officer. Shang Dongxi, still clutching his face, whined in agreement, Officer, he's a lunatic. I just made a joke to him, and he attacked me. Li Tianyang sat across from them, coldly observing the family's clumsy performance. Still wearing his torn t-shirt, half his back exposed, he actually looked more like the victim. The officer, a seasoned veteran, frowned and tapped the table. Quiet. One at a time. Li Tianyang, right? You tell us what happened. Li Tianyang stood up, speaking calmly and confidently, Officer, it's simple. These two started cursing me out for no reason, calling me a kept man of some rich woman. Shang Dong even pushed me first. I only fought back in self-defense. Bull. Qin Meixia leapt to her feet again. Who insulted you? Who started it? Do you have any proof? Evidence? Li Tianyang smiled. Officer, our shared apartment's living room has surveillance cameras. Who started the insults? Who threw the first punch? Just pull up the footage and see for yourself. Surveillance? Qin Meixia and Shang Dongxi's expressions changed instantly. They'd completely forgotten about that. That camera had been installed by another roommate, a girl who'd paid for it herself out of fear. The veteran officer glanced at their guilty expressions and already had his suspicions. He nodded and instructed the young officer beside him, Wang, go to the property management office and retrieve the surveillance footage. Half an hour later. Watching the footage of her son and his girlfriend's sharp, spiteful expressions in the moment they initiated the altercation, Qin Meixia's face alternated between crimson and ashen, her voice completely gone. The veteran officer slammed his hand on the table. Picking fights. Malicious assault. And you had the nerve to file a false report. Do you have any respect for the law? The three members of Qin Meixia's family cowered in the corner like frightened quails, not daring to utter a single word. Ultimately, under the officer's mediation, Qin Meixia compensated Li Tianyang with 1,000 yuan for mental distress and clothing damages and publicly apologized. The farce concluded with Li Tianyang's complete victory. However, just as he was about to leave with the money, the veteran officer called out to him. Li Tianyang, wait a moment. The veteran officer looked at him, sighed, and softened his tone considerably. Young man, you're a student, right? Making it on your own in Jiangcheng can be tough. Li Tianyang nodded. You did strike someone, after all. Even though the other party was at fault first, regulations require your parents or guardians to come pick you up and take you home for a talk. Elders? Li Tianyang froze instantly. He was an orphan, raised in an orphanage since childhood. What elders did he have? Seeing his confusion, the veteran officer asked, What? Your parents aren't in Jiangcheng? Then relatives would work, uncles, aunts, that sort of thing. Li Tianyang's mind went blank. Relatives? His only relative was the orphanage director, whom he called mother, but she was thousands of miles away. In this vast city of Jiangcheng, he was utterly alone, without a single soul to turn to. Wait. No. A figure suddenly flashed through his mind. The one sitting in the car, legs crossed, giving him a lecture in the calmest tone. The one who silently opened their arms when he asked for a hug. Bai Ningjie. Chapter 10, The Late Night Visit of the Aunt. By the time Bai Ningjie arrived at the police station, dusty and weary from her journey, it was already 11:30 p.m. She had clearly just risen from bed, her face bare and unadorned, yet more captivating than any heavy makeup could achieve. She wore a set of high-quality light gray loungewear, and even the loose-fitting pants couldn't hide her astonishingly long legs. The moment she entered, the atmosphere in the mediation room seemed to shift. Even the veteran officer who had been so affable toward Li Tianyang moments before now showed a hint of deference in his eyes. Ms. Bai, you're here. Bai Ningjie nodded, her gaze sweeping around the room before settling on Li Tianyang. When she saw the torn t-shirt on Li Tianyang and the half of his back exposed with its defined contours, her brows involuntarily knitted tightly. Li Tianyang looked at her, a wave of warmth washing over him. For the first time in his life, someone had rushed here overnight because of something he'd done. He lowered his head, like a child who had done something wrong, waiting for his parents' scolding. Bai Ningjie said little. She calmly inquired about the situation with the police officer, signed the necessary paperwork, and then led Li Tianyang out of the station. The two walked one behind the other down the deserted street in the dead of night. Streetlights stretched their shadows long behind them. Get in the car. Bai Ningjie opened the car door, her voice devoid of emotion. Li Tianyang silently took the passenger seat. The car started and merged into the traffic. Li Tianyang, Bai Ningjie said calmly, eyes fixed ahead, you're an adult now. You need to learn to control your emotions. Violence is always the most foolish way to solve problems. Her tone was like that of a strict teacher admonishing a misbehaving student. Li Tianyang offered no rebuttal, merely murmuring a low mm. Bai Ningjie pulled over to the side of the road, opened the trunk, and said, take off that torn shirt you're wearing. She pulled a paper bag from the trunk and handed it to Li Tianyang. Li Tianyang opened it to find a brand new pink t-shirt inside. I keep this in the car for yoga practice. It's never been worn. Just make do with it for now, Bai Ningjie explained. Li Tianyang held the pink t-shirt in his hands, feeling its softness against his skin. He could even detect a faint, lingering fragrance on it. It was Bai Ningjie's scent. Without hesitation, Li Tianyang stripped off his tattered t-shirt in front of her, revealing his upper body enhanced by the system and arguably perfect. Smooth muscle lines and sharply defined 8-pack abs radiated masculine tension under the dim car lights. Bai Ningjie's gaze swept over him involuntarily, her breath seeming to catch for a moment. The late-night barbecue stall remained bustling with noise. Bai Ningjie clearly wasn't accustomed to such places. She chose the most secluded corner, her beautiful brows slightly furrowed as she surveyed the noisy surroundings. They ordered some skewers and beer. Bai Ningjie looked at Li Tianyang, remaining silent for a long while before speaking slowly. Xiaoyang, tonight's incident ends here. Don't act so impulsively again in the future. Li Tianyang nodded, burying his head in his skewers. I'll have Jiangyu handle your work arrangements. Focus on your job and stop dwelling on unrealistic fantasies, Bai Ningjie continued. Li Tianyang understood she was admonishing him to forget his earlier confession. Oh, right, Bai Ningjie seemed to remember something and asked casually, did you throw away my stockings? Li Tianyang chuckled inwardly, recognizing this as her final test. He looked up at her with an innocent expression. I didn't throw them away. I was afraid if I tossed them in the trash, some creepy garbage collector might pick them up. I locked them safely in my drawer. Next time I get the chance, I'll burn them myself to make sure they're gone for good. Chapter 11, Auntie's period cramps, relieved with my ancient family remedy. Bai Ningjie's body trembled violently. She could distinctly feel a warm current slowly spreading throughout her body from where their hands touched. The sharp cramping in her lower abdomen seemed to ease just a little. She lifted her head in disbelief and looked at Li Tianyang. Under the lamplight, his youthful face bore an expression of earnestness and focus. His eyes held not a trace of impure thought, only pure concern. At that moment, Bai Ningjie's defenses began to melt away, touched by this unexpected warmth and those eyes devoid of any desire. She stopped resisting, tacitly allowing his slightly out-of-bounds actions. Minutes later, her complexion visibly improved, and her breathing steadied considerably. Much better. She murmured weakly. Warm hands aren't enough, Li Tianyang pressed his advantage, revealing his ultimate purpose. Our hometown folk remedy says a woman's uterine coldness stems from her feet. Hands are branches, feet are the roots. His gaze fixed on Bai Ningjie's feet, encased in delicate stiletto heels, his expression utterly sincere. And Bai, how about? I warm your feet too? Warm my feet? Bai Ningjie's body stiffened once more. If warming her hands could be explained away as treatment. But warming her feet. That crossed the line of normal social distance, carrying an extremely intimate and suggestive implication. Her feet had never been touched by another man besides the technician who gave her foot massages. No, it's too. Bai Ningjie tried to refuse, but the pain in her lower abdomen, which had just subsided, began to stir again. That bone-deep agony, so excruciating it made her wish for death, clashed violently in her mind with the warmth radiating from the young man's palm. Reason screamed at her to push him away immediately, to flee far from him. But her body craved that warmth. Auntie, what time is it now? Why are you worrying about that? Li Tianyang's tone carried a hint of unquestionable authority. You're a patient, and I'm treating you. Do you really want to suffer through that excruciating pain again? That final sentence became the straw that broke the camel's back. Bai Ningjie bit her lower lip tightly, a blush of shame spreading across her pale, delicate face. She closed her eyes, as if surrendering all resistance, and from her throat emerged a barely audible Li Tianyang's heart began to race wildly. Success! Suppressing his inner excitement, Li Tianyang cautiously reached out his hand, extending it toward Bai Ningjie's jade-like feet encased in black stockings and high heels. His fingertips gently brushed against the cool, stocking-clad ankle. Bai Ningjie's body jerked violently, as if struck by electricity. Aunt Bai, don't move. Li Tianyang's voice was steady and gentle, carrying a soothing magic that calmed the soul. Let me help you take off your high heels first. Li Tianyang's hand gently grasped Bai Ningjie's ankle. Through the sheer black stockings, he could distinctly feel the coolness of her skin and the delicate contours of her bones. Bai Ningjie's body tensed abruptly. Never before in her life had a man held her feet like this. It was an utterly unfamiliar sensation, tinged with a hint of shame and trembling. Ignoring her stiffness, Tianyang's fingers deftly reached for the buckle of her high-heeled shoe. A soft click sounded. The buckle released. Little Xiao Botwenjianfangdaoyin, Jiashu Jiqiren Xian Xiao, Wen Ding Kaopiu, Bukai Pitfalls. Chapter 12. After covering her feet, Bai was completely smitten. He removed the other high heel in the same manner. Then, he cradled her 2 feet cold as jade in his warm, large hands. Whoa! Even Tianyang, with his robust vitality, couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath at the icy chill radiating from those feet. Damn, they were freezing. They were practically 2 pieces of jade freshly pulled from an ice cellar. Bai, your uterine cold is far too severe, isn't it? He said, frowning. Bai Ningjie was too pained to speak, merely shaking her head weakly. Her usually cool, clear eyes now glistened with tears, filled with helplessness. This won't do. Just covering them with my hands won't keep the heat in. Tianyang muttered to himself. Then, he made a move that nearly made Bai Ningjie's eyes pop out of her head. He actually lifted his own pink t-shirt, revealing his well-defined, toned abs. Bai, forgive me. Without giving Bai Ningjie a chance to react, he pressed her 2 icy cold feet directly onto his warm stomach. Bai Ningjie's body jerked violently as if struck by lightning. The icy soles pressed against the warm, firm skin, and that intense sensation of warmth instantly blanked her mind. A surge of sensation, a mix of shame, comfort, and a strange tingle of pleasure shot from her soles and spread through her entire body. No. No. Take them off. She instinctively tried to pull her foot back, her remaining sanity screaming frantically that this was absolutely forbidden. It was too shameful. Too shameless. Yet the moment her foot stirred, Tianyang pinned it down with both hands. Bai, don't move. Tianyang's tone carried an unquestionable command. If you pull your foot away now, wouldn't my stomach have been frozen for nothing? You have to let me warm it up before you go, right? What twisted logic? It was pure bandit logic. Bai Ningjie was so infuriated by his words that she momentarily forgot the pain in her lower abdomen. But he did have a point, didn't he? She had indeed frozen him. So, just hold it for a bit? Then take it off once her feet warmed up? As she wrestled with this internal conflict, Tianyang's abdomen, like a furnace, steadily transferred warmth to the soles of her feet. That warm current flowed up her legs, slowly seeping into her icy lower abdomen. The excruciating cramping that had nearly killed her was actually fading rapidly. It felt so good. Bai Ningjie's tense body gradually relaxed. She surrendered her resistance, allowing the young man to warm her coldest feet with his most intimate part. The carriage fell into an absolute silence. Only the distinct sound of their breathing could be heard. Bai Ningjie turned her face sideways, gazing at the street scene outside the window, yet her entire focus was concentrated on her feet. She could feel every contraction of Tianyang's abdominal muscles, sense the heat radiating from his body, and even feel the powerful thud of his heartbeat. Bai Ningjie's face flushed crimson, as if it might bleed. After an unknown amount of time, her feet finally grew warm and toasty, and with them, her entire body felt enveloped in warmth. The ache in her lower abdomen vanished completely. It's okay. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, tinged with a hint of coyness she hadn't even noticed herself. Only then did Tianyang release his grip and lower his t-shirt. Seeing Bai Ningjie's flushed expression, he knew he had managed to crack open a huge fissure in this iceberg with his own body heat. He escorted Bai Ningjie back to the entrance of her upscale apartment building. Chapter 13. Bai savors my goodness, while Nuant gets drunk again? 2:50 p.m. Following the address sent by Ming Jiangyue, Tianyang arrived at an upscale villa community. He pressed the doorbell. The one who opened the door was none other than Ming Jiangyue. Only. The Ming Jiangyue before him wore a seductive silk nightgown, her hair disheveled, her face still flushed with the glow of recent sleep, and her entire being reeked of a lingering hangover. She was holding a stemmed glass filled halfway with red wine. Good grief! She's drinking again? Xiaonuan, you're here. Ming Jiangyue's eyes lit up at the sight of Tianyang, her tongue stumbling slightly. Quick, come inside, let your sister take a good look. She grabbed Tianyang and pulled him into the villa, slamming the door shut with a loud bang. Leaning against the door, her drunken eyes fixed on Tianyang, she smiled dreamily. Handsome boy, you're here. Before she could finish, she stumbled backward, her whole body collapsing into Tianyang's arms. Her soft, fragrant body pressed against his chest. Tianyang instinctively wrapped his arms around Ming Jiangyue's unbelievably soft waist. The sheer silk nightgown, thin as a cicada's wing, offered no barrier whatsoever. He could distinctly feel the warmth and smoothness of her skin, along with the breathtaking curves of her body. Damn it, this vixen really doesn't treat me like an outsider. Tianyang cursed inwardly, yet his body remained stubbornly honest. He didn't push her away. Xiao Yangbao, your scent smells so good. Ming Jiangyue rubbed against him like a kitten, her breath heavy with intoxicating alcohol and her voice a bone-melting whisper. "Aunt Ming, you've had too much to drink." Tianyang steadied her, trying to help her stand. "I'm not drunk." Ming Jiangyue lifted her drunkenly hazy, pretty face and gazed at him dreamily. "I just missed you." Tianyang was both amused and exasperated by her blunt, predatory words. This woman was like two different people when drunk versus sober. Drunk, she was a soul-stealing siren. Sober, she was a queen aloof and distant. Of course, she was far more endearing when drunk. Tianyang silently gave his verdict in his mind. It took him a tremendous effort to get this tipsy, wealthy auntie settled onto the sofa. "Aunt Ming, rest for a moment. I'll get you a glass of water." "No. I don't want water. I want alcohol." Watching Ming Jiangyue throwing a drunken fit on the sofa, Tianyang felt utterly exasperated. This interview, what a joke. Resignedly, he fetched a towel, wiped her face, and covered her with a blanket. After over half an hour of fussing, the lady finally drifted into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Tianyang was roused by a knock on the door. He opened the guest room door, bleary-eyed, to find Ming Jiangyue standing calmly at the entrance. She wore a perfectly tailored Chanel suit and flawless makeup. Save for a hint of bloodshot eyes from lack of sleep, there was not a trace of yesterday's drunkenness left in her. "Get ready. We're leaving in 10 minutes. Her voice was cool and distant, as if the woman who had clung to him yesterday, calling him Xiaoyang Bao, had never existed. Tianyang watched her turn on a dime demeanor and inwardly rolled his eyes. What a fickle woman. On the way to the company, Ming Jiangyue drove a red Ferrari while explaining the company's background to Tianyang. Xiangxing Group ranks among Jiangqing's top 3 conglomerates, with operations spanning real estate, finance, technology. Ningjie's father is one of the group's founders. Though retired now, he still holds significant shares. Ningjie currently oversees the group's cosmetics and fashion divisions, which is where you'll be interning. Chapter 14, Fate, Truly Mysterious. As Jiangqing's largest wetland park, Baichao Garden bustled with visitors by day. Come nightfall, however, most areas fell into an eerie quiet, almost spooky, save for the few main paths. Tianyang sat on a bench along the lakeside path, a blade of foxtail grass between his lips, gazing leisurely into the distance. Everything was under control. Meanwhile, Bai Ningjie paced restlessly through the park, her mind in turmoil. Company matters, her daughter's studies, and that young, domineering figure who kept haunting her thoughts. It all left her feeling utterly exhausted. She just wanted to find a place to sit quietly for a while. Ring. Her phone rang at the worst possible moment. An unfamiliar number. She frowned as she answered, "Hello? Hello? Is this Ms. Bai Ningjie? Congratulations. You've been selected by our company as a lucky customer to win a 7-day luxury trip or 2 to Hong Kong and Macau." A man's overly enthusiastic voice came from the other end. Bai Ningjie's eyes instantly turned cold. "No, thank you." She hung up the phone decisively. Another one of those low-level scam calls. But this minor interruption only made her already irritable mood worse. She turned onto a quieter side street, wanting to distance herself from the crowd. Several streetlights along this path were out, casting only dim light that barely illuminated the surroundings. After taking a few steps, she suddenly stopped. She heard footsteps behind her. They were steady and unhurried, maintaining a distance of about 10 meters behind her. Bai Ningjie quickened her pace, and the footsteps behind her followed suit. She stopped abruptly, and the footsteps behind her halted as well. Her heart leapt into her throat. She instinctively turned to look behind her. In the dim light, a man clad in a black hoodie stood not far away. The hood's brim was pulled low, obscuring his face. He stood motionless, like a ghostly shadow blending into the darkness. A chill shot up Bai Ningjie's spine, from the base of her tailbone to the crown of her head. She could no longer maintain her composure, nearly fleeing in panic as she hurried toward the light. Yet that dark figure followed like a parasite clinging to bone, closing in relentlessly. Fear enveloped Bai Ningjie like an invisible net, binding her tightly. She could even hear her own heart pounding wildly from the tension. Just as she felt herself on the verge of breaking, a tall figure suddenly rose from the shadows of a bench ahead. The figure calmly stepped in front of her. "Aunt Bai?" A familiar voice, tinged with surprise, echoed through the quiet path. Bai Ningjie snapped her head up, recognizing the face before her. It was Tianyang. The moment she saw his young, familiar face, the heart that had been lodged in Bai Ningjie's throat finally dropped back into place with a thud. An unprecedented sense of security instantly enveloped her. The shadowy figure behind her seemed to freeze for a moment at Tianyang's sudden appearance, then swiftly turned and vanished into the darkness. "What are you doing here?" Bai Ningjie's voice still trembled slightly, but she had regained her composure. "Oh, I was handling some business nearby. Just finished up and thought I'd take a stroll in the park, enjoy the breeze." Tianyang's answer was seamless, without a single flaw. He looked at Bai Ningjie's still startled, pretty face and asked with concern, "Auntie, are you okay? That person just now." "I'm fine," Bai Ningjie shook her head, forcing herself to stay calm. "He was probably just passing by." Li Tianyang smiled, choosing not to expose her. He gestured toward a nearby bench. Auntie, since we've run into each other like this, would you mind sitting down for a chat? Bai Ningjie looked at the playful smile on his face and felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. Chapter 15, Aunt Bai wants to be my godmother. A joke? Li Tianyang laughed. He straightened up, his smile fading into an unprecedented seriousness. Aunt Bai, do you think discussing me becoming your godson right now is the biggest ethical joke of all? That night, we already did that. And now you want me to take you as my godmother? He met her gaze, enunciating each word, a man having relations with his godmother. Aunt Bai, tell me, does that count as incest? Boom! Those final two words exploded like two heavy bombs in Bai Ningjie's mind. Her face, already flushed crimson with shame and anger, instantly drained of all color, turning deathly pale. How dare he speak so bluntly? So viciously. That night she had tried so hard to avoid and gloss over with reason, status, and every excuse imaginable. He had just ripped it open with brutal honesty, laying it bare before them both. So, Aunt Bai, Li Tianyang's voice held not a shred of warmth, put away your ridiculous proposal. I, Li Tianyang, will never acknowledge you as my godmother in this lifetime. What I want to be is your man. The man who can hold your hand openly, warm your feet openly, and kiss you openly. Bai Ningjie was utterly speechless. Li Tianyang's words had shattered her completely. Her pride and her rationality crumbled before him like paper, utterly defenseless. She realized she was no match for this young man. Not physically, nor in verbal sparring. Just then, her phone rang at the worst possible moment. It was the company calling about an urgent document requiring her immediate attention. The call felt like a lifeline dropped from the heavens. I have an urgent matter at work. I must leave now. She stood up as if fleeing, ready to leave. Wait. Li Tianyang also stood up, blocking her path. His height, having grown since last night, now exceeded 1.9 meters, towering nearly a head taller than Bai Ningjie. Standing before her now, he formed an overwhelmingly imposing presence. Bai Ningjie instinctively took half a step back, looking up at him with a hint of wariness in her eyes. Is there something else? Seeing her look like a frightened little deer, Li Tianyang couldn't help but feel a surge of amusement. He didn't press her further with words. Instead, he simply opened his arms and spoke in a gentle voice, before you go, give me one last hug, okay? Bai Ningjie stared at him, biting her lip. In the end, as if compelled by some unseen force, she nodded. She took a step forward and gently nestled into Li Tianyang's embrace. Yet this embrace felt different from any before. The moment she pressed against him, she froze completely. Because it fit so perfectly. At 5 feet 8 inches tall and wearing heels, her head rested perfectly against his chin. Her cheek nestled perfectly against his broad, solid chest, where she could hear the steady, powerful beat of his heart. Li Tianyang's arms wrapped around her effortlessly, holding her completely within his embrace, leaving not a single gap. It was as if his body had been custom-made for her. It turned out two people could truly fit together so perfectly. This absurd thought surged uncontrollably from Bai Ningjie's heart. Her heart was utterly thrown into disarray. Chapter 16, tear her t-shirt to shreds, make that Xu Xiaonuan submit before me. Half an hour later. When the police appeared before Shang Dongxi and Lu Yan with the forensic report and that crystal-clear video footage, both their faces instantly drained of color. Both eyewitness testimony and physical evidence were irrefutable. Intentional assault. Come with us. Without another word, the officer pulled out handcuffs and secured them around Shang Dongxi, who was still reeling in shock. Lu Yan collapsed onto the floor, too terrified to even cry. Qin Meixia, who had just returned home from work, witnessed her son being taken away by the police and instantly lost her mind. Officer! What are you doing? How dare you arrest my son? He's just a child. She lunged forward to stop him but was shoved aside by the officers. A child? When he was putting toilet cleaner in someone else's food, he sure didn't think of himself as a child. Calm down. You're obstructing justice. We're taking you in too. Terrified, Qin Meixia froze, forced to watch helplessly as her son was shoved into the police van. That evening, Li Tianyang was leisurely listening to music with headphones on in his room. A knock sounded at the door. He opened the door to find Qin Meixia standing there, eyes red-rimmed, holding a bowl of steaming noodles. The arrogance and stubbornness that had once graced her face were gone, replaced by an almost servile pleading. Xiaoyang, her voice trembled with tears, I know I was wrong. Please be magnanimous and let him off this time, okay? He's already been detained. If you don't relent, he might actually end up in jail. These are noodles I made for you myself. Just take a bite and consider it forgiveness, okay? She reached out to push the bowl into Li Tianyang's hands. Li Tianyang didn't take it. He just stared coldly at the woman. One apology, and you expect me to forgive you? He smiled a smile that was cold and cruel. Your son wants me to spend the rest of my life in the hospital. Do you really think a bowl of noodles is enough? Qin Meixia's body trembled violently. With a thud, she dropped to her knees. Xiaoyang. Auntie begs you. Auntie is kneeling before you. She clung to Li Tianyang's leg, weeping with heart-wrenching anguish. If you'll just relent, Auntie will do anything. Anything at all. Li Tianyang looked down at her from above. Seeing this woman, usually arrogant and domineering, now kneeling before him like a dog. A wave of vengeful satisfaction surged within him. He crouched down, pinched her chin, and forced her to lift her head and meet his gaze. Anything? His voice was like the devil's whisper. Qin Meixia nodded frantically, tears welling in her eyes. Li Tianyang smiled. All right then. He stood up and pointed at the t-shirt she wore, stretched tight from doing housework. That day, you tore one of my shirts, right? Qin Meixia froze for a moment before nodding vigorously. Then it's simple, Li Tianyang's eyes gleamed with aggression and amusement. Now, let me tear one of yours. If you let me tear this shirt off you, I'll consider forgiving your son. Qin Meixia's pupils suddenly contracted. She stared at Li Tianyang in utter disbelief, her tear-streaked face etched with humiliation and shock. Tear her clothes? Right in front of her? That little bastard. How dare he? This hurt her worse than death itself. Chapter 17, The Three Beauties Battlefield. Half an hour later, the Ferrari pulled up outside a lavishly decorated club. Century Palace. Just by the name alone, one could tell it was a top-tier den of iniquity. Li Tianyang followed Ming Jiangyue inside. The moment they entered the lobby, he spotted someone he never expected to see. Bai Ningjie. She was seated in the first-floor lounge area, chatting with an elegant beauty dressed in a red qipao. Bai Ningjie saw Li Tianyang enter alongside Ming Jiangyue. A flicker of surprise and unease crossed her cool, beautiful face. Ningjie. Look who I brought for you. Ming Jiangyue laughed as she walked over, wrapping an arm around Bai Ningjie's shoulder and then pointing suggestively at Li Tianyang. I was worried you'd be lonely, so I specially brought your vitamin along. How about that? Pretty thoughtful of me, right? She emphasized the word vitamin with particular emphasis. Bai Ningjie's face flushed crimson in an instant. She shot Ming Jiangyue a fierce glare, her eyes practically devouring her. Jiangyue, stop this nonsense. The elegant woman in the qipao rose to her feet, eyeing Li Tianyang with keen interest. She smiled at Ming Jiangyue and said, Jiangyue, is this the handsome young man you mentioned on the phone, the one who's helping Ningjie bloom again? This remark was even more blunt than Ming Jiangyue's. Li Tianyang's gaze also fell upon this newly arrived woman. She appeared to be in her early 40s, with a remarkably well-maintained figure. Her red qipao, slid high up to her thigh, accentuated her mature, voluptuous curves to perfection. Her face bore meticulous makeup, every glance and expression radiating shrewdness and allure. Let me introduce you, Ming Jiangyue said with a cheerful smile. This is the owner of Century Palace, He Shuero sister He. Then she pointed to Li Tianyang and said to He Shuero, sister He, this is Li Tianyang, our Ningjie's precious little darling. Bai Ningjie stood nearby, nearly sinking into the ground from embarrassment. This whole situation felt like a public execution. Hello, Auntie He, Li Tianyang greeted her with neither humility nor arrogance. He Shuero looked at him, smiling meaningfully. Not bad, young man. Tall and handsome, no wonder you captured the heart of our great President Bai. Li Tianyang's heart sank. It was Lu Zheqi's mother? The mother of that deputy director at the company who was trying to make things difficult for him? What a small world. All right, everyone, stop standing around, Ming Jiangyue waved his hand. Sissy, get us the best private room. I'm treating today, let's welcome these two treasures properly. The four of them ascended to the luxurious private room on the top floor. Ming Jiangyue let loose completely, getting her feet massaged by a technician while bombarding Bai Ningjie and Li Tianyang with all sorts of playful banter. Hey, Shuero, look. Hasn't Ningjie been glowing lately? Her skin's gotten so soft. That's all thanks to the nourishment of love. Let me tell you, this little Yang Yang is like walking vitamin C. He gives Ningjie a dose every day, guaranteeing she stays hydrated and glowing from the inside out. Bai Ningjie stood nearby, her face flushed crimson as a cloth, her hands gripping the teacup so tightly it nearly shattered. He Shuero wore an amused expression, occasionally chiming in to add fuel to the fire. Li Tianyang, however, remained completely unfazed, as if the topic of their discussion had nothing to do with him. Just then, Bai Ningjie's phone rang. She answered and exchanged a few words with the caller, her expression darkening noticeably. After hanging up, she rubbed her temples in irritation. What's wrong, Ningjie? Ming Jiangyue asked. Our French partners suddenly want to change the proposal, and we have a video conference tomorrow. My French translator had to take leave because of an emergency at home. Where am I supposed to find a reliable translator in the middle of the night? Bai Ningjie's voice was filled with helplessness. He Shuero chuckled. What's the big deal? Just pay for another one. It's not that simple, Bai Ningjie shook her head. This proposal involves a lot of specialized terminology. You can't just find any translator to handle it. Listening to their conversation, Li Tianyang's heart suddenly jolted. French translator? Wasn't this like a pillow arriving just when you were feeling sleepy? Chapter 18, Volunteering as Translator. Inside the private room, Ming Jiangyue was still cheering wildly. Sissy, all talk and no action. You promised to wash Xiao Yangyang's feet yourself. The technicians here get moving already. Xu shot her a sidelong glance, her eyes brimming with alluring charm. What's the rush? I need to prepare first, don't I? She stood up, walked over to a cabinet nearby, and retrieved an exquisite wooden basin and a small medicine pouch. This is my treasured saffron herbal pouch. It promotes blood circulation and disperses blood stasis, perfect for young men with such robust vitality like yourselves, she said, casting a suggestive glance at Tianyang. Then, to everyone's astonished gaze, she actually squatted down. She placed the pouch into hot water, tested the temperature with her hand, then looked up and flashed Tianyang a charming smile. Handsome, put your feet in. Tianyang glanced at Bai Ningjie beside him. She was holding a teacup, pretending to watch TV, but her slightly trembling eyelashes and unconsciously clasped legs betrayed her inner turmoil. Making her jealous? Perfect. Tianyang casually placed his feet into the wooden basin. The warm water instantly enveloped his feet, so comfortable he nearly cried out. What was even more intoxicating was Xu pair of exceptionally well-maintained, soft hands, which began kneading his feet with just the right amount of pressure. Her technique was infinitely more professional than the technicians earlier. Each acupressure point was struck with perfect precision, sending pleasurable tingles through Tianyang's scalp. How about it, handsome? Not bad for an older sister's skills, huh? Xu lifted her head and winked at him. Auntie He, your technique is far superior to even your shop's top masseuses, Tianyang praised sincerely. Xu giggled. Of course. These hands used to massage my old Lu. After he passed away, you're the first man to enjoy this treatment. The implication couldn't have been clearer. Ming Jiangyue, standing nearby, added fuel to the fire. Oh my, Xu, you really are treating our little Yangyang as a replacement for your old Lu, aren't you? Xu shot her a withering glance and said with alluring charm, what's wrong with that? As long as our little Yangyang doesn't mind, I don't mind making him my new old Lu. Bai Ningjie, listening to these predatory words, grew increasingly cold. Her hand, resting on the sofa, clenched into a tight fist. Just then, Xu picked another tangerine from the fruit platter and began peeling it with deliberate slowness. Not only did she remove the peel, but she also meticulously picked away every single white membrane from each segment. Then, she pinched a translucent segment of orange flesh and held it to Tianyang's lips. Here, open your mouth. Her voice was so gentle it could melt ice. Tianyang gazed at the woman before him, a woman whose fiery spirit burned deep within her bones, yet whose every action radiated tenderness and consideration, and felt a wave of emotion wash over him. That Lu Juchi, with such an exceptional mother, she still wasted her days fooling around outside. What a waste of a treasure. He opened his mouth and took the orange segment inside. The sweet tart juice burst in his mouth. Is it sweet? Xu asked with a smile. Sweet, Tianyang nodded. But not as sweet as your hands, Auntie He. The remark sent shockwaves through the entire room. Ming Jiangyue and Xu froze, then burst into even more unrestrained laughter. Bai Ningjie's face darkened completely. She abruptly stood up. I need to make a call. She dropped the words and fled the private room. Watching her retreating figure, Tianyang knew that his earlier remark had successfully plunged another knife into her heart. Just then, Bai Ningjie returned, her face etched with irritation. Chapter 19, Fluent French stuns 3 stunningly beautiful ladies. I'll take this part-time job, okay? Tianyang's words plunged the entire private room into an eerie silence. A full 3 seconds passed. Put. Ming Jiangyue was the first to crack, bursting into laughter. Her laughter shook her like a willow in the wind, her astonishingly ample bosom rising and falling as she pointed at Tianyang and said to Bai Ningjie and Xu, oh my goodness, Ningjie, Xu, did you hear that? Our little Yang says he wants to be a French translator. This kid is just too adorable. Xu also covered her mouth, laughing with alluring charm. Little cutie, did you see how worried Auntie Bai was and just wanted to cheer her up? Well, Auntie Bai appreciates the thought. Their eyes sparkled with playful teasing and the indulgent amusement of elders watching a younger sibling's mischief. To them, Tianyang's words were nothing more than a childish joke meant to impress his crush. French? That's one of the hardest languages to learn in the world. You're just an ordinary college student not even majoring in it. How could you possibly? Bai Ningjie looked at Tianyang, her brows slightly furrowed. She didn't smile, but the meaning in her eyes was clear. Yang, stop fooling around. Sighing, she spoke in the gentlest tone she could manage. Xiaoyan, don't joke with Auntie. This meeting is important, it can't be. I'm not joking. Tianyang cut her off. His expression was unusually serious, his eyes radiating an unmistakable confidence. Aunt Bai, you don't have to believe me, but at least give me a chance to prove myself. He glanced at Xia, the French technician beside him, who was still in a daze. Just have her test me, won't that do? Seeing the sincerity in Tianyang's expression, the smiles on the 3 ants' faces gradually froze. They exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of disbelief in the other's eyes. Could this kid be telling the truth? Bai Ningjie felt her heart inexplicably begin to race. Staring at Tianyang's face radiating confidence, she found herself nodding to the French technician, Xia. Xia, why don't you have a chat with him? Xia found it absurd too, but since the boss had spoken, she had no choice but to comply. He sounded like a seasoned veteran who'd lived in France for over a decade. 10 minutes later, Xia confessed to Bai Ningjie with genuine admiration, Ms. Bai, this gentleman's French proficiency is more than sufficient for any level of business translation. His vocabulary and grammar are even more professional than mine. Boom! This statement was the final straw that completely shattered the psychological defenses of the three ants. Staring at the young man still having his feet massaged by his Shuero, they felt their entire worldview had been shattered. Li Tianyang actually knew French? And at such a high level? How could this be? Bai Ningjie stared at Li Tianyang, her clear, cold eyes flashing with an unusual light. Li Tianyang basked in their stunned gazes, feeling utterly satisfied. He knew that from this day forward, they would never again see him as just a little puppy who relied solely on his looks. Well, Aunt Bai, he asked Bai Ningjie with a smile. Can I take over this part-time job now? Bai Ningjie stared at him for a long moment before finding her voice. She nodded, her tone complex. All right. Come to my company tomorrow at 9 in the morning. I'll have my secretary give you the materials. Chapter 20, Aunt Bai's jealous stare. That feeling was driving her crazy. Drink up, Xiaonuan. Ming Jiangyue nudged the bottle closer to Li Tianyang's lips. It won't taste good once it gets cold. Li Tianyang was backed into a corner. Drink or not? Drink, and it would be like indirectly kissing Ming Jiangyue. Bai Ningjie would definitely blow her top. Refuse, and he'd be snubbing Ming Jiangyue. That vixen would probably cook up some new scheme. Just as he hesitated, Ming Jiangyue pressed the bottle's mouth directly against his lips. A stream of icy liquid, tinged with the taste of her saliva, flowed into his mouth. Li Tianyang was forced to take a sip. It was sweet and sour, and actually tasted pretty good. But there was this faint, elusive scent of Ming Jianyue's perfume lingering throughout. After finishing, he instinctively licked his lips. This small gesture, seen by Bai Ningjie, was like pouring oil on the fire. She abruptly picked up the teacup before her and downed the now cold tea in one gulp. Just then, He Shuero finished her phone call and pushed open the door to enter. Seeing Li Tianyang drinking from the bottle that Ming Jiangyue had blessed, a hint of amusement flashed in her eyes. Oh my, our little heartthrob, did Jiangyue force a kiss on you? Ming Jiangyue giggled. Not at all. This is just a love relay. He Shuero shook her head, sat back down, and resumed massaging Li Tianyang's feet. She looked at Ming Jiangyue and suddenly countered, Jiangyue, didn't you just say you wanted Xiao Yanjiang to recognize me as his godmother? That's right. Ming Jiangyue nodded. I think we'll pass, He Shuero smiled, her expression as sly as a fox. I'm not as open-minded as you. Besides, look at you, then look at Ningjie, you two are both quite well endowed. I've got nothing to offer our godson. This was a veiled jab at Ming Jiangyue's earlier actions. Ming Jiangyue, however, didn't seem to mind at all. Instead, she leaned closer, her eyes roaming freely over He Shuero's voluptuous figure, perfectly accentuated by her cheongsam. Who says you don't? Ming Jiangyue grinned mischievously. Sister Shuero, you've got the real deal right here. Unlike me, all fake. And Ningjie? She's too shy to show hers. She paused, then spoke to He Shuero in an incredibly suggestive tone. So, the glorious task of feeding the baby falls to you. Aren't you the best at being caring? Quick, feed my precious godson. Put. Li Tianyang nearly spit out his drink. What the hell kind of lewd talk was this? He Shuero's alluringly charming face instantly flushed scarlet. She never imagined that crazy woman Ming Jiangyue would speak so obscenely. What nonsense are you spouting? She retorted, her voice trembling with shame and anger. Li Tianyang distinctly felt the hands massaging his feet suddenly tighten with uncontrolled force. Even the temperature of those hands seemed to rise by several degrees. Was she physically reacting to embarrassment? He Shuero glanced at Ming Jiangyue's mischievous grin, then at Bai Ningjie beside her pretending to watch TV but with ears practically perked up to the sky. She knew she couldn't let this slide today. Taking a deep breath, she looked at Ming Jiangyue and suddenly declared. Jiangyue, you're so fond of claiming sons and feeding people. I have a theory. Chapter 21, Aunt Bai's Hypocrisy. On the way back, Bai Ningjie was still driving. An almost imperceptible awkwardness hung in the car. Bai Ningjie focused on driving, saying nothing. Yet her peripheral vision kept stealing glances at Li Tianyang beside her through the rearview mirror. Her mind kept replaying the scene in the private room earlier, where Li Tianyang had spoken French with such fluency and ease. That composure, that confidence, that maturity far beyond his years. She even began weaving an inspirational narrative about him in her mind. This kid must have put an unimaginable effort behind the scenes, beyond what ordinary people could fathom, right? How hard it must be for a child from a poor family to rise above his circumstances. He must have risen before dawn and stayed up late every day memorizing vocabulary and practicing listening comprehension to reach this level. The more she thought about it, the more a strange mix of pity and admiration welled up inside her. Ding! Bai Ningjie self-strategy in progress, affection +10. The system notification left Li Tianyang utterly baffled. He hadn't done anything, had he? Why did his affection rating go up again? A woman's heart truly is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. The car pulled up outside Li Tianyang's rental apartment building. Li Tianyang unbuckled his seatbelt, preparing to get out. And bye, I'll head back now. You should get some rest too. Wait. Bai Ningjie suddenly called out to him. She unbuckled her seatbelt too, turned around, and fixed him with her clear, cool eyes, looking at him with utmost sincerity. Xiaoyan, she hesitated before speaking, don't take what Jiangyue said tonight to heart. She was drunk. Li Tianyang froze. She's just the type who loves to joke around, especially, teasing little guys like you. Bai Ningjie's tone sounded like she was trying hard to explain. She doesn't mean any harm. Don't take it seriously. Don't take it seriously? Li Tianyang stared at Bai Ningjie's "I'm just looking out for you" expression, and suddenly everything became crystal clear. She wasn't explaining. She was jealous. She was afraid he'd actually be seduced by that vixen Ming Jiangyue. That's why she deliberately gave him a precautionary shot before leaving, telling him that Ming Jiangyue was just putting on a show and couldn't be trusted. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully triggered by Ningjie's passive skill, saying one thing, meaning another. Jealousy points plus 50. Li Tianyang looked at her and suddenly smiled. He leaned closer, locked eyes with her, and lowered his voice, asking in a suggestive tone, well, what about you, and Bai? Should I take what you said seriously? Bai Ningjie's heart skipped a beat. Gazing at the handsome face mere inches away, those eyes that seemed to see through everything, she felt her cheeks burning hot again. Everything I said is true. She looked away, flustered. I'm going back. With those words, she practically fled, starting her car and disappearing into the night. Li Tianyang watched her taillights fade into the distance, a smile spreading across his lips. Suddenly, it dawned on him. He finally understood. To conquer Bai Ningjie, this iceberg of a woman, brute force alone wouldn't work. Her rationality, her status, her reservations, they formed a thick wall, keeping him firmly shut out. But this wall had one fatal weakness. That weakness is Ming Jiangyue. The closer he gets to Ming Jiangyue, the more ambiguous their interactions become, the more anxious and jealous Bai Ningjie this iceberg will grow. Jealousy was the ultimate weapon to breach her rational defenses. Aunt Ming, you're truly my secret weapon. Chapter 22, Aunt Bai's misstep. Golden waves of hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, while sapphire blue eyes, like two deep gems, radiated an aggressive and wild charm. Li Tianyang's eyes instantly went wide. She was a sex symbol straight out of a Hollywood movie. Who is she? Brother Rue? He couldn't help but nudge Wang Rue beside him. Wang Rue lowered his voice, his eyes gleaming with a mix of awe and gossip. She's the CEO of our subsidiary, Ms. Shortland. A Wall Street elite who's back in the game. Rumor has it she's also Deputy Director Lu Qingdong's mistress. Mistress? Li Tianyang's eyebrow twitched. This relationship was quite complicated. Shortland seemed to sense Li Tianyang's gaze. Her sapphire blue eyes swept over in his direction. When she spotted Li Tianyang, her gaze lingered noticeably, and she even raised an eyebrow at him with apparent interest. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Li Tianyang arrived punctually at the Ring Trade Center. Instead of rushing inside, he found a window seat at a cafe across from the mall. Sipping his coffee, he silently observed every person entering the mall through the doors using his eyes of the love god. 3:05 p.m. A familiar black Audi S6 pulled up slowly at the mall entrance. The door opened. Bai Ningjie stepped out of the car. She wore a light blue Chanel dress today, layered with a white knit cardigan, and silver stiletto heels on her feet. Her entire appearance radiated gentle sophistication, tinged with a hint of languid elegance. Li Tianyang watched her walk into the mall, a faint smile curving his lips. And Bai, our connection has come around again. He timed his arrival perfectly, stepping into the mall at exactly 3:14 p.m. He headed straight for the staircase leading down to the underground parking garage located near the mall entrance. He didn't descend, merely leaning against the railing and pretending to admire the view. 1 minute later, Bai Ningjie emerged from the mall, carrying a brand new Hermes bag and striding elegantly in high heels. She walked while looking down at her phone, seemingly replying to some important message. She reached the foot of the stairs. She lifted her foot, then stepped down. Then, a scream filled with pain and panic echoed throughout the entire mall entrance. Her foot, clad in a silver high heel, suddenly twisted violently. Her entire body instantly lost balance, crashing down onto the hard steps. A scream filled with pain and panic echoed throughout the entire mall entrance. Bai Ningjie's foot, clad in a silver high heel, twisted violently. Her entire body plummeted straight down onto the hard, cold steps. Passers-by nearby gasped in shock. Yet, in the split second before she made contact with the ground, a dark figure shot out like an arrow from the side. Li Tianyang reached Bai Ningjie's side with a speed beyond ordinary imagination. Just before she hit the ground, he stretched out his long arm and securely cradled her incredibly soft, delicate body into his embrace. Her warm, fragrant body filled his arms. A familiar fragrance instantly enveloped Li Tianyang. Bai Ningjie's mind went blank. The excruciating pain she had anticipated never came. Instead, she found herself cradled in a broad, sturdy embrace that radiated a profound sense of security. She instinctively lifted her head and saw a young, familiar face. "Aunt Bai. Are you okay?" Chapter 23, Aunt Bai sprains her ankle, and I carry her for a massage. Li Tianyang's voice carried just the right amount of concern. My foot." Only then did Bai Ningjie feel the excruciating, bone-piercing pain radiating from her right ankle. It hurt. It hurt so much. Tears welled up uncontrollably in her beautiful eyes. In all her years, she had never once lost her composure like this in front of others. But at this moment, she truly couldn't hold back. Ding! Detected by Ningjie in a state of extreme distress and vulnerability. Host's heroic rescue has left an indelible mark on her heart. Ambiguity value plus 100. Li Tianyang watched her tear-streaked face, so pitiable it tugged at his heartstrings. Without a moment's hesitation, he swept her up in his arms. A textbook princess carry. Ah! Bai Ningjie gasped again, instinctively wrapping her arms tightly around Li Tianyang's neck. Passers-by froze in stunned silence. Was this a scene from a romantic drama? "Xiaoyang, put me down, there are too many people." Bai Ningjie's face flushed crimson, burying her face against Li Tianyang's chest, too embarrassed to look up. "So what if there are people?" Li Tianyang's tone was unquestionably domineering. "I'm holding my woman. Who dares say a word against it?" "Your woman?" Bai Ningjie's heart fluttered violently, and even the pain in her feet seemed to lessen slightly. Li Tianyang carried her swiftly to a bench by the roadside before carefully setting her down. He crouched down and gently grasped her injured ankle. Ugh! Before he could apply any pressure, Bai Ningjie sucked in a sharp breath of pain. "Don't move," Li Tianyang said in a low voice, his gaze becoming intensely focused and professional. "Let me take a look." He carefully slipped off her silver high-heeled shoe. Her ankle, as white and delicate as jade, was already swelling visibly before his eyes. "This doesn't look good," Li Tianyang frowned deeply. "You might have strained a ligament. You need ice immediately, then get an X-ray at the hospital." His tone was calm and professional, sounding less like a 20-year-old college student and more like an experienced orthopedic surgeon. Ming Jiangyue, standing nearby, had been completely thrown off by this sudden turn of events. Seeing Li Tianyang so composed and collected, she felt as if she had found a pillar of strength. "What should we do now?" she asked anxiously. "Aunt Ming, go to the convenience store next door right now and buy as many ice pops as you can. Remember, no cream-filled ones, just the plain old ice pops." Li Tianyang directed her methodically. Okay. Got it." Ming Jiangyue turned on her heel and dashed toward the convenience store like an obedient elementary school student. Watching Ming Jiangyue's receding figure, Bai Ningjie looked at Li Tianyang with a hint of disbelief. "Xiaoyang, how do you know so much?" "Back when I was in the orphanage, I used to get into fights all the time." Sprained ankles were a regular occurrence. Li Tianyang lied without batting an eyelid. "Practice makes perfect, right?" The explanation seemed perfectly reasonable. But as Bai Ningjie listened, a wave of even deeper heartache washed over her. How much suffering had this child endured in the past? Li Tianyang didn't give her much time to dwell on it. He cupped her injured ankle in his hand and began kneading it gently, using a specific rhythm. "Ah, it hurts." Bai Ningjie cried out in pain. "Bear with it," Li Tianyang said in a low voice. "This is to promote blood circulation and disperse the bruising. If we don't break up the stagnant blood inside, the swelling will only get worse." His technique was exceptionally professional. He alternated between pressing, kneading, pushing, and pulling. Bai Ningjie felt waves of soreness, numbness, pressure, and pain radiating from her ankle. Yet the excruciating, piercing agony was genuinely diminishing bit by bit. What made her blush even more was his hands were so warm. That seemingly all-healing warmth flowed steadily through her sheer flesh-colored stockings. Her icy foot gradually warmed. And it slowly melted the ice encasing her heart. She watched the man crouched before her, massaging her with intense focus. Under the lamp, his young, handsome face was etched with earnestness. A fine sheen of sweat had even broken out on his forehead from the effort. In that moment, Bai Ningjie suddenly felt. This man before her was so dependable. So dependable. Inside the convenience store, Ming Jiangyue rushed to the freezer and grabbed a handful of ice pops. Just as she was about to head to the register, her gaze was drawn to a row of red wines in the beverage section beside her. Ha! Her wine-loving genes stirred once more. A thought surged uncontrollably through her mind. Ningjie must be in excruciating pain right now. Could drinking numb the nerves and ease the suffering a bit? Yes. That must be it. She felt smug about her brilliant idea. Without hesitation, she grabbed 2 bottles of what appeared to be the most premium red wine from the shelf and headed toward the cash register with the pile of old ice pops. Ming Jiangyue returned triumphantly, carrying a large bag of ice pops and 2 bottles of wine, striding back like a victorious general. "Here you go. Ice-cold treats. Li Tianyang took the popsicle, skillfully wrapped it in a towel, and gently applied it to Bai Ningjie's badly swollen ankle. Ouch! The icy sting made Bai Ningjie grimace again. Bear with it. Ice first to reduce swelling, then warm compresses in 20 minutes to stimulate blood flow. Li Tianyang's tone carried an unquestionable professionalism. While applying the ice pack, he continued massaging her calf with his warm, large hands, neither too hard nor too soft, helping her muscles relax. Leaning against the bench, Bai Ningjie watched the man before her, utterly focused. The string-labeled reason in her heart was snapping, inch by inch. She realized she seemed to be growing more and more dependent on this kid. Beside them, Ming Jiangyue had already bitten open the cork of a bottle of red wine and gulped down several mouthfuls. Ah, it's truly a case of the rich getting richer and the poor getting poorer. She shot a sour glance at Bai Ningjie, who was basking in Li Tianyang's royal-level service. Ningjie, what good deeds did you do in a past life to deserve such a treasure? He knows how to pamper you, he's skilled at massage, he's handsome, and he's got a great physique. Bai Ningjie's face flushed slightly, but she remained silent. 20 minutes later, the ice pack was removed. Li Tianyang tossed aside the melted ice stick and frowned at Bai Ningjie's still chilled feet. No good. It's still too cold. This will slow down the recovery. He looked at Bai Ningjie with utter sincerity. And Bai, how about? I warm them up for you again? Chapter 24, Aunt Ming's Jealousy. The word cover acted like a switch, instantly unlocking an ambiguous memory in Bai Ningjie's mind. No need. I'm feeling much better already. She stammered in refusal. No way. Li Tianyang's tone was unusually firm. You must cover it. If you don't want to develop lasting health issues, you have to listen to me. Without giving Bai Ningjie a chance to protest, he lifted his shirt again, revealing his firm, flat stomach. Bai Ningjie's body trembled violently, and she surrendered all resistance. Resigned, she closed her eyes. Oh well. This life of hers was going down the drain because of this little bastard. What she didn't know was that nearby, a pair of eyes glowing green watched the scene with predatory intensity. Damn it! Li Tianyang! You ungrateful little brat! Ming Jiangyue suddenly shrieked, pointing at Li Tianyang with a face full of grievance and jealousy. All you think about is Aunt Bai. Why won't you cover Aunt Ming up? Auntie's feet are cold. Auntie's heart is even colder. As she spoke, she abruptly kicked off her high-heeled shoe and shoved that equally tempting foot into Li Tianyang's arms. Li Tianyang was utterly dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? Stockings. Black stockings. Double delight? One as gentle as jade, the other as fiery as passion. Li Tianyang felt every drop of blood in his body surge to his head in an instant. Who could handle this? Ding. Congratulations, host, on achieving the hidden achievement, Bamboo Shines Bright. Ambiguity value plus 300. Bai Ningjie was stunned too. She snapped her eyes open to find her best friend still rubbing against him. An unprecedented wave of jealousy and possessiveness instantly swept through her entire body. Ming Jiangyue. What are you doing? Get off him. For the first time ever, she growled angrily at her best friend. No way. Ming Jiangyue clung like a child fighting over candy, refusing to budge. Why can you cuddle him but I can't? Xu Xiaonuan's belly is shared property. Everyone gets a piece. As she spoke, she deliberately traced light, teasing circles on Li Tianyang's abs. Then, turning to the flustered Li Tianyang, she grinned and asked a question that could be described as fatal. Little Yang, tell auntie which one do you like? Li Tianyang. This was a ing death question. Go on, Ming Jiangyue pressed relentlessly. Li Tianyang steeled himself, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying. They're all great. Oh, you're quite greedy, aren't you? Ming Jiangyue giggled, then fired off an even more devastating question. So you must really like auntie, huh? Li Tianyang felt like he was about to lose his mind. Across from him, Bai Ningjie's face had turned pale with anger, her chest heaving violently. Ming Jiangyue watched their expressions, seemingly craving more excitement. She lightly traced her finger along Li Tianyang's chest, parting her red lips to utter a phrase potent enough to make any man explode on the spot. Xu Xiaonuan, if you really like. Then, why not, have a taste of aunties? Ming Jiangyue's words exploded like an atomic bomb in Li Tianyang's mind. Eat? She's completely lost her mind. He felt that staying with her any longer would either drain him dry or shatter his worldview. Auntie Ming, stop joking around. Li Tianyang's mouth twitched. Who's joking? Ming Jiangyue's black stockings rubbed restlessly against his chest. I'm serious. If you're willing, I'll give you anything. Chapter 25, a son striking his mother defies heaven. I stand up for the Shruashant. She finally couldn't take it anymore. Her hand shot out, landing a sharp slap on Ming Jiangyue's instep. Ming Jiangyue. Control yourself. Bai Ningjie's voice was cold and furious. Her gaze was like that of a woman confronting a rival who had stolen her husband. Ming Jiangyue froze, stunned by the blow. Seeing her best friend's possessive reaction, she didn't get angry, instead, she giggled. Oh my, our CEO Bai here is feeling a little jealous? Though she said this, she reluctantly pulled back from Li Tianyang's embrace. Bai Ningjie snorted coldly, preparing to pull her hand back. But Li Tianyang held her hand steady. "Aunt Bai, don't move. It hasn't warmed up yet." His voice was gentle yet commanding. Bai Ningjie's body stiffened for a moment before she finally relented, allowing him to continue holding her. Her lovely face, however, was flushed crimson, as if it might bleed. Another 10 minutes passed. Li Tianyang felt the warmth in his arms had finally settled. "All right, Aunt Bai, you should be fine now." He loosened his grip and gently set Bai Ningjie down on the ground. Bai Ningjie tried moving and found the pain had indeed subsided considerably. "Let's go back," she murmured, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. These were her favorite pair of shoes. "No way," Li Tianyang said, his eyes glinting strangely as he looked at the high heel still carrying Bai Ningjie's scent. "Such nice shoes, it'd be a shame to throw them away. I'll take them back and see if I can fix them with super glue." "Glue it back together?" Bai Ningjie and Ming Jiangyue both stared at him as if he were an alien. These were custom Valentino heels, tens of thousands of yuan a pair. "With super glue? Are you kidding me?" Little Yang, Ming Jiangyue was the first to snap out of it. She narrowed her eyes at Li Tianyang, grinning like a fox that had stolen some fish. "Tell Auntie the truth, did you bring these shoes home to do something else?" Li Tianyang's heart skipped a beat. Ming Jiangyue. "Shut up." Bai Ningjie finally couldn't take it anymore. She interrupted her best friend's filthy remarks, her voice tinged with shame and anger. But Ming Jiangyue showed no sign of stopping. She snatched the high-heeled shoe from Li Tianyang's hand, held it up in front of him, and demanded in a tone that sounded like she was interrogating a criminal. "Li Tianyang, you better tell me the truth. You took Ningjie's high-heeled shoe worth tens of thousands, still carrying the scent of her foot sweat back with you. What the hell were you planning to do with it?" The words exploded like a thunderclap in the quiet underground garage. Li Tianyang's face instantly turned the color of liver. He glanced at Ming Jiangyue's "I know everything" gossipy expression, then at Bai Ningjie beside him, who was so embarrassed she looked ready to crawl under the car. He felt like socially dead. His deepest, darkest secret had been laid bare for all to see. You took Ningjie's high-heeled shoes worth tens of thousands and still carrying the scent of her foot sweat back with you. Were you planning to do something strange?" Ming Jiangyue's cutting remark struck Li Tianyang like a bolt of lightning, leaving him utterly exposed. Staring at Bai Ningjie's face, flushed crimson with shame and fury, he felt utterly beyond redemption. He opened his mouth to protest, only to realize that any explanation would sound utterly feeble in the face of the act of collecting authentic-smelling high heels. In the end, he could only flee in disarray under Bai Ningjie's intensely complex gaze. Chapter 26, Auntie's Advice. Li Tianyang eyed the reward, a hint of amusement flickering in his gaze. Looking at the tear-streaked, pitiable shrew before him, he suddenly felt. She didn't seem quite so detestable anymore. Faced with this bloody and shocking scene, Qin Meixia was utterly dumbfounded. She collapsed onto the ground, staring at the young man radiating a cold, murderous aura as he stood guard over her. Her mind went blank. He clearly despised her, even hated her. Why did he save me? Li Tianyang didn't spare another glance at the couple on the ground. He walked over to Qin Meixia and held out his hand. "The ground is cold. Get up." His voice had regained its calm, yet that unquestionable authority remained. Qin Meixia hesitated for a moment as she looked at his broad, calloused hand reaching out to her, but finally took it. A warm, dry sensation washed over her. Li Tianyang gently pulled her up from the ground. "Thank you for today," Qin Meixia murmured softly, her voice barely above a whisper. "You're welcome." Li Tianyang released her hand, his tone detached. "I didn't do it for you. I just couldn't stand seeing someone get beaten up." With that, he turned and walked back to his room, leaving Qin Meixia with only his retreating figure. Early the next morning, Li Tianyang was roused by a series of knock-knock-knock sounds at his door. Opening the door, he found Qin Meixia standing nervously at the threshold, holding a bowl of steaming porridge and several small dishes. She had changed into clean loungewear, her face devoid of its usual sharpness, instead bearing a hint of ingratiation and gratitude. Xiaoyang, she dared not meet his eyes. "Thank you for yesterday. Auntie made you some breakfast." Li Tianyang looked at her, then at the bowl of steaming porridge in her hands. "Come in." He stepped aside, letting her into the room. This was Qin Meixia's first time entering Li Tianyang's room. The room wasn't large, but it was exceptionally tidy. A faint trace of Bai Ningjie's perfume lingered in the air. Qin Meixia placed the breakfast on the table, rubbing her hands together, looking somewhat flustered. "Xiaoyang, I was wrong yesterday. I shouldn't have yelled at you. Don't take it to heart. And about your clothes, I'll buy you a new one." Li Tianyang pulled out a chair and sat down, taking a sip of porridge. It tasted pretty good. "No need for the clothes," he said flatly. "Yesterday's water under the bridge. As long as you don't bother me again, we'll stay out of each other's way." "We won't. Absolutely not," Qin Meixia hastily assured him. Li Tianyang watched her flustered expression and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It seemed yesterday's beating had truly scared the wits out of her. After breakfast, Li Tianyang prepared to go to work. Xin Meixia followed him in, casually closing the door behind her. Li Tianyang's brow furrowed. Is there something else? Xiao Yang. Xin Meixia bit her lip, as if making a difficult decision. Finally, as if she had made up her mind, she walked over to Li Tianyang's bedside and sat down. She lifted her head and looked at him with an expression of tenderness, acceptance, and heartache that Li Tianyang had never seen before. Xiao Yang, her voice was solemn and earnest, there are some things I don't know if I should say. Li Tianyang felt uneasy under her gaze. What do you want to say? Xin Meixia sighed, her eyes drifting toward his locked drawer. Chapter 27, Rescuing Aunt Ming. The atmosphere in the villa's living room was thick with tension. Ming Jiangyue sat on the sofa in her loungewear, her face flushed with anger. Across from her, a young man with a sleazy, thuggish appearance sat with his legs crossed, looking utterly unfazed. He was Ming Jiangyue's own younger brother, Ming Tianyang. Sis, cut the crap, Ming Tianyang snapped impatiently. I'm not asking for much, just 5 million. I've got my eye on a project. If I invest, I'll double my money for sure. I'll pay you back with interest. Bull. Ming Jiangyue trembled with rage. That project you're talking about is gambling in Macau, right? Do you take me for a fool? Listen here, Ming Tianyang, I won't give you a single penny more. I've already paid off all your past gambling debts. Now you're trying to scam me again? Hey, sis, don't talk like that, Ming Tianyang grinned shamelessly. What do you mean scam? We're blood siblings. Your money is my money, right? Besides, before mom and dad passed away, they left most of the family fortune to you. You live in a huge villa and drive a Ferrari. What about me? I still have to rent a place. How can you live with yourself? He began playing the sympathy card. Ming Jiangyue was so enraged she couldn't speak, her chest heaving violently. She knew there was no reasoning with this shameless brother. Just then, the doorbell rang. Ming Jiangyue, as if finding a lifeline, hurried to answer the door. She assumed it was the nanny or a friend arriving. But when she opened the door and saw Li Tianyang standing there, radiant and handsome, she froze in place. Him? How did he get here? Li Tianyang glanced at Ming Jiangyue opening the door, then took in the sleazy-looking man lingering in the living room behind her. Instantly, he understood the system's mission. Without a moment's hesitation. Before Ming Jiangyue could speak, he beat her to it, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle. Then, in a clear and steady voice loud enough for everyone in the living room to hear, he declared. Good day, Ms. Ming. I'm Li Tianyang from the Risk Management Department of Qiangxing Group. I've been instructed by President Bai to verify the contract payments from the previous quarter with you. Would now be a convenient time? As Li Tianyang spoke these words, Ming Jiangyue's almond-shaped eyes, which always held a hint of alluring mischief, suddenly burst with an unprecedented brilliance. Her mind raced. Debt collection? Qiangxing Group? Mr. Bai? She understood instantly. This little man. He was helping her out of a bind. And in such a flawless way. He was no longer that little Yangbao who needed her to tease him. In this moment, he was a man who could shield her from the world. Oh, it's little Li. Ming Jiangyue instantly slipped into character. She turned sideways to welcome Li Tianyang inside, her face breaking into a perfectly measured apologetic smile. Oh dear, I'm terribly sorry to have kept you waiting. Please come in and sit down. In the living room, Ming Tianyang stared at the suddenly appearing Li Tianyang, his expensive-looking suit, and the mention of Qiangxing Group, a flicker of surprise and uncertainty crossing her eyes. Sis, who is this? This is Mr. Li from Qiangxing Group, Ming Jiangyue introduced casually, here to discuss business with me. As she spoke, she glanced at Li Tianyang, her eyes brimming with approval and deep admiration. Ignoring Ming Tianyang, Li Tianyang walked straight to the sofa. He pulled a document, a casually printed piece resembling a contract, from his briefcase. He placed it on the coffee table, slid it toward Ming Jiangyue, and then, in a business-like tone, stated. Ms. Ming, according to our company's financial records, there remains an outstanding balance of 30 million yuan on your end. Mr. Bai requests that you address this promptly. Li Tianyang's voice was steady and cool, devoid of any emotion. His professional, elite demeanor stood in stark contrast to his young, handsome face. Chapter 28, Bringing Auntie Home. Even the violinist's hands trembled slightly, causing 2 wrong notes to slip out. But Ming Jiangyue remained utterly oblivious. Her eyes were fixed solely on Li Tianyang. Ming Jiangyue slowly pushed that perfect black-stocking jailer toward Li Tianyang, her toes nearly brushing his lips. A scent blending leather, perfume, and her own body fragrance instantly filled Li Tianyang's nostrils. Little Yang, her voice was filled with seduction and a hint of unquestionable command. Auntie's in a good mood today. This is your reward. Here. Eat. Ming Jiangyue's earth-shattering words, as bold as a tiger's roar, exploded like a bomb in the elegant Western restaurant. Li Tianyang felt his face had grown thick enough to stop bullets. He stared at the figure before him, a jailer wrapped in black stockings, mere inches away, then glanced at the diners around them, their eyes filled with a complex mix of shock, contempt, envy, and jealousy. For the first time in his life, he understood what it meant to experience social death. Taking a deep breath, he slowly opened his mouth under Ming Jiangyue's expectant and teasing gaze. Then, he took a bite out of the medium-rare filet mignon she offered him. Aunt Ming, this steak tastes pretty good, he mumbled indistinctly. Ming Jiangyue froze for a moment before bursting into laughter, rocking back and forth until tears nearly streamed down her cheeks. You sly little devil. She withdrew her leg and shot Li Tianyang a reproachful glance, the allure in her eyes nearly stealing his soul. The meal concluded amidst this intensely thrilling yet awkward atmosphere. On the way back, Ming Jiangyue got even more tipsy and called for a designated driver. Sitting in the passenger seat, she gazed at Li Tianyang through drunkenly blurred eyes. Little Yang, seriously, do you actually enjoy being teased by your auntie? Leaning back in the rear seat, Li Tianyang inhaled the intoxicating blend of alcohol and her perfume lingering in the air. With a resigned smile, he replied, Auntie Ming, that's not teasing, that's flirting. What's the difference? If you bully me, I'll fight back. But flirting. Li Tianyang paused, deliberately drawing out his words. Well, that depends on my mood. Oh? Ming Jiangyue's eyes lit up. Then right now, if Auntie teases you again, will you fight back? Depends on how you tease me. Giggle giggle giggle. Ming Jiangyue laughed again. You little rascal, you're getting more and more savvy. After laughing, she suddenly remembered something and asked, Xiaonuan, did you have another argument with the tenant in the room yesterday? Li Tianyang hadn't expected Aunt Ming to be so well informed, so he briefly recounted yesterday's events. As she listened, the smile on Ming Jiangyue's face gradually faded into coldness. For the first time, a terrifying glint of coldness flashed in those peach blossom eyes, usually filled with intoxicating charm and allure. Little Yang, are you feeling a bit wronged? You can come to me about things like this. I'll take care of it for you. That Qin Meixia has lived here for years. She's not a bad person, but her son is a coward. But if he dares to bully my people, he's asking for trouble. Just wait, Auntie will get revenge for you. Li Tianyang's heart inexplicably warmed. My people? That phrase felt surprisingly satisfying. Driver. Ming Jiangyue suddenly called out ahead, not to the university town. To Golden Harbor Residential Complex. Chapter 29, Getting rid of Shang Dongxi. Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable air of authority. I didn't say anything. Shang Dongxi, intimidated by her aura, instinctively took a step back. You think you can insult my people? Ming Jiangyue's gaze sliced through Shang Dongxi like a knife. Who the hell do you think you are, acting like this in my house? Smack! A sharp slap echoed through the room. It was Ming Jiangyue. Her hand moved like lightning, landing a hard slap across Shang Dongxi's face. Not only do I dare to run wild in your house, she said coldly, staring at Shang Dongxi as he clutched his face in shock, I can also make you get the hell out of this house. She paused, sweeping her gaze over the chaotic mess of furniture scattered across the living room. I'm the landlord of this house. Right now, I'm giving the three of you half an hour to get all your junk out of my house. If I see any of you here after half an hour, she said, a cruel smile curling her lips, I'll have my company's legal department come talk to you about what constitutes a legal occupation of another's property. The Qin family was utterly dumbfounded. They never imagined this woman who looked like a mistress would turn out to be the landlord. Half an hour later. Under Ming Jiangyue's queen-like supervision, the Qin family wailed and sobbed as they hauled all their ragged belongings out. The entire house instantly became spacious and tidy. In the end, Ming Jiangyue relented. She allowed Qin Meixia to stay, but ordered her useless son to get out. Ming Jiangyue clapped her hands in satisfaction, then turned to Li Tianyang, who had been watching the whole spectacle unfold. She beckoned him with a flick of her finger. Xiaonuan, come here. Li Tianyang walked over. Without another word, Ming Jiangyue pulled him into his room and slammed the door shut. Inside the room, only the two of them remained. The atmosphere instantly grew charged with tension. Ming Jiangyue sat on the edge of Li Tianyang's bed, her long, beautiful legs clad in black stockings casually crossed. So, she asked, looking at Li Tianyang with a hint of pride in her eyes, seeking his praise. Was Auntie cool just now? Stunning, Li Tianyang praised sincerely. Aunt Ming, you were absolutely queenly just now. Giggle giggle giggle. Ming Jiangyue was over the moon with his praise. Since Auntie was so cool, shouldn't there be a little reward? Li Tianyang froze. What kind of reward? Ming Jiangyue didn't speak. She simply looked at him, then, right in front of him, reached out and grabbed the edge of her black stockings. Slowly, she pulled them down. With each inch of her delicate, lace-thin fabric sliding down her jade-like thigh. Revealing beneath it, skin as snow white as snow, enough to make one's blood boil. Li Tianyang's breath caught in his throat. Staring at the vivid, sensual scene before him, his throat felt parched, as if it might catch fire. Aunt Ming, his voice rasped, what are you doing? Ming Jiangyue tossed the discarded black stockings onto the bed, then flashed him a seductive smile. What am I doing? Rewarding you, of course. Ming Jiangyue's voice tickled Li Tianyang's eardrums like feathers. Chapter 30, Learning New Skills. On his way to work the next day, Li Tianyang's mind was still a tangled mess. That woman, Qin Meixia, had prepared him a lavish breakfast early in the morning. Then she dragged him into a half-hour-long anti-pervert mental health lecture. He felt like this woman would drive him insane sooner or later. No sooner had he sat down at the office than trouble came knocking. Lu Jiaqi, the woman he'd beaten to a pulp, stormed in, accompanied by her so-called uncle, Lu Chenggang, the heir apparent of Xiangxing Group. Lu Chenggang didn't even glance at Li Tianyang. He merely pointed at the empty water dispenser in the corner and barked at the entire office in a commanding tone, "Who's going to refill the water?" The office fell deathly silent. Everyone kept their heads down, pretending not to hear. Everyone knew this was the new deputy director establishing his authority. And the target of his anger was none other than Li Tianyang, who had just started yesterday. Seeing no one move, Lu Chenggang let out a cold laugh, his gaze settling precisely on Li Tianyang. "You, the new guy. Li Tianyang, right? Go change the water." Every pair of eyes in the office turned to Li Tianyang, filled with pity and schadenfreude. In their eyes, if this young newcomer didn't want to be bullied on his first day, he'd have no choice but to obediently play the fool. Yet Li Tianyang didn't even lift an eyelid, continuing to focus on the documents on his computer screen. Lu Chenggang's expression darkened instantly. Behind him, Lu Jiaqi practically leapt forward, pointing an accusing finger at Li Tianyang and shouting, "Li Tianyang! Are you deaf? My uncle told you to change the water." Only then did Li Tianyang slowly lift his head. He looked at Lu Chenggang and smiled. "Are you my supervisor?" Lu Chenggang froze. "The contract I signed lists the marketing director as my direct superior. You're just a deputy director, newly transferred today. What authority do you have to give me orders?" Li Tianyang stood up. At 1.9 meters tall, he towered a full head above Lu Chenggang. He looked down at his counterpart, his eyes brimming with undisguised contempt and provocation. "Want water? Go get it yourself. Or have the dog beside you fetch it." "You!" Lu Chenggang's face turned ashen with rage, his entire body trembling. In all his life, no one had ever dared speak to him like this. "You've got some nerve," he roared, his hand flying toward Li Tianyang's face. But before his hand could land, it was seized midair by a hand as strong as iron tongs. It was Li Tianyang. "I'm warning you," Li Tianyang's gaze was cold and dangerous, "don't lay a finger on me. Otherwise, I won't mind sending you and your nephew to spend half a month in the hospital." His voice was low, yet it carried a threat that sent shivers down the spine. Lu Chenggang stared into those icy eyes and, for the first time, felt fear. The tension in the office instantly reached a breaking point. Just then, Li Tianyang's phone abruptly rang. He glanced at the caller ID Ming Jiangyue. Releasing Lu Chenggang's hand, he stepped aside and answered the call. "Hello, Aunt Ming." However, what came through the line wasn't Ming Jiangyue's familiar, flirtatious voice. Instead, a suppressed voice, thick with sobs, answered. Chapter 31, Auntie is sick. It's incurable. Ming Jiangyue shook her head, her eyes filled with despair. "I know everything now. It's spread everywhere." She lifted her tear-swollen eyes to meet Li Tianyang's gaze and began making her final arrangements. "Little Yang, after Auntie dies, that Maybach will be yours, and this villa too. Auntie's bank card password is..." "Stop." Li Tianyang cut her off. "No, let me finish." Ming Jiangyue insisted stubbornly. "I have no other family in this life, only you and Ningjie. After I'm gone, go find Ningjie. She'll take care of you. Also," she paused, her tone suddenly serious, "when you get a girlfriend someday, if she asks about me, tell her I was your first girlfriend, the one you dumped. Don't ever say I'm your aunt, or other girls will look down on you. And one more thing." She seemed to recall something crucial, grabbing Li Tianyang's arm and emphasizing with utmost seriousness, "You absolutely must tell her that your ex-girlfriend, that is, me, has an amazing figure. It's an F. Yes. An F. Not a single letter can be wrong. Got it?" Li Tianyang watched her, this picture of a dying person's last words, yet still clinging to vanity, and felt like both crying and laughing. This silly woman. At a time like this, she still cared about that. Just as he was overcome with sorrow, a sudden thought flashed through his mind. Wait. Something wasn't right. He looked at Ming Jiangyue and asked, "Aunt Ming, which hospital diagnosed your cancer?" Ming Jiangyue paused, sniffling as she replied, "I didn't go to the hospital." "You didn't go to the hospital?" Li Tianyang's voice shot up an octave. "Then how did you know you had cancer?" I looked it up online." Ming Jiangyue's voice was barely audible. "A few days ago while showering, I felt a hard lump in my chest. It hurt when pressed. So I looked it up online. It said that's a symptom of late-stage breast cancer." Li Tianyang felt like this woman was about to give him a heart attack. "You looked it up online? Just because you looked it up online, you think you're going to die?" Then she starts crying and freaking out, making last wishes and imparting kissing advice? He took a deep breath, fighting the urge to pin her down and spank her. "Ming Jiangyue," he ground out, enunciating each word deliberately. "You are going to the hospital with me. Now. Immediately. Right this instant." "I won't go." Ming Jiangyue shook her head like a rattle. "I don't want to go to the hospital. I don't want to hear the doctor tell me that result in person. I just want to die in your arms. Are you going? I won't go. Fine. Li Tianyang nodded, then bent down abruptly, hoisting her off the sofa and hoisting her onto his shoulder. Like he was carrying a sack of rice. Ah! Li Tianyang! You little bastard! Put me down! Ming Jiangyue was startled by his rough handling and began struggling desperately, her long, beautiful legs clad in a silk nightgown kicking wildly in the air. But how could she possibly resist Li Tianyang's strength? He strode out of the villa with her slung over his shoulder, shoving her into the back seat of the Maybach. Then, he slammed his foot on the gas pedal and sped off toward Jiangqing First People's Hospital. Chapter 32, Auntie's socially awkward moment. Ming Jiangyue shook her head. She grabbed Li Tianyang's hand, then slowly lifted the hem of her nightgown and the edge of the t-shirt beneath it, right in front of him. Her flat, toned stomach was exposed. Then, she took Li Tianyang's hand and pressed it directly against it. Skin against skin. Li Tianyang's hand jerked back as if electrocuted. Her skin was warm and smooth, with an astonishing elasticity. Put it in, help Auntie rub it. Her voice trembled with both tears and command. Li Tianyang's heart raced. He knew this woman was using her final moments to release every last shred of her deepest desires, bit by bit. He refused no longer. Li Tianyang traced gentle circles on her flat abdomen with his warm, large hands. Ming Jiangyue closed her eyes in blissful comfort, like a lazy kitten being stroked by its owner. But soon, her eyes fluttered open again. Xiaonuan, she gazed at him, her eyes brimming with admiration and a hint of jealousy. When Ningjie sprained her ankle last time, did you warm her feet for her too? Li Tianyang nodded. Then, Auntie wants that too. Her tone was like a child making a demand, leaving no room for refusal. I want you to use your belly to warm my feet. Li Tianyang sighed inwardly at her earnest expression. He knew he was done for today. Resignedly, he lifted his shirt and placed her cold, bare feet on his stomach. The familiar routine, the familiar sensation. Only now, the recipient had changed from the pure and chaste Aunt Bai to this enchanting vixen before him. Ming Jiangyue exhaled a long, satisfied breath. Her gaze fixed on Li Tianyang, her eyes gradually clouding over with a haze of madness. She sat up abruptly, cupping Li Tianyang's face, and once again pressed her lips fiercely against his. This time, she was even more consumed. It carried an apocalyptic, reckless madness. After a long while, their lips parted. Ming Jiangyue gazed at Li Tianyang's lips, slightly swollen from her kiss, and smiled dreamily. Then, she began to cry. Tears as big as beans rolled down from her beautiful almond-shaped eyes. One drop landed precisely on Li Tianyang's face. Scalding hot. Xiaonuan. Her voice was filled with despair and humiliation. Last time, at the barbecue stall, Auntie was just joking with you. I know it was vulgar. But, Auntie truly wanted. She looked at him, her tear-filled eyes brimming with pleading. Auntie is dying. Can't you just grant Auntie this one last little wish? Ming Jiangyue's tears fell like broken strings of pearls, dripping onto Li Tianyang's face. Burning hot. Burning his heart. Li Tianyang watched her, reduced to dust, her desperate plea etched across her face. It felt as though an invisible giant hand had clenched his heart in an iron grip. He knew he couldn't refuse. Nor could he bear to. He drew a deep breath, as if making a momentous decision, and spoke in a hoarse voice. Then you have to wear something, okay? This was Li Tianyang's final line in the sand. Upon hearing this, the once dull peach blossom eyes of Ming Jiangyue suddenly burst into a dazzling, radiant glow. She smiled, tears streaming down her face. All right. Li Tianyang closed his eyes, like a prisoner about to walk to the execution ground. He slowly lowered his head. Chapter 33, Aunt Jean's Trouble. Over the next few days, Ming Jiangyue vanished as if she'd evaporated from the face of the earth. She didn't answer calls or reply to messages. Li Tianyang knew this woman, whose face was thicker than city walls, truly had no face to show anyone this time. He was quite content with the peace and quiet. He clocked in and out of work on schedule every day, returning home in the evenings to enjoy Qin Meixia's motherly care. Qin Meixia's cooking was truly exceptional. She cooked up delicious meals for him every day, treating him like her own son. Of course, she never forgot her sacred mission of saving a wayward youth. After every meal, she would pull Li Tianyang aside for a heartfelt session of anti-pervert psychological counseling. That evening, Li Tianyang had just returned home. He saw the door across from his own wide open. A bald, muscular man nearly 6 feet tall, covered in tattoos and looking like a fierce demon, was directing several workers as they carried furniture inside. New neighbors? Li Tianyang muttered to himself. Just then, Qin Meixia burst out of the kitchen. Seeing the bald, burly man, she clearly startled as well. The bald, burly man grinned at her, revealing a mouthful of teeth yellowed from years of smoking. Hey, beautiful. We're neighbors now. Take care of me, okay? His gaze roamed unabashedly over Qin Meixia's voluptuous curves. Uncomfortable under his gaze, Qin Meixia instinctively tried to hide behind Li Tianyang. But then, as if remembering something, She suddenly thrust her chest forward, shielding Li Tianyang behind her, then grabbed a rolling pin from the corner. Holding the rolling pin horizontally across her chest, she glared warily at the bald, burly man. I'm warning you. Don't you dare do anything. Or else I'll call the police. Her protective stance, like a mother hen shielding her chicks, warmed Li Tianyang's heart. This woman, though fiery and a bit scatterbrained, deep down, she was a kind-hearted soul. The bald, burly man found her demeanor amusing. Hey, beautiful, relax. I'm not a bad guy. He pulled a business card from his pocket and handed it over. My name is Qin Hai. I run a gym in the western part of town. If you ever have time, come by and check it out. I'll give you a 20% discount. Qin Meixia finally relaxed. So he ran a gym. With the misunderstanding cleared up, Qin Meixia regained her previous composure. She followed Li Tianyang into his room. Xiaoyan, she plopped down on the edge of the bed and began again. Look, new neighbors have moved in next door. You really need to be mindful of the noise from now on. Her gaze drifted toward the black stockings left by Ming Jiangyue on his nightstand. I mean, you're a grown man. Keeping a woman's things in your room like this, what will the new neighbors think if they see it? I know, dear, you might genuinely have this kind of preference. But, just as she was about to launch into another lengthy lecture, a strange sound suddenly emanated from Qin Hai's room next door. It was a woman's voice, suppressed, filled with both pain and pleasure. Strange cry. Ah. Brother Hai. Be gentle. It hurts. Qin Meixia's words abruptly stopped. Her face flushed crimson in an instant. Xiaoyang, Auntie. Auntie suddenly remembered there's soup simmering in the kitchen. I'll step out first. She made up a flimsy excuse and practically fled from Li Tianyang's room. Chapter 34, Aunt Qin, are you alright? What do you want? I don't have any money. Her voice trembled. No money? One of the yellow-haired thugs chuckled, his eyes roaming shamelessly over Qin Meixia's ample bosom. No money? No problem. We can take it in kind. As he spoke, his hand shot out, reaching toward Qin Meixia's chest. Terrified, Qin Meixia closed her eyes and let out a desperate scream. But at that critical moment, a dark figure descended from the sky like a ghostly apparition. It was Li Tianyang. He had appeared behind the two yellow-haired men without warning. Without a word, he delivered a brutal kick to each of their knees. Snap! Two sharp cracks. Before the two blonde-haired thugs could even scream, they clutched their legs and collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. Li Tianyang didn't even glance at them, striding straight toward Qin Meixia, who was frozen in terror. Aunt Qin, are you alright? His voice was steady and powerful, like an anchor that instantly dispelled all the fear in Qin Meixia's heart. Qin Meixia gazed at the man before her, who seemed like a god descended from heaven. The heart that had been pounding wildly with fear gradually calmed. In its place surged an unprecedented, overwhelming sense of security. She could no longer hold back her emotions. With a sob, she burst into tears. Then, like a small bird seeking shelter, she threw herself headfirst into Li Tianyang's embrace. Thud. A dull thud. Li Tianyang felt as though his chest had been violently struck by two massive objects. The powerful impact and astonishing pressure nearly knocked the wind out of him. Damn it! Is this the power of an F-class? This is ridiculous. He instinctively wrapped his arms around the soft, fragrant body nestled in his embrace, holding her tightly. As for Qin Meixia, the moment she crashed into Li Tianyang's arms, she was utterly stunned. She had expected a solid chest. But what she actually felt was something she couldn't describe in words. Hard, scorching hot, and brimming with explosive power. Monster! Her tear-streaked face flushed crimson in an instant, brighter than the sunset sky. Only two words remained in her mind. Pervert. No. It's monster. Li Tianyang felt the astonishing softness in his arms and Qin Meixia's violently trembling body, a wave of intoxication washing over him. He lifted his head, his gaze icy as he looked down at the two thugs still whimpering on the ground. Get out! The command roared with an authority that brooked no argument. The two punks scrambled away as if granted a pardon, disappearing at the end of the alley. In the alley, only the two tightly embraced figures remained. And the sound of their heavy, intertwined breathing. After a long moment, Qin Meixia finally found her voice. She struggled free from Li Tianyang's embrace, her fair face flushed crimson, as if it might bleed. I'm fine now. Thank you. Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, stripped of her usual fiery spirit. Let's go. I'll walk you home. Seeing her still shaken state, Li Tianyang instinctively took her wrist. Her hand was ice cold and still trembling slightly. Li Tianyang said nothing more, simply pulling her out of the dark alleyway. Back at the entrance of her rental apartment building, Qin Meixia still looked utterly distraught. Aunt Qin, can you make it upstairs on your own? Li Tianyang asked. Qin Meixia lifted her head to look at him. Her eyes, which usually held a hint of sharpness, were now filled with dependence and a touch of pleading. Xiaoyang. My legs are weak. Could you help me up, please? Sure. Li Tianyang didn't refuse. He half-supported, half-carried the woman, now completely limp like a pile of mud, back to her room. Qin Meixia's room was not what Li Tianyang had imagined. There was no clutter or mess, instead, everything was exceptionally tidy. A faint scent of soapberry lingered in the air. Have a seat for a moment. I'll get you a glass of water. Li Tianyang helped her to the bedside and sat her down. Qin Meixia watched his busy silhouette, her eyes brimming with complex emotions. Gratitude, guilt, dependence, and a hint of an unfamiliar emotion she dared not admit even to herself. Here, have a sip of water to calm your nerves. Li Tianyang held the cup out to her. Qin Meixia took it, but her hands were still trembling. Water spilled out, splashing onto her white blouse and soaking the fabric. The soaked fabric clung tightly to her skin, tracing the astonishing contours of her figure with even greater clarity. Oh no, she gasped, frantically trying to wipe it off. Don't move. Li Tianyang held her hands steady. He frowned, noticing her tense shoulders and slightly trembling body. Aunt Qin, you're too tense. You need to relax. He stepped behind her, his hands gently resting on her rounded shoulders. What are you doing? Qin Meixia's body instantly stiffened like stone. Don't be nervous, Li Tianyang's voice was low and gentle. Back when I was hauling bricks on construction sites, I picked up a few massage techniques from an old master. They're perfect for someone like you who's been through such a scare. Construction site? Massage? Before Qin Meixia could process it, Li Tianyang's warm, dry hands began kneading her shoulders and neck with just the right amount of pressure. Ding! Divine massage hands skill activated. Instantly, an indescribable sensation of comfort seeped from his fingertips into every bone and muscle of Qin Meixia's body. The pressure was just right. His technique alternated between pressing, kneading, and stroking. Each movement landed precisely on her most tense pressure points. Qin Meixia felt her body, stiffened by fright and exhaustion, gradually melting away. Waves of warmth flowed continuously from his palms into her. She couldn't help but let out a lazy sigh. Qin Meixia surrendered her resistance, closed her eyes, and leaned her entire weight against the man behind her. Li Tianyang sensed the changes in her body, his hands continuing their movements without pause. His fingers traced the elegant curve of her neck, moving steadily downward. Through the thin layer of uniform fabric, he could distinctly feel the softness and warmth of her skin. He could even smell the cheap scent of her shampoo mingling with the unique, mature fragrance of her body. This scent ignited him more intensely than any expensive perfume. Qin Meixia's breathing gradually grew ragged. Her cheeks flushed with a captivating blush from this intimate contact. She felt like a pat of butter placed on a hot griddle, slowly melting into a pool of liquid beneath his fiery, large hands. She lost track of time. Li Tianyang finally paused his hands. How about it? Feeling better, he asked softly. Qin Meixia slowly opened her eyes. The gaze that usually held a hint of shrewdness was now filled only with a hazy, watery glow. She didn't answer. She merely turned her head to look at him. Then, in a voice that sounded almost like a dream, she murmured softly. Xiaoyang. Tonight, don't leave, okay? Her eyes brimmed with pleading and dependence. Auntie. Auntie is afraid all alone. She paused, as if afraid he might refuse, then added. My bed is very big. I'll give you half, it'll be more than enough. Chapter 35. There's no reasoning with this woman. Qin Meixia's words exploded like a depth charge in Li Tianyang's heart. He stared at the woman before him just moments ago, tear-streaked and pitiable, now flushed and evasive as she extended this invitation. Li Tianyang's heart began to race uncontrollably. But he knew he couldn't accept. Not that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. He could see that Qin Meixia's feelings for him now were more a mix of post-trauma dependence and gratitude. If he took advantage of her vulnerability, how would he be any different from those two thugs? Li Tianyang took a deep breath, suppressing the restless fire burning within him. Aunt Qin, get some rest. His voice was gentle yet firm. I'll be right next door. Call me anytime if you need anything. After speaking, he tucked the blanket around her, then turned and stepped out of the room, closing the door behind him. Outside the door, Li Tianyang leaned against the wall and exhaled a long breath. Damn it, when did I become so principled? He chuckled wryly. Inside the room, Qin Meixia stared at the closed door. A flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes, but what lingered more was an indescribable sense of reassurance and admiration. This young man. He truly was different from those men who only knew how to think with their lower halves. The next morning, when Li Tianyang left for work, Qin Meixia had already prepared a hearty breakfast. The atmosphere between them no longer carried the tension and awkwardness of before. Instead, it held a hint of familial warmth. After finishing breakfast, Li Tianyang was about to head out. Qin Meixia called out to him. Xiaoyang, wait a moment. She retrieved a bag from her room and handed it to Li Tianyang. Inside was a brand new men's t-shirt. I tore your old shirt. This one. Auntie is replacing it for you. A hint of embarrassment flashed across her face. Li Tianyang smiled and accepted it without refusal. Thanks, Aunt Qin. No need to be so formal with me. Xin Meixia shot him a look, her eyes unexpectedly carrying a hint of flirtatious charm. She paused, then adopted that principal's tone again, speaking earnestly. Xiaoyang, I've been thinking about yesterday. You were right. Auntie was a bit too harsh back then. She sighed, a hint of melancholy flickering in her eyes. Truth is, I wasn't always like this. Right after my divorce, raising a child alone, a woman like me was constantly bullied. If I hadn't been tough, I would have been devoured alive long ago. This was the first time she had ever opened up to an outsider. Li Tianyang looked at her, and inexplicably, his heart softened. Beneath that hard, thorny shell lay a soft, wounded heart. It's all in the past now, Aunt Xin, he comforted her. Xin Meixia nodded. Then, as if remembering something, her eyes clouded with worry. But Xiaoyang. Auntie's troubles are behind us, but yours, they're not over yet. Li Tianyang. He knew it. This woman couldn't go 3 sentences without bringing up anti-pervert education. That habit of yours collecting women's undergarments you really need to stop. Xin Meixia looked utterly dismayed. What if someone finds out someday? Where would you hide your face? Li Tianyang felt like he had 2 headaches in one head. He tried to explain, Aunt Xin, it really was a misunderstanding. Don't even try explaining. Xin Meixia cut him off. Explanations are just cover-ups. Cover-ups are proof. Auntie knows all about it. Li Tianyang. He gave up. With this woman, there was simply no reasoning to be had. Late at night. Li Tianyang had just finished showering and was getting ready for bed. The door knocked again. He opened the door to find Xin Meixia standing there in a slightly conservative cotton nightgown. But even the most modest nightgown couldn't conceal her voluptuous, stunning curves. Aunt Xin? Is there something you need at this hour? Xiaoyang, Xin Meixia's face flushed slightly as she held a neatly folded t-shirt in her hand. I've been thinking about this for a long time. I realize that lectures alone won't work. We need to address the root of your problem. Li Tianyang was completely baffled. What root cause? Xin Meixia didn't answer. She walked straight into Li Tianyang's room and closed the door behind her. She walked to the edge of his bed and placed the t-shirt in her hand onto the pillow. Xiaoyang, I know you like women's clothes, right? Li Tianyang felt numb. He nodded. All right, then listen to Auntie. Xin Meixia took a deep breath, as if making a momentous decision. The reason you steal, the reason you collect other people's clothes is because you can't have them, right? Because you can't have them, you resort to this way to satisfy yourself through them? Li Tianyang watched her, her expression reminiscent of Sherlock Holmes, and couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. Sis, your imagination is running a bit wild, don't you think? So Xin Meixia fixed him with a gaze radiating the sacred fervor of if not me, who? From now on, you mustn't take other people's clothes anymore. If you like it, Auntie. Auntie's shirt is yours. She pointed to the t-shirt on the bed, still warm with her body heat. Also, she gazed at Li Tianyang, biting her lip. Her plump, pretty face flushed crimson, as if it might bleed. From now on, if you ever want to. Actually. As long as it helps you. Auntie doesn't mind. The next morning, Li Tianyang finished a hearty breakfast under Xin Meixia's gaze, filled with the warmth of someone caring for a wayward youth. Before leaving, Xin Meixia deliberately inspected the t-shirt he had changed out of the previous day. When she saw the t-shirt was spotless, without a single suspicious trace, her brows furrowed tightly. How can it be so clean? Could it be Xiaoyang doesn't like this shirt of mine? Or does he find Auntie not sexy enough, lacking even the desire to fantasize? For the first time, Xin Meixia felt a deep doubt about her own appeal. She resolved to change into a sexier nightgown tonight and have a heart-to-heart talk with Xiaoyang. Chapter 36, Auntie takes her driving test. Li Tianyang had just arrived at the office when he received a call from Ming Jiangyue. Xiaoyang, are you at work yet? Just arrived, Aunt Ming. Ming Jiangyue's voice carried a hint of sleepy languor. Ningjie told me yesterday that Lu Chenggang has been bullying you at work? It wasn't exactly bullying, Li Tianyang chuckled. He just wanted me to swap out his water bucket. Damn it! Ming Jiangyue exploded with profanity on the other end of the line. What kind of jerk is he? How dare he boss my people around? Listen up, Xiaoyang. Her tone was unquestionably commanding. From now on, if anyone at the company makes you unhappy, call Auntie immediately. I'll skin them alive. And don't worry about work. With me watching over you, even if you sleep in the office every day, no one will dare fire you. Hearing her domineering declaration on the other end of the line, a wave of warmth surged through Li Tianyang's heart. The feeling of being protected was truly satisfying. Thanks, Auntie Ming. No need to be so formal with me, Ming Jiangyue yawned. Alright, I'm hanging up now to catch some more sleep. Oh, how's that French translation gig going? It's going well. The video conference is tomorrow morning. Alright, do your best and make your aunt proud. After hanging up, Li Tianyang felt elated. He glanced at Lu Chenggang, who was whispering with Lu Juqi nearby and shooting him hostile glances. A cold smile curved his lips. Just you wait. Just wait until I seduce your mother. Then see how arrogant you'll be. That afternoon, following the system's prompt, Tianyang arrived at a driving school located in the suburbs. Ding! Releasing the fourth stage of the Destiny's Bond series quest, Xu Crisis. Mission details: one of your core targets, Xu, will arrive at this driving school in 10 minutes to take her subject to exam. Host, please arrange a chance encounter with her in the most natural way possible. Reward, flirtation points plus 300. Unlock special communication skill, mind reading basic. Mind reading? Li Tianyang's eyes nearly popped out of his head at this reward. This ing thing is practically a tool for picking up girls. Wait, no, it's the ultimate tool for human interaction. Without hesitation, he walked into the driving school's registration hall. Sure enough, within minutes, a familiar, fiery figure appeared at the entrance. It was Xu. Today she wore a form-fitting black tracksuit that perfectly accentuated her curvaceous, voluptuous figure. Large sunglasses covered her face, giving her an aura that blended athletic vitality with the sensuality of a mature woman. She clearly spotted Li Tianyang too, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. Xu removed her sunglasses and walked over, her athletic shoes making a rhythmic tapping sound as she swayed with every step. Hey, handsome! What are you doing here? Li Tianyang smiled, his expression saying, what a coincidence, Auntie, I'm here to sign up for driving lessons. What about you? Me? A flicker of unease crossed Xu face. I'm here to take the second subject test. The second stage? Li Tianyang feigns surprise. Auntie, you're so skilled, do you really need to take the driving test? Don't even mention it, Xu said with a hint of resignation. I used to have a driver, but with the crackdown on drunk driving lately, his license got revoked. No choice but to take the test myself. They shared a knowing smile, each catching a glimpse of something called fate in the other's eyes. Seems we really are meant to be, Xu murmured with a smile, her captivating eyes sparkling with a unique radiance. But just as the atmosphere grew warm and their connection seemed poised to deepen, Xu expression suddenly changed in an instant. She clutched her chest, her usually charming, slightly flirtatious face turning pale in an instant. Her eyes filled with extreme embarrassment, panic, and helplessness. What's wrong, Auntie? Li Tianyang asked with concern. Xu didn't answer. She felt an uncontrollable itching and throbbing pain spreading through her body. Oh no! Her heart sank. She'd forgotten. She was still in her lactation period. Because she had an exam that afternoon, she deliberately drank 2 extra bowls of crucian carp soup at lunchtime. She thought there was still plenty of time, but unexpectedly, it had come early. If she didn't deal with it in the next few minutes, it would soak through her clothes. Sigh, looks like I can't spoil my little girl anymore. It's time to wean her. Imagine that happening in the bustling driving school lobby. She couldn't even bear to imagine the scene. Auntie? What's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell somewhere? Li Tianyang watched her face grow increasingly pale and pressed anxiously. I'm fine. Xu bit her lip tightly, crossing her arms over her chest in an attempt to mask the impending awkwardness. Only 5 minutes left. Only 5 minutes until my exam begins. Her gaze fixed on the clock on the wall, her heart turned to ice. She could feel it swelling uncontrollably beneath her clothes. A warm, throbbing sensation was stirring within her. If she didn't do something soon, she'd be putting on a live fountain show right here in the bustling driving school lobby today. Li Tianyang watched her frantic expression, on the verge of tears, and finally stopped pretending to be clueless. He knew his chance had come. Auntie, he approached her and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear, is it swelling? Boom! Those words exploded like a thunderclap in Xu mind. She snapped her head up, staring at Li Tianyang in utter disbelief. How could he possibly know? You? Don't ask me how I know. Li Tianyang's expression was unusually calm and reassuring. Just listen to me now. There are 3 minutes left in the exam, right? Xu nodded instinctively. Good. Li Tianyang glanced toward the restroom in the corner of the hall. Right now, go to the restroom immediately and squeeze some out. I'll talk to the examiner and get you a few minutes delay. But. Xu protested urgently, even if I squeeze some out, my clothes will be wet. How can I face anyone? Don't worry about that. Li Tianyang's gaze radiated unwavering confidence. Seeing his calm and composed demeanor, for the first time, Xu understood what it meant to have a pillar of strength. She hesitated no longer, clutching her chest as she dashed into the restroom. Li Tianyang strode purposefully toward the examiner and offered him a Huazi cigarette. Sir, my aunt suddenly got her period and is in terrible pain. Could you make an exception and let her take the exam last? The examiner glanced at the Huazi cigarette in his hand, then at Li Tianyang's handsome face, and instantly understood. Alright, no problem. Chapter 37, end of part 2. 10 minutes later, the test concluded. Xu passed the second stage with a perfect score. Yet her face showed no trace of joy. Because faint, dark wet patches were already visible through her black tracksuit. Though not obvious, they were perfectly visible to anyone standing close enough. She crossed her arms tightly over her chest, head bowed low, wishing she could vanish into a crack in the ground. Just then, Tianyang approached. Without a word, he spread his arms wide and pulled her into a tight embrace from behind. His broad frame shielded her chest completely, concealing her embarrassment. Auntie, don't worry. I'll carry you out. No one will see. Xu Xiaonuan leaned against his solid chest, inhaling the pleasant scent emanating from him. Her frantic heart gradually calmed. The two emerged from the driving school lobby in an extremely suggestive embrace. Only when they reached the parking lot did Tianyang release her. Then, right in front of her, he did something that shocked Xu Xiaonuan all over again. He pulled off his white t-shirt, revealing his well-defined upper body. What are you doing? Xu Xiaonuan's face flushed crimson once more. Put it on. Tianyang handed her the t-shirt he was holding. My clothes are better than your wet ones. Xu Xiaonuan looked at him, then glanced down at the awkward wet stain on her chest. Finally, she took it. She turned her back to Tianyang and quickly slipped into his t-shirt. His shirt was huge on her, hanging loosely like a child wearing an adult's clothes. Yet it retained his scorching body heat and that reassuringly masculine scent that calmed her. Thank you, Xiaoyang, Xu Xiaonuan said, her voice brimming with gratitude. No need to be so formal with me, Tianyang chuckled, then very naturally pulled out his phone. Auntie, let's connect on WeChat. If you ever need anything, you can reach out anytime. Sure. This time, Xu Xiaonuan didn't hesitate at all. That evening, Tianyang returned home. He carefully placed the black tracksuit, still carrying Xu Xiaonuan's scent, into his nearly overflowing treasure chest. As he inhaled its distinctive scent, he felt his body begin to burn with heat once more. Damn it, am I really turning into a pervert? He muttered to himself as he unlocked his phone and opened Xu Xiaonuan's social feed. Her profile picture was an artistic shot of herself in a red cheapao, radiating allure with her eyes narrowed seductively. Tianyang stared at the photo, his mind uncontrollably replaying everything that had happened at the driving school today. He felt like he was losing control. He drew the curtains, locked the door, then lay on the bed, propping his phone on a stand. He stared at the alluring woman on the screen, slowly extending his right hand. But at that crucial moment, Xiaoyang, I cut you some watermelon. Open the door. Click. He had forgotten. Xin Meixia had a spare key to his room. The door swung open. Xin Meixia entered, carrying a plate of chilled watermelon, her face adorned with a motherly smile. Then, her smile froze on her face. She saw Tianyang lying on the bed, still clutching. She also saw the woman on the phone screen before him, a woman in a red cheapao, radiating alluring charm. Clang! A sharp clatter. The watermelon slice in Xin Meixia's hand fell to the floor, shattering into pieces. Her eyes widened like copper bells, filled with shock, bewilderment, disbelief, and the vacant stare of someone whose worldview had just shattered. Ever since that day of utter humiliation, an extremely delicate understanding had formed between Tianyang and Xin Meixia. Xin Meixia continued to prepare lavish meals for him daily and tend to his needs, like a caring elder. But she never once mentioned anything about anti-pervert education again. It was as if that woman holding the watermelon, frozen in shock that night, had never been her at all. Tianyang, for his part, was quite content to play dumb. He accepted Xin Meixia's care without hesitation, occasionally bringing back fruits and snacks to show his appreciation for this tough on the outside, soft on the inside, charming neighbor. Their relationship gradually warmed in an unspoken harmony. That evening, Tianyang had just returned home. The system's notification chime sounded punctually. Ding! Daily system intelligence updated. Daily intelligence, tomorrow marks the 40th birthday of your neighbor, Xin Meixia. She hasn't celebrated a birthday since her parents divorced when she was 10. Reading this intelligence, Tianyang felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. A 40th birthday. And no one remembered. He recalled how earlier that day, Xin Meixia had cheerfully asked him what he wanted for dinner, saying she'd make him braised pork belly. This woman gave all her warmth and care to others. Yet she forgot to save a little for herself. Foolish woman. Tianyang shook his head, silently making a decision in his heart. Ambiguous intelligence, your primary target, Ming Jiangyue, is currently drowning her sorrows at bar number 7 in the southern part of the city. She is extremely irritable after being harassed again by her younger brother, Ming Jiangyue. Ambiguous intelligence supplement, in 10 minutes, the two yellow-haired thugs you dealt with yesterday in the alley will recognize Ming Jiangyue, the Maybach owner, at the bar and approach her to harass and extort her. Another hero rescues the damsel in distress scenario? Tianyang's eyebrow twitched. System, you have it out with these two yellow-haired punks, don't you? Ding! Emergency rescue mission activated, Queen's Knight. Mission details, when Ming Jiangyue faces danger, transform once more into her guardian knight and dispel all darkness for her. Reward, flirtation points plus 500. Unlock special communication skill, Silver Tongue. Silver Tongue, your eloquence receives an epic level boost, granting you persuasive powers to twist truth into lies. Even the dead can be made to seem alive. Note, this skill will help you navigate future battlegrounds with ease, leaving you unscathed. Seeing this reward, Li Tianyang smiled. This is perfect. With this, he'd never again be silenced by those sharp-tongued ants' verbal attacks. He immediately hailed a cab and headed straight for the bar. Chapter 38 Li Tianyang acts like a little grown-up. Inside the bar, neon lights flickered amidst a sea of revelers dancing wildly. Li Tianyang spotted Ming Jiangyue sitting in a corner booth at a glance. She wore a black strapless gown today, revealing broad swaths of snow-white shoulders and delicate collarbones. Her face bore meticulous makeup, yet her beautiful almond-shaped eyes betrayed an unmistakable weariness and irritation. Several empty liquor bottles sat on the table before her. She was holding a new bottle of whiskey, pouring it into her mouth as if it cost nothing. Hey, beautiful, all alone? How lonely. How about we join you for a drink? Two familiar, sleazy figures approached. They were the two yellow-haired thugs whose legs Li Tianyang had broken. They clearly recognized Ming Jiangyue as the wealthy woman who had driven the Maybach that day. Ming Jiangyue lifted her drunken, hazy eyes, gave them a cold glance, and spat out a single word. Get lost. Whoa, you're feisty, the blonde punk said, his lecherous grin only widening instead of fading. Hey, sweetheart, we promised to take good care of you. Just come with us. They moved closer, trying to sit beside Ming Jiangyue. Ming Jiangyue's gaze turned utterly icy. I'll say it again, her voice was like ice. Get out. Not listening, huh? Yellow hair sneered coldly. Well, today, we'll show you what happens when you refuse the wine and insist on the punishment. He reached out, his hand moving toward Ming Jiangyue's face. But before his hand could land, it was seized midair by a hand as strong as iron tongs. It was Li Tianyang. He had appeared silently beside the booth at some point. Who the hell are you? The blonde-haired thug yelped in pain, struggling and shouting. Li Tianyang didn't answer. He merely stared back, his gaze icy cold. The moment the two yellow-haired thugs saw Li Tianyang's face, the terror from last night when he'd kicked one of them so hard his leg snapped flooded back instantly. Their faces went pale in an instant. It's you? Get lost. Li Tianyang uttered only one word. The two punks, as if granted a pardon, scrambled away, disappearing into the crowd of the bar. Ming Jiangyue stared at the man before her, who seemed to have descended from the heavens to save her once again. The taut nerve inside her finally snapped completely. Alcohol, fear, resentment, and pent-up rage all erupted in that instant. Wah! Xiaonuan. She threw herself into Li Tianyang's arms with a wail, sobbing like a 300-pound child. You came again. She clung to him tightly, as if trying to merge him into her very being. My darling, my husband, my baby. Her incoherent stream of affectionate nicknames declared her ownership over this man. Then, before Li Tianyang could react, she cupped his face and pressed her scorching lips heavy with the scent of alcohol against his in a fierce, forceful kiss. This sudden, forceful kiss stunned everyone present. Especially the two yellow-haired thugs who had just been scared off by Li Tianyang. They had been about to slip away, but seeing this scene, they halted in their tracks. One of the yellow-haired thugs glared at Li Tianyang, his eyes filled with jealousy and fury. Damn it! So he's just a pretty boy. I thought he was some big shot, but turns out he's just a freeloader. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Fueled by alcohol, his courage swelled. Guys, come on. I'll change my surname if I don't break this pretty boy's legs tonight. At his command, 7 or 8 more rough-looking youths emerged from every corner of the bar. Each clutched a bottle of liquor, their faces twisted with hostility as they closed in, surrounding Li Tianyang and Ming Jiangyue. Ming Jiangyue seemed to sober up a bit at the sight of this commotion. She released Li Tianyang and hid behind him, whispering with a hint of worry, Xiaoyang, be careful. Li Tianyang surveyed the motley crew before him, yet his face showed not a trace of fear. He simply patted Ming Jiangyue's hand gently, signaling her to stay calm. Then he turned to face the leader with the yellow hair and smiled. Just you lot? Not even enough to warm me up. Looking for trouble. The blonde punk was utterly enraged by his contemptuous attitude. With a furious roar, he hoisted a liquor bottle and swung it viciously toward Li Tianyang's head. A wave of gasps rippled through the bar. Yet in the next instant, everyone witnessed a scene they would never forget. Li Tianyang's figure moved like a ghost. Instead of retreating, he advanced. With a mere sidestep, he effortlessly dodged the heavy, forceful swing of the bottle. Simultaneously, his hand shot out like lightning, grabbing the blonde-haired man's wrist and pulling him down with a swift, decisive shoulder throw. Thud. A thunderous crash. Huang Mao's 145-pound frame crashed like a broken sack onto the hard center of the dance floor. The entire bar fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared in stunned silence at the man standing in the middle of the dance floor, as if a god had descended from the heavens. Anyone else? Li Tianyang swept his gaze over the cowering thugs surrounding him, his voice icy. The thugs, seeing the yellow-haired man foaming at the mouth on the floor, dropped their bottles in terror and scattered like birds and beasts, scrambling away. Li Tianyang didn't even glance at them. He walked to the bar and tossed down several red bills. I'll cover the damage. With that, he pulled Ming Jiangyue, still reeling in shock, out of the bar under the awestruck stares of everyone present. A cool breeze swept through the late-night streets. Ming Jiangyue, seemingly sobered by the heart-stopping scene, felt the alcohol's effects fade. She looked at the man beside her, holding her hand, a man more than a decade her junior, and her eyes shone with an unprecedented radiance. Security. It was a luxury she hadn't felt since her husband passed away. Xiaonuan. She gazed at him, her voice carrying a hint of admiration she hadn't even noticed herself. Tianyang stopped in his tracks, turned around, and looked at her. Aunt Ming, he said for the first time, adopting a slightly stern, elder-like tone, from now on, drink less. And stay away from places like this. It's not safe for a woman. Ming Jiangyue couldn't help but laugh at his little adult lecturing manner. But she didn't argue. Instead, like a child who'd done something wrong, she lowered her head and nodded obediently. Oh. That look was so adorable it made him want to pull her into his arms. Also, Tianyang continued, if something like this happens again, call me immediately or report it to the police. Don't try to handle it alone. Yes, yes. Ming Jiangyue nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grain. Tianyang watched her obedient little face and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It seemed that with this kind of little devil, gentleness alone wouldn't cut it. You needed to use force. Chapter 39, Young people really know how to have fun. They walked to the roadside, where Tianyang prepared to hail a cab to send her home. But Ming Jiangyue suddenly threw a tantrum. She wrapped her arms around Tianyang's arm, clinging to him like a koala. No way. Auntie won't go back. She pouted, acting coy, Auntie wants to stay with you tonight. Tianyang was utterly flustered by her sudden display of affection. Auntie Ming, stop this. I'll take you home. No. Unless. Ming Jiangyue lifted her head, a mischievous glint flashing in her hazy almond-shaped eyes. Unless you agree to one thing for Auntie. What is it? Ming Jiangyue gazed at him, smiling dreamily. She stood on tiptoe, leaned close to his ear, and whispered in a voice brimming with temptation and a hint of finality. Baby. Good baby. Say mommy for me. Tianyang. Once again, he was utterly stunned by this woman's predatory words, leaving him charred on the outside and tender on the inside. Call me mom? This vixen has truly lost her mind. Aunt Ming, you've had too much to drink. Tianyang's mouth twitched. I'm not drunk. Ming Jiangyue shook her head stubbornly. I'm perfectly sober. I want you to call me mom. Just say it once, she said, fixing him with a gaze that held an offer no man could refuse. Call me mom once, and mom's Maybach is yours. Ming Jiangyue's words echoed like a devil's bargain in Tianyang's ears. A Maybach. A dream most people could never achieve even after a lifetime of striving. And now, the price to claim it? Merely calling her mom. Tianyang's heart pounded wildly. Reason screamed at him not to say it. This was a trap, a sweet snare designed to turn him into nothing more than a plaything for a wealthy woman. But desire screamed wildly inside him. Call out. One shout could save him 30 years of struggle. He stared at Ming Jiangyue's face, radiant with anticipation and temptation, and with great effort, opened his mouth. Aunt Ming, you really have had too much to drink. In the end, reason triumphed over desire. He couldn't sell his dignity for money. Especially not in front of this woman. Hearing his reply, a flicker of disappointment passed through Ming Jiangyue's peach blossom eyes, which usually held a smile. But she quickly resumed her usual shameless demeanor. Not shouting, huh? She snorted. Fine, no shouting. Then Auntie won't be going back today. I want you to carry me. I want you to piggyback me. As she spoke, she actually wrapped her legs around him with surprising strength, coiling her entire body around Tianyang like a nimble octopus. Her legs wrapped tightly around his waist. Her arms clasped his neck with iron. That soft, voluptuous, supple body pressed against him completely, without reserve. Tianyang felt like he was about to lose his mind. This woman was nothing short of a demon. He couldn't hit her, couldn't scold her, couldn't even shake her off. Aunt Ming, get off me. We're in the middle of the street. Tianyang protested urgently. No. Ming Jiangyue buried her face in his neck, pouting, unless you call me mom. You won't call me that? Fine. Then you can just keep holding me like this all day. Let's see how long you can last. Tianyang was utterly helpless. Staring at this giant pendant hanging from his body, he experienced for the first time what it meant to carry a sweet burden. In the end, he could only hail a taxi in an extremely awkward posture. The driver, witnessing the scene, looked at them with eyes brimming with admiration, thinking, young people sure know how to have fun. Back at Ming Jiangyue's villa, Tianyang exerted tremendous effort to pry the woman, now utterly drunk and limp as a rag doll, off his body before hoisting her back into her bedroom. He gently laid her on the soft, large bed covered with silk sheets. Then, he turned to leave. But suddenly, the hem of his shirt was yanked back by a soft little hand. Baby, don't go. Ming Jiangyue had opened her eyes again at some point, her dazed gaze filled with dependence and pleading. Auntie is all alone. I'm scared. Stay with Auntie tonight, okay? Li Tianyang looked at her pitifully vulnerable expression, and the last line of defense in his heart crumbled completely. All right. He sighed and resignedly sat down on the sofa beside her bed. Not the sofa, Ming Jiangyue shook her head stubbornly, patting the empty space beside her. It's here. Li Tianyang's heart began to race again. Aunt Ming, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Why wouldn't it be? Ming Jiangyue pouted. I'm not going to eat you. I just want you beside me. I can smell your scent, and that makes me feel at ease. Li Tianyang looked at her, and in the end, he couldn't refuse. Slowly, he slipped off his coat and lay down beside Ming Jiangyue. The bed was large. But the distance between them felt incredibly close. So close that he could distinctly smell the intoxicating blend of alcohol and her natural scent on her skin. Close enough that he could clearly hear her breathing, gradually becoming steady and even. He didn't know how long it had been. Ming Jiangyue beside him seemed to have fallen into a deep, sound sleep. Her usually alluring face, now innocent as a child's in slumber, bore a faint, sweet smile. As Li Tianyang gazed at her sleeping face, the flame he had suppressed for so long began to blaze uncontrollably within him once more. He gazed at Ming Jiangyue's two lips, made even more delicate and vibrant by the alcohol. A thought surged uncontrollably from the depths of his heart. Just for a moment. Just one kiss. She's asleep, she won't know. This thought, like a devil's temptation, grew wildly in his mind. In the end, he couldn't resist. He slowly leaned in. His lips drew nearer and nearer to hers. 10 centimeters. 5 centimeters. 1 centimeter. Just as he was about to kiss her. A lazy voice, thick with nasal resonance, echoed softly in his ear. Baby. You're such a bad boy. How dare you steal a kiss from your auntie? Ming Jiangyue's accusation, spoken like a dreamlike murmur, exploded like a thunderclap in Li Tianyang's ears. His body instantly stiffened like stone. His mind went completely blank. He'd been caught? Wasn't she asleep? He froze in place, daring not to move, even holding his breath. Yet, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, the woman beside him showed no further signs of movement. All that reached his ears was the steady, deep rhythm of her breathing. Li Tianyang finally realized. She was just talking in her sleep. He exhaled a long breath of relief, feeling as though he'd narrowly escaped death's door. Gazing at her sweet, sleeping face, a wave of dread washed over him. This enchantress truly tested his heart at every moment. Li Tianyang dared not entertain any improper thoughts. He obediently closed his eyes and drifted into a deep sleep amidst the intoxicating blend of alcohol and the woman's scent. Chapter 40, Xu Xiaonuan. Early the next morning. Li Tianyang was awakened by a blinding ray of sunlight. Opening his eyes, he found himself still lying on Ming Jiangyue's soft, large bed. The woman beside him, however, was nowhere to be seen. The air still carried traces of her unique, rich fragrance. He sat up, about to get out of bed. The bedroom door clicked open. Ming Jiangyue walked in wearing a brand new tracksuit. She had clearly just finished her morning routine, her large, wavy curls still damp and cascading over her shoulders. Her face, free of makeup, still radiated a breathtaking beauty that was impossible to hide. Their eyes met. The atmosphere instantly grew awkward. Ming Jiangyue looked at Li Tianyang sitting on her bed. For the first time, a flushed blush spread across her usually charming, slightly flirtatious face. She instinctively checked her clothes and shifted her body. Only after confirming she was intact did she visibly relax. Then, the look she gave Li Tianyang became incredibly complex. There was awkwardness, shyness, relief, and a faint trace of disappointment. Last night, thank you. She spoke first, breaking the silence. No problem. Li Tianyang scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward himself. I'm going to take a shower. He practically bolted into the bathroom. Listening to the rushing water from the bathroom, Ming Jiangyue sat on the edge of the bed, her mind a complete mess. Last night, she had truly blacked out from drinking. All she remembered was clinging to Li Tianyang like an octopus, refusing to let him leave. She'd even made him sleep with her. But after that, she had absolutely no recollection. Yet this little man hadn't actually done anything to her. She, Ming Jiangyue, had been navigating the dating scene for years. What kind of men hadn't she encountered? Those men, upon seeing her, were like sharks smelling blood, eager to devour her whole. And he? Faced with a stunning beauty who threw herself at him, drunk and unconscious, could he truly resist? Was he truly a gentleman, or simply uninterested in her? The mere thought of this possibility ignited an inexplicable surge of anger within Ming Jiangyue. Li Tianyang emerged from the shower to find Ming Jiangyue had already left the room. He walked into the living room to find her wearing a pink apron, bustling about in the open kitchen. Awake? She glanced back at him, her tone already returning to its usual lazy, casual rhythm. Go sit on the couch. Breakfast will be ready soon. Watching her domesticated, dutiful demeanor, Li Tianyang felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. Just how many faces did this woman have? He sat down on the sofa and pulled out his phone to glance at it. It was a WeChat message from Qin Meixia. Xiaoyan, why didn't you come home last night? Did you go fooling around with that loose woman again? Listen to me, don't go down the wrong path. Women like that only want your youth and your good looks, they're just playing with you. Don't take it seriously. I left your breakfast warming in the pot. Remember to come back and eat. Tianyang stared at this string of well-meaning messages, torn between laughter and tears. This Aunt Chin really was treating him like a wayward son now. Breakfast's ready. Come eat. Ming Jiangyue carried 2 plates of a meticulously prepared Western-style breakfast and placed them on the dining table. Tianyang walked over, looking at the fried eggs, bacon, and toast on the plate, and couldn't help but praise sincerely, "Aunt Ming, you can cook too? What? Looking down on someone?" Ming Jiangyue shot him a glare. Back in the day, I was a woman who could grace the parlor, rule the kitchen, beat up hooligans, and warm the bed, a modern independent woman. Tianyang chuckled. Well, looks like I'll be in for a treat from now on. You wish. Ming Jiangyue cut a slice of fried egg and popped it into her mouth before shifting gears. You can cook? Tianyang paused, then nodded. I know a few home-style dishes. Back at the orphanage, to ensure he got enough to eat, he'd often help the kitchen aunties. Through that, he'd actually picked up a bit of cooking skill. Oh? Ming Jiangyue's eyes lit up. She suddenly stood up and untied the pink apron from her waist. Then, before Tianyang could react, she tossed it straight into his arms. Now you go fry me 2 dishes. Her tone brooked no argument, like a queen waiting to be fed. Today, let your aunt properly test your skills. Tianyang looked at her self-assured expression. Far from getting angry, he found her rather endearing. All right, he smiled, taking the apron and tying it around himself. Today, Aunt Ming, you'll get to taste my skills. Half an hour later. 4 dishes and a soup were served on the table. Tomato scrambled eggs, sweet and tangy. Coca-Cola chicken wings, glistening and tempting. Mapo tofu, spicy and appetizing. Plus a plate of stir-fried seasonal vegetables and a pot of seaweed egg drop soup. All simple home-style dishes. But the aroma that hit her like a wave instantly whetted Ming Jiangyue's appetite, despite her usual preference for delicacies. She picked up her chopsticks, carefully plucked a chicken wing, and placed it in her mouth. Instantly, her eyes lit up. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. The skin was crispy and golden, while the meat inside was tender and juicy. The perfect balance of salty and sweet was enhanced by a hint of cola's signature caramel aroma. This flavor was absolutely amazing. She took another bite of the mapo tofu. The silken tofu melted in her mouth, its numbing, spicy, savory, and aromatic flavors layering on her tongue, instantly igniting her taste buds. Xiaonuan. She looked at Tianyang, her almond-shaped eyes brimming with disbelief and delight. Where did you learn to cook like this? It's better than any 5-star hotel. Tianyang smiled. Self-taught. Ming Jiangyue ate this meal with utter satisfaction. She polished off more than half the meal by herself. After finishing, she stretched out lazily on the sofa, her slightly rounded belly protruding, looking like a well-fed kitten. Xiaonuan, she said suddenly, watching Tianyang tidy up the dishes, if you ever decide you don't want to work at Shangshan Group anymore, come work for me. Auntie will pay you a salary, and you can stay home cooking for me every day. How about that? The implication in her words couldn't have been clearer. She wanted to make him hers completely. Tianyang didn't respond, only smiled. Leaving Ming Jiangyue's villa, Tianyang felt exceptionally cheerful. He glanced at the time, it was still early. He decided to go claim his 100,000 yuan system reward. He hailed a cab and headed to the largest lottery shop in the city center. The moment he stepped inside, he spotted a familiar figure. Xu Xiaonuan. Chapter 41, The Lonely Ant. Xu Xiaonuan was his goddess from college, his ex-girlfriend, and most importantly, Aunt Bai's daughter. Though called an ex-girlfriend, they'd never even held hands. This woman was a top-tier manipulator, stringing along several backup options. Tianyang was the most foolish among them. Back then, he scrimped and saved to chase her, buying her designer handbags and cosmetics. Yet before he could even touch her hand, she dumped him, claiming, "You can't give me the life I want." Right now, Xu Xiaonuan was cozying up to a young man who looked like a nouveau riche. Tianyang recognized the man. His name was Zhang Yueshan, a notorious rich kid at school and Xu Xiaonuan's new love slave. Oh, isn't this Tianyang? Xu Xiaonuan clearly spotted him too, her eyes brimming with undisguised contempt and scorn. What? You're here to buy lottery tickets too? Dreaming of striking it rich overnight? Zhang Yueshan beside her snorted derisively. Xiaonuan, ignore this penniless loser. People like him just daydream all day, chasing pipe dreams. Tianyang didn't even bother to glance at them. He walked straight up to the counter and said to the owner, "Hey, give me a stack of FAFAFA tickets." "A whole stack?" The owner paused, taken aback. "Young man, that'll be $500. "No problem." Tianyang pulled out the black card Ming Jiangyue had given him from his pocket. "Charge it." Seeing that black card as symbol of ultimate wealth, the shop owner, Xu Xiaonuan, and Zhang Yueshan all froze. What's he trying to pull? Zhang Yueshan sneered. Probably some knockoff he stole from somewhere. Tianyang ignored him. He picked up the stack of brand new scratch-off tickets and a coin, then began scratching them right in front of Xu Xiaonuan and Jiangyue. First one, no win. Second one, no win. Third one, 10 yuan. Ha ha ha. Jiangyue burst into a shrill, piercing laugh. 500 yuan spent and you only won 10. That's hilarious. With luck like yours, you still think you can get rich? Xu Xiaonuan covered her mouth, laughing so hard she could barely stand. Tianyang's face, however, showed not the slightest flicker of emotion. He picked up the fourth card, the coin, and slid it across lightly. Then, 3 identical symbols appeared before his eyes. Beneath the symbols, a clear line of numbers appeared. 10,000. The entire lottery shop instantly fell into a deathly silence. The owner's mouth gaped wide enough to fit an egg. The smiles on Xu Xiaonuan and Jiangyue's faces froze completely. 10,000? They won 10,000? Owner, Tianyang handed over the ticket, cash it out. The owner took the ticket with trembling hands, ran it through the machine for what felt like forever, and finally confirmed it. It's real. You really won 10,000. The look in his eyes toward Tianyang had completely changed. It was the look one gives a god of wealth. Tianyang ignored the stunned stares around him. He picked up the 5th ticket and continued scratching. This time, beneath the design, a row of equally clear numbers appeared. 5,000. One again? Another 5,000? The lottery shop erupted into complete chaos. Everyone crowded around, staring at Tianyang as if he were a freak. Xu Xiaonuan and Jiangyue's faces had turned completely liver-colored. How could this be? How could this kid have such incredible luck? Tianyang watched their expressions, which looked like they'd eaten, and felt utterly satisfied inside. He picked up the 6th ticket, the 7th, the 8th. Within the next few minutes, the entire lottery shop was engulfed in a chorus of holy and damn impressive. Because the stack of scratch-offs in Tianyang's hands seemed to be on a roll. 1,000, 5,000, 20,000. Though no 10,000 yuan jackpot appeared, nearly every ticket won a prize. Xu Xiaonuan stared at the mountain of red bills piled before Tianyang. Her eyes, usually filled with pride and disdain, now betrayed a thick layer of jealousy. Tianyang watched Xu Xiaonuan's once pretty face contort with envy, and a wave of satisfaction washed over him. He couldn't even be bothered to spare her another glance. He simply stuffed the pile of red bills in front of him into his backpack, one bill at a time. Then, he picked up the remaining scratch-off tickets and walked over to Xu Xiaonuan. He said nothing. Instead, he casually tossed the stack of scratch-off tickets worth several hundred yuan into the nearby trash can right in front of her. The gesture was effortless and casual. As if what he discarded wasn't money, but merely a pile of worthless paper. Xu Xiaonuan's pupils suddenly contracted. She knew this was humiliation. Blatant humiliation. He was telling her with his actions, look, these things you dream of? To me, they're not even worth the trash. Only after completing this did Tianyang finally glance at Jiangyue, who stood frozen in shock. Oh, right, he chuckled, flashing a row of white teeth. Forgot to tell you your goddess was crying and begging last night, wanting to call me her godfather. With that, he ignored the 2 men who had turned to stone and strode away, leaving behind the lottery shop owner's gaze that bordered on worship. Stepping out of the lottery shop, Tianyang let out a long sigh of relief. What a relief! All the pent-up frustration and resentment from past and present lives vanished into thin air in that instant. He found a bank and deposited the tens of thousands he'd just won into his account. Staring at the string of numbers 128,888.88 displayed in his mobile banking app, an unprecedented sense of security and confidence welled up within him. He was no longer that poor student who had to work odd jobs to cover tuition and living expenses. Now, he was a little rich man with over 100,000 yuan in savings. He even began planning his future. Once he saved a little more, he'd buy a car. What should he get? A Maybach is too big and flashy. Better to get a Porsche 911 low-key and classy. Oh, right, I must send some money back to the orphanage director, mother. She's getting older and her health isn't great. She deserves better food and clothes. Tianyang sat in the Shaxian snack shop, savoring his 6 yuan fragrant noodles while mapping out his multi-million-dollar future. A contented smile spread across his face. Meanwhile, in the kitchen of a small restaurant in the western part of town, Qin Meixia was sweating profusely as she bustled around the stove. She glanced at the wall clock. It was already 9 o'clock at night. Today was her birthday. Her 40th birthday. She couldn't remember the last time she had celebrated her birthday. It seemed like it had been since she was 10, after her parents divorced, that she hadn't celebrated one. She sighed and pulled out the old phone she'd been using for years from her pocket. Hesitating for a moment, she still dialed the number she knew best, the one that chilled her heart the most. It belonged to her son, Shang Dongxi. Chapter 42, Aunt Qin bullied. The phone rang for a long time before it was answered. Shang Dongxi's voice came through, thick with impatience. Hello? What the hell? I'm in the middle of a game. Spit it out already. Qin Meixia's heart sank. Still, she forced a smile and spoke in a tone bordering on flattery. Don't she? Today is Mom's birthday. Will you come home for dinner tonight? Mom will cook something delicious for you. Birthday? A derisive laugh came from the other end. How old are you? Still celebrating birthdays? How childish is that? Listen, I've got plans with my girlfriend tonight. We're going clubbing. No time to come home. Don't bother me unless it's urgent. Oh, and I'm out of living expenses this month. Hurry up and wire me 5,000 yuan. Without giving Qin Meixia a chance to respond, he slammed the phone down with a loud click. Qin Meixia held the phone, listening to the busy tone, completely frozen. Her eyes instantly welled up with tears. She hadn't really expected her son to remember her birthday. She'd only hoped to hear a simple happy birthday. Even a small cake costing just a few dozen yuan. But there was nothing. All she got was heartless mockery and demands made as if it were his right. Her heart felt as though it had been torn apart by an invisible giant hand. Qin Meixia. What the hell are you spacing out for? Hurry up and serve the food. The customers are waiting. The greasy, impatient shout of the boss echoed from the kitchen doorway. Qin Meixia quickly wiped away her tears, picked up the plate, and walked out. Boss, could I get off early today? Leave early? The boss, a middle-aged man with a beer belly, eyed Qin Meixia up and down, his gaze as cold as a butcher sizing up a piece of meat on the cutting board. Dream on. The place is packed tonight. You're working until midnight. No overtime pay, and I'm telling you now. As he spoke, he reached out with his greasy, dirty hand, attempting to grab a handful of flesh from Qin Meixia's plump buttocks. Qin Meixia recoiled in disgust. Looking at this cruel, lecherous boss before her, she recalled the cold, heartless son on the phone. An unprecedented wave of loneliness washed over her like a tidal surge, completely engulfing her entire being. She felt as if the entire world had abandoned her. No one loved her. And no one cared whether she lived or died. Leaning against the cold kitchen wall, she slowly sank to her knees, burying her face in her hands and weeping silently. In that moment, the tough, shrewish facade she had worn was shattered completely. All that remained was a wounded, pitiful, lonely woman. Upon arriving at the company, Tianyang had barely sat down when he felt several hostile stares. It was that despicable uncle-niece pair, Lu Chenggang and Lu Jieqi. Xiao who document anti-piracy protection. Find the book robot in Xu Xiaonuan reliable and stable, no pitfalls. Clearly, they hadn't given up their scheming ways. They huddled together again, plotting how to deal with him. Tianyang couldn't be bothered with them. He opened his laptop and began processing the follow-up documents for yesterday's French project. Empowered by his two divine skills, superior memory and silver tongue, these French documents, once as incomprehensible as hieroglyphics to him, now seemed as simple as elementary school textbooks. His processing speed left his teammates gobsmacked. Before long, he had finished all his tasks. Just as he was about to slack off, Lu Chenggang approached again. Tianyang, he tapped Tianyang's desk with a forced smile, the water cooler's empty again. Could you go? Before he could finish, Tianyang cut him off. No. 2 words, crisp and decisive. Lu Chenggang's face froze instantly. What did you say? I said. Tianyang lifted his head, looked at him, and smiled. I'm not deaf, and you're not fooling anyone. If you want water, go get it yourself. Dare to bother me with this nonsense again, and I'll post how you froze in fear yesterday on the company forum. You. Lu Chenggang trembled with rage at his words, yet couldn't utter a single syllable. Because Tianyang was telling the truth. He could only glare at Tianyang viciously before slinking away. In the office, everyone stared at Tianyang as if he were a freak. This kid is bold as hell? He actually dared to stand up to the crown prince? What kind of background does he have? In the CEO's office, Lu Chenggang was wailing to his CEO mother, Xiao Dilun. Mom, that Tianyang is just too arrogant. He doesn't give us the time of day. You have to fire him today. Sotlan sat in her leather executive chair, leisurely sipping a cup of Blue Mountain coffee. After listening to her son's complaints, she merely shook her head indifferently. Fire him? Son, it's not that I won't help you. It's just that we can't touch this guy right now. Why? Lu Chenggang demanded, bewildered. In our own company, firing an intern should be as easy as you giving the order, right? Because his hiring was personally arranged by Ming Jiangyue. Xiao Tielan's expression grew grave. Ming Jiangyue? Lu Chenggang froze. That crazy woman? Yes. Xiao Tielan nodded. And I heard yesterday that Ningjie nearly came to blows with Ming Jiangyue at Century Palace over him. You're telling me a man who gets both Bai Ningjie and Ming Jiangyue protecting him? Could his background possibly be simple? Lu Chenggang was utterly speechless. That evening, Tianyang left work early and went to the most upscale cake shop to order an exquisite birthday cake for Qin Meixia. He returned home, but Qin Meixia hadn't come back yet. He glanced at the time. It was already 10 o'clock at night. The system alert sounded punctually. Ding! Core target Qin Meixia detected in a state of extreme sadness and anger. Emergency healing mission issued, birthday candlelight. Mission details: Qin Meixia is currently in a heated argument with colleagues at her company and will be forced to work overtime by her boss in 10 minutes. Host: proceed immediately to the building where she works. Deliver a birthday surprise to her at her most lonely and helpless moment. Mission reward: flirtation points plus 800. Qin Meixia's affection level upgraded to head over heels. Tianyang stared at the mission without a moment's hesitation. He grabbed the cake he'd just retrieved and headed straight for the small restaurant where Qin Meixia worked. In the restaurant's back kitchen, Qin Meixia was arguing fiercely with a young waitress, both flushed with anger. Xiao Li, how dare you accuse me of slacking off? I've been working non-stop from morning till night today. The waitress named Shelly, a relative recently brought in by the owner, had been taking advantage of her connections to bully Qin Meixia constantly. Chapter 43, Auntie's Warm Heart. What did I say? Shelly stood with her hands on her hips, her expression sharp. I just said you're getting old and moving slower. What's wrong with that? Can't people speak the truth anymore? You. Qin Meixia trembled with rage. What about me? Shelly sneered, eyeing Qin Meixia up and down with utter contempt. Honestly, Auntie Qin, you're pitiful. 40 years old, husband ran off with someone else, son's a thankless brat, and here you are washing dishes and serving plates. She paused, then added in a venomous tone. No wonder no one wants you, no one loves you. With your old, poor, shrewish appearance, what man would be blind enough to want you? The words "nobody loves you" pierced Qin Meixia's heart like 3 razor-sharp knives. All her anger, all her grievances, vanished into thin air in that instant. All that remained was a bone-chilling sorrow. She didn't argue with Xiaoli anymore. Because what she said was true. Silently, she walked alone to the sink and began washing the dishes. The icy water washed over her hands, washing over her heart that had long been riddled with holes. At 11 o'clock at night, she finally clocked out. True to her expectations, the boss didn't pay a single penny in overtime. Numbly, she walked home. The late-night streets were deserted. Only the streetlights stretched her lonely shadow long and longer. She felt utterly abandoned by the world. Family ties? None. No love. Not even a stable job. What on earth was she living for, enduring such hardship? Tears slipped uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes. She fought back, refusing to let herself cry out loud. She told herself she couldn't cry. Crying meant admitting defeat. But just as she rounded a corner, a familiar figure suddenly appeared before her. It was Tianyang. In his hand, he held a beautiful cake box. He stood silently beneath the streetlight, watching her. His eyes held complex emotions she couldn't decipher. There was heartache, pity, and a hint of tenderness. Qin Meixia stared at him, completely frozen in place. Why was he here? Tianyang watched her face, straining to hold back tears, and felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. Slowly, he stepped before her, reaching out to gently brush away the tear streaks on her face. Then, in a voice so tender it could melt any woman's defenses, he asked softly. Aunt Qin, why are you crying? The moment those words reached Qin Meixia's ears, the taut string of resilience she had been clinging to finally snapped with a sharp crack. All the grievances, all the resentment, all the loneliness and despair in that instant, they all turned into a flood bursting through a dam. She could hold back no longer. Crouching on the ground, she began to wail like a helpless child. Tianyang didn't rush over to help her up. He knew that what Qin Meixia needed now wasn't comfort, but release. She had suppressed it for far too long. She needed to cry out all that injustice, resentment, and loneliness in one go. He stood silently beside her, like a silent guardian, shielding her from all the world's malice and coldness. He didn't know how long it lasted. Qin Meixia's sobs gradually grew quieter. She lifted her tear-streaked face, her eyes brimming with guilt and embarrassment as she looked at Tianyang. Xiao Yang. I'm sorry for making such a spectacle of myself. It's okay, Tianyang shook his head, reaching out to gently pull her up from the ground. Let's go. I'll walk you home. Back at the rental apartment, Tianyang helped Qin Meixia sit down on the living room sofa. Rest here for a moment. I'll go get you something, he said, walking into his own room. Qin Meixia watched his mysterious retreating figure, a wave of confusion washing over her. A few minutes later, Tianyang emerged from his room. In his hands was a beautiful cake box. He placed the box on the coffee table in front of Qin Meixia, then slowly opened it. A beautifully crafted birthday cake appeared before Qin Meixia's eyes. In the center of the cake, written in chocolate sauce, were the words, "Happy birthday, Aunt Qin." Qin Meixia stared at the words, completely frozen in place. Her eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape, her expression as though she had witnessed the most incredible thing in the world. Xiao Yang. Her voice trembled. How did you know today was my birthday? Tianyang smiled without explanation. He took the matching candles from the box and placed 4 of them on the cake. Then he took out his lighter. With a click, he lit all the candles. The orange glow instantly illuminated Qin Meixia's stunned, pretty face. She looked as if she were caught in an unreal dream. Aunt Qin, Tianyang gazed at her, his eyes so tender they could melt ice. Even though it's late, but... Happy birthday. He began, leading softly into the most familiar melody. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Qin Meixia looked at the young man before her, singing her birthday song, a man more than 10 years her junior. Her heart, long worn down by life's hardships, melted completely in that moment. Tears once again broke free from her eyes, flooding down her cheeks. But this time, they were no longer tears of grievance and despair. Instead, overwhelming emotion. There, Aunt Qin, don't cry, Li Tianyang handed her a tissue. Make a wish and blow out the candles. Qin Meixia took the tissue, wiped her tears, and nodded firmly. She pressed her palms together, closed her eyes, and silently made her first birthday wish in 30 years. Yet, just as the atmosphere grew warm and touching, next door, in the room of fitness instructor Qin Hai, that peculiar sound echoed once more. Ah! Brother Hai. Be gentle. I can't take it anymore. The sound was even more unrestrained than before. Qin Meixia's body trembled violently. Her pretty face, still flushed with emotion moments ago, instantly turned redder than a boiled shrimp. Her eyes were tightly shut, her ears flushed crimson. In that flustered, embarrassed state, where was even a trace of the usual shrewish woman? She looked as innocent as a naive young girl. Seeing her like this, the long-suppressed flame within Li Tianyang's heart once again blazed out of control. He watched her lashes tremble slightly with shyness, gazing at her tempting cheek, mere inches away. A thought, like a devil, screamed wildly in his mind. Kiss her. In the end, desire conquered reason. He slowly leaned in. Then, with his own lips, he gently pressed against that cheek, still bearing a trace of salty tears. The sensation was soft and warm. Like jelly, yet like the finest silk. Li Tianyang was momentarily lost in the sensation. Qin Meixia, who had been closing her eyes to make a wish, felt the sudden warmth on her cheek. Her body froze stiff as if struck by lightning. Chapter 44, Clearing the Misunderstanding. Qin Meixia's mind went completely blank. He kissed me? How dare this brat? Her eyes snapped open. Those eyes, usually brimming with fiery spirit, were now filled with shock and flustered embarrassment. What are you doing? Her voice trembled. Li Tianyang watched her flustered and flushed expression, not the least bit intimidated. Instead, he smiled. He pointed a finger at the corner of her mouth. Aunt Qin, you have cream on your mouth. His expression was as sincere as that of an innocent model student. Qin Meixia froze for a moment, then instinctively stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. Nothing was there. Only then did she realize she'd been tricked by this little rascal. You! She raised her hand in anger, ready to slap Li Tianyang across the face. But the hand suspended mid-air simply couldn't bring itself to strike. In the end, she could only let it fall limply, glaring at him with feigned anger. Don't you dare do that again. Her tone sounded less like a warning and more like a playful pout. All right. Blow out the candles quickly. If you don't, the wax will all drip down. Li Tianyang said with a smile. Qin Meixia finally closed her eyes again, puffed out her cheeks, and blew out all 40 candles in one breath. The room plunged into darkness. Only the moonlight streaming through the window and the persistent, blush-inducing sounds from the next room remained. Xiaoyang. In the darkness, Qin Meixia's voice suddenly grew faint and lonely. Thank you. This is the first birthday I've celebrated in 30 years. Li Tianyang's heart clenched again. He cut the largest slice of cake and held it out to her. Aunt Qin, try some. Qin Meixia picked up a fork and took small bites. Perhaps it was the cake's sweetness, or perhaps the atmosphere was just too perfect. Her floodgates suddenly opened. She began telling Li Tianyang her story. From her childhood, how she endured domestic violence from her gambling-addicted father, to her teens, when she was forced into marriage with a man equally unfit for responsible life. Then how, after giving birth to Shang Dongxi, she was abandoned by her husband and raised the boy single-handedly through sheer hard work. She spoke calmly, as if recounting someone else's tale. But Li Tianyang could hear the deep-seated resentment and unwillingness buried in her heart through the faint tremor in her voice. He finally understood why this woman had become a shrew. Because life had never offered her any kindness. She could only shield herself and her good-for-nothing son with a coat of thorns. So, Xiaoyang, Qin Meixia lifted her head, her eyes red and swollen from crying, looking at Li Tianyang with worry filling her gaze. Auntie truly fears you might go down the wrong path. Look at what you brought home. She steered the conversation back. Women's shoes, stockings. I know you're not a bad kid, you're just curious. But this kind of thing you really can't do it. It's against the law. Li Tianyang watched her earnest expression, feeling both amused and touched. He sighed, deciding to explain himself. Aunt Qin, I really didn't steal them. He briefly recounted the entire sequence of events. Of course, he omitted the more sensitive details. After hearing his explanation, Qin Meixia remained skeptical. Really? They would actually give you their undergarments? Of course it's true, Li Tianyang nodded. They all treat me like a little brother. Then this shirt from Auntie. Qin Meixia glanced at the t-shirt she had given Li Tianyang on the bed, a hint of disappointment flashing across her face. Why didn't you wear it? Li Tianyang observed her conflicted expression, partly hoping he'd get his act together, partly wishing he'd notice her, and that mischievous grin surfaced again. Because. He leaned closer, lowering his voice to a magnetic whisper. I can't bring myself to wear Auntie's shirt. I want to keep it as a memento. Qin Meixia's heart skipped a beat. Her face flushed crimson in an instant. But you can't keep relying on those things forever, she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. It's not good for your health. Then what should I do? Li Tianyang looked at her, his eyes brimming with a desperate plea for guidance. I don't have a girlfriend. Qin Meixia gazed into his clear eyes, tinged with a hint of desire, and felt her heart melt. As if possessed, she reached out and gently placed her hand on the back of Li Tianyang's. Don't do anything foolish like that again. Her voice was so gentle it could melt ice. If you really feel bad, just come find Auntie. Auntie will help you. Her words trailed off. Li Tianyang suddenly turned his hand and grasped her soft little hand. Then, right before her eyes, he slowly raised her hand to his lips. Aunt Qin, he murmured, gazing into her eyes that had completely lost their focus, since you care so much about me, wouldn't it be fair if I kissed you as a thank you? Qin Meixia's mind had completely ceased to think. She merely nodded instinctively. Li Tianyang smiled. He lowered his head and gently pressed a kiss onto the back of that hand, which was still fairly well maintained. Then, he didn't let go. His lips traced upward along the back of her hand. Finally, they came to rest on her slender ring finger, adorned with a cheap silver ring. Then, within Qin Meixia's suddenly constricted pupils, he opened his mouth and gently bit down on her rounded fingertip with his teeth. Mum. A tingling sensation like an electric current instantly spread from her fingertip throughout Qin Meixia's entire body. She couldn't help but let out a suppressed, soft moan. Xiaoyang. Ever since that night's finger-biting incident, the relationship between Li Tianyang and Qin Meixia had entered an extremely delicate equilibrium. Qin Meixia no longer subjected him to her anti-pervert lectures. Instead, she attended to his daily needs with ever-increasing care and attention. The look in her eyes grew increasingly tender. It was as if he truly was her lost son in need of special care. Li Tianyang, for his part, accepted all this with open arms. He knew that Qin Meixia, this volcano suffocated by life's pressures, had finally had her fuse lit by him. Now all that remained was to wait. Wait for the moment that would make her erupt completely. That evening, Li Tianyang returned to his room after showering. He picked up the t-shirt Qin Meixia had given him and took a sniff. It still carried the lingering scent of her unique feminine fragrance. He smiled, neatly folded the t-shirt, and placed it back on the bedside table. He knew Qin Meixia would definitely come to check it tomorrow morning. Chapter 45, Style Matters. Sure enough. Early the next morning, Qin Meixia walked in carrying breakfast. The first thing she did was glance at the t-shirt by the bedside. When she saw it still clean and neatly folded, a hint of unmistakable disappointment flashed in her eyes. Xiaoyang. During breakfast, she finally couldn't hold back. She looked at Li Tianyang, hesitating to speak. Aunt Qin, just say what's on your mind, Li Tianyang said with a smile. Qin Meixia bit her lip, as if summoning tremendous courage. Her face flushed as she asked softly. Xiaoyang, tell me the truth. Did you not like the shirt I gave you? No, Li Tianyang shook his head. I really like it. Then why don't you wear it? Qin Meixia pressed. Wear it? How am I supposed to wear it? Li Tianyang feigned confusion. Qin Meixia's face flushed even redder. Well, it's that thing. She stammered for a long while, unable to bring herself to say it. Seeing her flustered expression, Li Tianyang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He decided to fan the flames a little more. Oh, I see, he said, feigning sudden understanding. Aunt Qin, do you think the reason I don't fantasize about your clothes is because you're not sexy enough? Boom! The words exploded like thunder in Qin Meixia's mind. That was exactly what she had been thinking. But hearing him state it so bluntly was utterly humiliating. I didn't, she protested, desperately trying to deny the obvious. Aunt Qin, don't lie to me.